Murder at 1051 Ramsdale Drive. What happened to David Crowley, his wife, and his daughter? If this was truly a double murder-suicide, why did investigators fail to prove David Crowley guilty? Where is the evidence David Crowley killed his wife and daughter? Where is the evidence David Crowley killed himself? Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David Kamel and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on a laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version Submit to Allah Now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never done. Authorities did not know about a bullet that rolled out of a living room carpet until they were notified by the cleaning company 2 days after the bodies were found. That bullet would later be tied to Rania Crowley. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David Kamel and Rania Crowley died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty. A simple truth. It really is this simple. Either you believe David Crowley is innocent or you believe he is guilty. If you believe David Crowley is guilty, you are wrong. If you believe David Crowley is innocent, you are right. It really is that simple. A United States Army veteran is dead. His wife and his 5-year-old daughter are dead. A thorough investigation would only conclude with authorities admitting they lacked evidence to support their accusations. If authorities were to admit the case remains unsolved, they would also have to admit that the public may still be in danger. I am not able to solve this case. My interest is in forcing authorities to admit David Crowley is innocent. The reason they refuse to talk about this case is not because they are confident of David's guilt. They lack confidence in their allegations. Their department wishes to move on, but they are only lying to themselves. They must know the simple truth, and they need to publicly admit this. Their credibility depends on it now. The unspoken truth is that David is innocent until proven guilty. Why are authorities running from this simple truth? How long do they think they can run for? You cannot run from God. You cannot run from your nightmares, and you cannot run from the facts. Why would anyone want to? What could possibly motivate someone to try? If you cannot prove David Crowley guilty, then he remains innocent. It's as simple as that. So the resistance we face is disgusting. If David was guilty, the evidence would be right in our faces. If David was guilty, resistance to our questions would not exist. If David was guilty, facts would be evident. There are no facts to prove David guilty. There are only facts which prove David innocent. Hence the resistance to getting justice for David Crowley and family. Who cares? Do the people who closed this case and decided to not speak about it ever again really care? Do the friends who accused David Crowley of being guilty days after his body was found really care? Perhaps they only care about spreading the accusations of David's guilt instead of researching the facts of this case. They don't seem to care about the facts which prove David innocent. Truth is a simple thing. Justice does not die. Facts prove David is innocent. All right, let's look at a few things from July 5th. July 5th with the script. Okay, and I will read directly here. Had an idea for the Gray State rewrite. Oh Lord, wouldn't it be great to knock out a draft 2 in a week? Problem solved? That's basically it. Then it's paycheck time forever. Don't get distracted. You've got Linda's notes and a fair few of your own. After this contract is finished, you can get to work. In the meantime, don't be discouraged. Cracks in the dam mean the pressure is building. You've got a reservoir back there, no worries. This reminds me of a comment made by Harrison Ford when he got hired in Star Wars. And after Star Wars was a big hit, you remember the documentary shows him, he's doing this, he's clapping, he's putting his hands together like, great, now I can get to work. And it reminds me of how it's very similar to what David Crowley is writing here on July 5th, 2014 about the Gray State script. Because at this point, it's time he's got to get them a script. We know he gets them that before he meets with them again in September. And of course, all that's in the Day One Journal. You're going to find a lot of that stuff in there. So definitely, there's a great timeline that we already have. There's a great timeline that I feel I have in my book, the very last chapter, which is kind of the timeline of the last month of David Crowley. But there's so much here that just adds to that, right? This is like all extra. This is like the extended version of all of that. But so I believe that our team, the real Justice for David Crowley team, we've done some great work putting egos aside, anything like that, and just knocking out these timelines, taking it to the next level, seeing what some people have done and expanding on it to where now I really believe we're very close. Maybe within the next year or so, we're going to have a really good a better timeline, an updated timeline. That it's just going to make it easy for researchers to see where we're coming from, to see why we're still here, and that we're not here for our own purposes or anything. We're here because this is a slam dunk case that really shows David Crowley did not do this. And the more data that we get, the more information that we get, that's what we see, is that David Crowley is innocent. So that's all we're looking at here. Okay, so the second part here, after that, so this is still from July 5th. He says, back at it, working out hard. It's been a week since the big LA trip, but being apart from that energy for a day tends to put you back where you started. I'll have to face the fear again and again until it becomes habit, but I'll get there. I know I can do it because I already did once. So the confidence, everything is building, right? He's really confident about this, still kind of riding that wave of the big LA trip here. It's coming. I mean, things look good. Things are positive. Leaving Minnesota. So here's another great one. It says, we are in the deep slowness. Everyone around us senses our escape, and they want to get on the sled. But where we go, no one knows. What wonders await, who can tell? But we will stay alive. That's July 14th, 2014. Let's think about that. Things are kind of moving slow. David talks about a chaotic life, chaotic thing. But it seems like once they move to 1051 Ramsdale Drive, everything kind of starts to slow down a little bit. He can take a few steps back and observe things and see things a little bit better from a distance. Things look different. When you're in the chaos, you're just trying to get out of the chaos. You're just trying to get past it, which is what I think from 2012 to 2013, early 2014, that's what it was for him. Chaos, good chaos, but still chaos. Productive chaos, but still chaos. So he says, everyone around us senses our escape. And they want to get on the sled. They want to go. They want to go too, I'm pretty sure he's talking about certain people here, but who knows? I mean, only he knows for sure. But we could definitely include several people in this because they would qualify as everyone. But where we go, no one knows. What wonders await us, who can tell? But we will stay alive. No plans on dying. It's all of the plans are to stay alive and to go somewhere. And that's why I thought, well, this sounds like he's leaving Minnesota. That's the plan. We'll see how that goes. Here's another one from July 14th. The deal is moving forward. No, let me go here. The deal is moving forward. Just out weeding the rocks, yesterday's dominating thought was that I need to get out of here. And I get a friendly call from Adam Gislason while on my face in the shrubbery. Deal is moving forward. So he is out there weeding at his house, and he has this dominating thought that I need to get out of here. And I get a friendly call from Adam Gislason. Deal is moving forward. Fortune is at hand. Gray state is going to be a thing. As it turns out, cause for celebration maybe. And another little interesting tidbit on July 19th where David is talking about his legal team and they're swinging for him but taking too long. I'm at the crucible of personality changeover, and I feel so deeply the invisible turns of my legal team, swinging for me but taking too long. And oh God, how I have been patient for success and recognition. I have borne a heavy burden for a long time to achieve this. Every little piece in its place, all along the way. So everything's happening, going forward, moving forward. Here's another one from July 19th. Regarding the scripts. There's just a lot happening, man. Between the kid and the option and the new script and the 9 other scripts and then all the other things normal people deal with on top, trying to keep the engines clattering, the smokestack belching, the barge hurling along. So the 9 scripts is also these other 9 scripts for 9 different projects, we're assuming, right? Not 9 scripts related to this. I don't know, maybe they could be, but you could tell, he's just not, it's another thing where they say he's just focused on Gray State. It's not true. He's got 9 other scripts, 9 other projects. He's focusing on a lot of other things too, and working on this new script here. So that's pretty interesting to me. So you can see after the big thing in May when he meets with the Mikes, and then in June when he gets the call that Gray State is a go, it's they're going to go with it, and he's working on this script that he calls, and this one he calls V2 version 2 in the Day One Journal on July 22nd. And so he makes some interesting comments about that because he has been kind of procrastinating. I think a lot of other things just kind of happened, and he's just having a hard time getting started with this Gray State script, with this new version that he wants. And this is the version that I don't believe that we have yet. It could be the version labeled V2. V2, which is the 2014 one. That could be the one that he's talking about here now. I'm not really sure. But here's Here's what it says. I begin to commit to Gray State V2, and her mom is diagnosed with cervical cancer, and dad continues to fuck it up. I've had good progress with Ronnie, and I am keeping up with my 530 workout / meditation routine. Coming back into the world enough is to see what I'm doing. What is it? Coming back into the world enough to see what it is I'm doing. Okay, interesting. But I mean, that's the thing. He's getting ready in Gray State version 2. It's happening. It's going. He's finally getting serious about it, or so he thinks. And then of course, family life again gets in the way. But all right, and here it is, July 25th. That is a Friday at 11:39 a.m. The phone call of my life, an honest, appreciative, present confirmation from my lawyer that I am in perfect legal and material harmony with the new universe to which I am connecting, in perfect participation or non-participation in further affairs as I may specifically defer. If this works, I will be a rich man. If this works, I will be a rich man. And yes, he does write that twice here. And the wide world awaits whatever I may do next. Jesus Almighty, it's all at my fingertips at this moment. Where the trap is set and bait is fat and the prey comes knowingly, entranced by the things we create. My big pretend Gray State empire is merely a thought in my head, and Adam stands guard with a battery of legal connections in the same firm that carries Owl City, and we advance bravely to the west, to be met eagerly by new friends and allies, a new team, completely free to create what I want in the world or not, but rich enough to do whatever I want. Big statement here. Not going to go as far to say that it's motive for anybody else to take David Crowley out, but obviously, new team, this Adam, his lawyer, little things about that, but when he mentions my big pretend Gray State empire is merely a thought in my head, that's pretty interesting too, but he's so cryptic sometimes that you can interpret it any way that you want, so I'm trying to be careful not to. But he says, the trap is set and bait is fat, and the prey comes knowingly, entranced by the things we created. Entranced by the things we created. The bait is set, he's setting the trap. This could all be the Danny Mason stuff, getting him to sign the paperwork. But it sounds like, regardless, without the paperwork, he, according to David's lawyer, his lawyer is telling him that he's in perfect legal and material harmony. So, there you go. Now, on Tuesday, August 26, 2014, at 7:18 p.m., he says, I started real work on the script, outline, character revelations. So it's moving. It is going. It's getting there. He's finally started here at this point. That's why it's so important to know the V2 script that we have. Is that related to this? The metadata, when all that was, would pretty much show this. So it's not clear also if this is handwriting or if this is just outlining stuff, but it does seem like it's typing, something being typed up. Now, the very next day, August 27th, he's saying, maybe I won't have success until I finish this story, outline as well. Maybe I have to really earn it here in the final stretch, so I always know the chicken came first. Okay, maybe I don't hear back for another week. Yikes. I want to manifest this story now. So he wants to send this story out to the mics, and as you're going to see going forward, as we reach September, he's going to start rushing for a deadline. Alright, so August 29th, he is, just makes this quick little thing here that I jotted down. He says, I'm fostering something great with the rewrite. So, whatever the script is turning into, he's very happy with it, and he believes that it's something great. Alright, now we've come to the last day in August, August 31st. The release ceremony. Here's what he says. Tonight I conducted my release ceremony. Unfortunately, there's too much to burn, and I already threw a bunch out this summer, but it was good. I felt light, magical, ready for the universe to be creative with what happens next. So, anytime I hear the term magical, it is an eye roll for me. That's just me. I mean, that could mean anything to a bunch of different people. Magical, when I think of magical, I don't think of Jesus Christ. I don't think of spiritual. But who knows? Maybe that's what other people think when they think of magical. What Jesus Christ did for them could be magical. For me, it's satanic. But to each their own. So it sounds like he's throwing out a bunch of stuff and just kind of getting ready for whatever happens next, for what the universe throws him next. That's another term, the universe. Oh, the universe, Mother Nature, Gaia, all this stuff. Nothing to do with God, nothing to do with Jesus. So that's what I see here when I read it. Magical universe. All substitutions for God and for the power of God. Just my view, folks. Here's something interesting about what he writes on Thursday, September 11th, 2014 at 5:16 p.m. If what I have is genius, then it is not to be compelled. Do not sign with a studio. This is what he writes. Do not sign with the studio. This is days, maybe weeks, but days. Several days before he's going to meet with the mics. Do not sign with the studio. Alright, September 12th. Now he's writing for real. So on Friday, September 12th, 2014 at 9:13 p.m., he says, started writing for real today with a strong and vigorous goal. This is it. Don't get scared now. And now on September 13th, he's writing a bit about the script. He's in the bathroom, in the middle of a writing binge. It's a Saturday. I've made a goal as of yesterday to finish the new Gray State script and mail it to the mics, and mail it to Mike for his birthday. Then fly to LA with Adam Gislason, my lawyer, to finalize this deal. Success is fickle. It has ever and only responded to my direct input. And now a fly buzzes here in the bathroom like a manifestation of Lucifer himself, reminding me of decay, stench, death. He stops on the mirror, quietly peering. He's been part of this process too. I'm gonna go write the ending and leave his little buzzing black ass to die slow here, where the shit stays. Very creative. Great creative writing, whether you like what he's talking about or not. You can visualize it for sure. And so, he's going to send the script to Mike O'Donnell, I believe, and one of the mics, and he's going to, that is Mike from MEG, Michael Entertainment Group. He's going to send it to him. Then he and his lawyer are going to go to finalize the deal after that. Planning for the future as of September 13th. Okay, September 15th, on Monday, September 15th, 2014 at 2:18 p.m., he writes, this is day 4. You know that feeling when you're pinning a modern American masterpiece? Doing a lot of drugs today. What type of drugs do you think he's doing, folks? And there it is on September 16th. It is done. The script outline is complete. Here's what he writes. And that's that. I've been writing for 31 hours, stopping to shit and eat. Had a nap last night. But if my outline's any trustworthy tool of idea management, then I have completed all 22 sequences to general satisfaction and can put it all together and meet my goal today. I made it. All right, on September 17th, everything is done now. On Wednesday, September 17th, 2014 at 10:10 p.m. Today's Mike's birthday. And here any minute now, a GS poster and a new script will be at his home. I don't have the energy to type. So he's done, he's burnt. I mean, a binge like that, 3 days, man. It's rough. That's hard. It's hard to do. He did it. It's done. He sent it off. Now he's waiting. All right, and here's what David writes on September 21st about the script. Haven't said much lately, have I? Well, the plan went into effect. I wrote the new story. For one moment last week, I realized I could see it all finally. So I put it all together in 4 days. 4 straight days of writing, culminating in a 31-hour blow. But I got it all coherent and legible and mailed it off to the mics with a signed poster for O'Donnell's birthday on Wednesday. Next day air. The idea is I get them reinvigorated, set up a meeting, fly in with my lawyer, and face-to-face this thing over steak in LA. Sounds like a good plan. I just haven't heard from them yet. And I just wonder, maybe they took the weekend to read it, or maybe they're sick of me. I cannot tell, but I have every positive sign from the universe at my back. I'll call them tomorrow with a pitch. All right, September 26th, we're playing the waiting game. Some days are just harder than others, David Crowley writes on September 26, 2014. I guess the big wait created a lot of anxiety that needed resolution the situation couldn't provide. Hence the bad weather. I'm serious. Moment by moment, for a long time, the weather has been following my mood. Sometimes music too. Song by song, the line... Song by song telling me things, or playing with my perception a little, if I care to pay attention. Interesting. So he's waiting and waiting and waiting, still waiting for the mics to give him something. That's what it sounds like. And September 29th, let's look at this. So here's what he writes. Finishing the script mechanically and looking forward to a long road ahead. But at least I know for a fact my sense of difficulty and time assessment are seriously flawed. So maybe I'm wrong. It is all a heavy load and I am a madman regarding the script. So mechanically finishing it. And he also writes here, same day, September 29th, 2014, fall is happening, great weather. House exterior treated with caulk. Version of the new Gray State script is back on the back burner, and now I'm committing to a TV series idea. This is probably after he met with the mics, right? Rolling fast and shooting hot all over the country with all these assets. O'Donnell will be crazy to deny this. There's still way too much going on to turn my journal into a play-by-play. And there is a lot of stuff here for August 22nd. So we're going to look at some of these here as well. This is regarding the script. So remember, August 22nd. Now, the script that we have, unless we're looking at the V2, unless the V2 script came after the one that we have that is dated May 12, 2014, which before I thought that the V2 was a version before, and now maybe Catherine and Dan and Sophia, maybe they're right if they thought that the V2 script, the other script that we have from 2014, because we have 2 from 2014, maybe that script was kind of like a version that came after the May 12th script, the one that is dated May 12th. That's highly possible now. Now it makes me want to go back and read that one. But it just looked like an early version of the May 12th script because it wasn't as well done. It just looked like an early version to me. Who knows? But this is what he says about the script. We're looking at August 22nd here. I'm just going to read a few things here. This is what gets my heart thumping, because I haven't written Gray State yet. So even at this point, he hasn't really written the final version, not its final form. This is my purpose. This film will be the history changer everyone needs it to be. And I don't have the damn thing on paper yet. So he hasn't even started writing yet. So with the metadata and everything like that, it's very important to kind of know, is the script that we have that's from 2014, the one that says V2, is that this script that he's talking about? Or is there another script that we don't have yet? And of course, you can find those scripts on my website. If you go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, scroll down to the bottom, you'll find the 3 scripts. We have 2 from 2014. One is titled V2, and he specifically mentions a script titled V2. That could be V2 version 2 of the one that we have that is dated May 12th. I believe the one that is dated May 12th, 2014 is the one that he first gave to the mics, and now I'm really starting to think that the one that is titled V2 is the one that he was rewriting, keeping some of that stuff, keeping some of the stuff that he liked, but maybe just kind of expanding it or leaving the doors open a little bit. And I remember at this point, it's not really clear about the I think it isn't until September of 2014 where he really is told, okay, this is not going to be a movie. This needs to be a TV series. This would work better as a TV series. So he says, I haven't got this down on paper yet. He says, I have stained and strained the past 10 years to force a new universe to appear. It has changed from its original vision, but to the better across the board. And all I have to do is write down the thing I am intended to create without fear, at the moment where the pressure for success is massive and acute. Thank God for marijuana, because talk about pressure. It takes an invisible toll. He mentions invisibility a lot in this too. I find that interesting. Don't think it's real? How might a better man cope with his own daily stressors? Yeah, we can really help you temporarily. I believe temporarily it can help you cope with a lot of stressors and stuff. So, but when he says the past 10 years, this thing is for the past 10 years, a universe, a new universe. We know what Danny August Mason, a couple months after David Crowley died, and he wrote this copyright for the LLC for the Gray State universe. But this is David Crowley's real Gray State universe here that he's talking about. 10 years, so 2004. It would have had to start maybe 2005. But man, that's really, it's taken all of those experiences. Is that what the Gray State script is? Is that what the quote-unquote original vision is? But to the better, I don't know. I mean, a lot of his stuff is kind of cryptic. He's writing to himself, so he doesn't need to explain it. He's not writing to explain it to anybody else other than himself, obviously. But it's some pretty interesting stuff, and of course, I want to be careful not to add my own speculations too much into it. Can't help but do that. It's natural. It's common. It's going to happen. But I'll try to do that as minimally as possible here. All right. So that's with the Gray State script. As of August 22nd, 2014. And just talking about some of the things David Crowley has said about people. Here's one. What a privileged family. We hang out with all these bums. How come no one checks you out and says, nah, bro, you're doing it wrong? I shudder to think all their messes are bigger than mine, so mine go unnoticed. What a psychological wasteland. Pretty interesting stuff. So he realizes he's surrounded by bums. I don't know who he's talking about. He's not very, he doesn't say I'm talking about these 4 or 5 people, but obviously my first train of thought went to these goons that he surrounded himself with. So that was just one of the comments here. Let's see, another one. Hanging out in Edna, making notes for Gray State Climax rewrite. Tonight seems like a juvenile approach to a film. See these rich people, watch what happens when we take their shit away. Oh well, get it done. People like it that way. Leave finesse, and then your experience is tempered enough to actually make it. Anyway, other things. Still in an existential fetal position, but getting through it. He mentions this fetal position a couple times in this journal too. But he says, but getting through it. Doesn't matter what you have, as it turns out. If you're not happy, then you're just not. Pretty dumb. Yeah. Smart guy. Here's an interesting post that David Crowley posted on Sunday, April 20th, 2014 at 2:37 p.m. Easter at the Andersons. It is what it is. Nice people, good food, but not much actual contact. At least with us. What can you do? That's just the kind of who we are. So, Easter, Passover, I know a lot of Christians still call it Easter. You know, a lot of my Christian family still does too. But really it's Passover, but it's cool. Same thing, I'm assuming it's the same thing, hopefully. We're talking about Easter, we're talking about Jesus Christ here. But, you know, I can totally relate. You know, nice people, good food, but not much actual contact, at least with us. And sometimes, you know, it's hard to make contact with people, to connect with people, or just to get the conversation going, to get it started. Sometimes it can be really difficult, so I can totally relate to that. And, you know, sometimes it's just not a good fit, I guess. But I don't know who the Andersons are, but it just sounds like they're kind of there, but they're kind of distant and everything. But, so anyways, I just found that quote pretty interesting here. It looks like in the photo they may be praying, and Rania may be praying here too. I could be wrong, but yeah, I mean, one of the other things I'm looking for are the Christianity, the evidence of David's Christianity, trying to understand that a little bit better. And every Christian is different, you know. I mean, I can't really come down on David. Oh, he's not this type of Christian, or oh, they say Easter instead of Passover and stuff. You know, I have to look deeper beyond all of that. And one of the hard parts of this case has really been trying to take my personal feelings out of it. And I'll tell you, this day one journal really challenges me with that, because it's very easy to relate to some of the situations and to some of the things that he's doing in this journal. But if I really want to find out, you know, how it relates to what happened with David Crowley, I have to be very careful about not putting too much of my personal feelings, my personal experiences into this, right? We don't want to body transfer, as we're going to hear about. I know you have no idea what I'm talking about, but we're going to hear a lot about that later on. All right, really bright sun and some planes flying overhead. Nothing wrong with that. Let's go ahead and look at some of the posts from... See, at some point I started dating these, so that way I can make it easy for you. So when you read this, you'll be able to go back and look at the dates. When I first started, I didn't do that. So, and there's still a lot more that I need to go through. But we have a lot of weird stuff here going on. Gray is a term. He uses the term gray regarding his parents, regarding his house, regarding different things. So using that term gray, you know, it's pretty interesting. And I hate to bring up a wrestling reference, but you know, that was the whole thing growing up with watching professional wrestling. It was black and white, right? And we had the bad guy and you had the good guy. There was a struggle, and you knew the good guy in the end was going to win. That's how the movie ended. That's how the storyline ended. We're in this thing of gray, where it's like everything is gray. And when Stone Cold Steve Austin came in, and the NWO into wrestling, it really made everything kind of gray. And gray is not good. I don't like gray. You know, it sounded cool and it was fun at that time and everything, but in professional wrestling, no, I came to the realization that's not really what I want. I don't want shades of gray. I want the black and white. And, you know, that's That's a preference. And so I think if you look at David Crowley's scripts that we have so far, they're all gray. There isn't a black and white. But man, when I think of the gray state, and when I think of, the police state, which is really what it is, the police state and government takeover, I want the ending. I want the black and white at some point. Yeah, it can be gray throughout Act 1, even Act 2, but man, by Act 3, by the end, it has to be black and white at that point. There has to be a resolution, and I just never saw that in any of David Crowley's scripts, really, the resolution, because it was a continuation. Now, there were victories, the Patriots, in both scripts, I believe, the 2013 and the 2014. There were victories. I think the Patriot victory in the 2013 script was when they were at the Bohemian Grove. I think that was their victory, and then there's like another 100 pages of all the stuff that happens after that. And I think in the 2014 script, it was a little more subtle, where you're kind of, at the end, you're kind of like, wow, okay, we won, but we didn't win. We won, but look at what we had to sacrifice. But at least in the 2014 script, we still win. So there's still some of that. At least that's the way that I took it anyways. I don't know where I was going with that. So I'll just keep moving on here. But we're going to look at some other things. Now, one of the other big questions that we had, that I had, I'm sure a lot of other people had, things, not the accusations, but some questions. The depression. How much did that play a factor into this? Because according to authorities, friends, family, they make it like it's a big deal, this depression. The depression overtook him, he went into this darkness, etc., etc. I don't know about you, but, when I feel depressed, I really don't write about it. But again, that's me. That's just... And this is where it goes back to the thing, you're going to hear this a lot during these things. Because of how personal David Crowley's Day One Journal is, you're going to hear a lot of that, how important it really is for us to take our personal views out of it. Me too. Me first and foremost. And it is next to impossible, because that's just how we are, right? So, but the more that we can kind of take our personal feelings or things like that out of it, the better, I think. In some cases, in some ways, that might really help us understand a little bit deeper. But the depression, he says, my depression is an inability to craft meaning from experience. Nothing is good, and what the hell is the point, and so on. Now, then he goes on to say that he should avoid beer. Something in it triggers the depression echoes. But maybe wine is different. I would agree. There were no after effects after last week's meeting. So maybe we can become authors. I don't know. There's a spelling issue there. But it sounds like he's steering away from beer, which I believe is good, and moving towards wine, which I also believe is good. Wine has a lot of health benefits. And we've often talked about drugs and things like that as a part of David Crowley's life. And, he didn't really start smoking until he was 28. 28 and a half, actually. But here's from July 13th. Much of today has been a slower preparation. The universe arranged for me to fall into possession of some hallucinogens, safe and natural. And tomorrow morning I'll be embarking on a long voyage of self-discovery. I've taken my usual precautions, doing some reading and making preparations. I want it to be a good first experience, and it's fun to realize how much I fear a bad trip. As if to see my demons, the writhing mask of them, would be too much for me. Interesting. A border to be crossed later, but I can't control the wretched stuff, for God's sake. But I just want to be excited and have a good time. Wonder about things. What it really is like to abandon fear and become the man I need to be for this next phase. A good father, stronger husband, more attentive lover. Returned to roles long ago stretched out and abandoned. I need to come back. The engine is restarting, but I don't feel it catching sometimes. It's a lot here, a lot to take in. Now, the drugs he's talking about is shrooms, and some of the angst I can relate to regarding shrooms, because I've had many chances to take shrooms at a much younger age than him. He's 28, 29 here, and he's thinking about taking shrooms for the very first time, which I believe is not a good idea. I don't believe anybody should do shrooms. I have not done it myself. I was pretty close at some points, and then just that feeling, the gut feeling, which is really just God talking to you, telling you, no, this is not good. And if you listen to God, if you pray about it, if you listen to Jesus Christ, you'll figure out what is good and what is not. Sometimes it's too late before you do it. But for me, that's what happened is, it's like, no, I'm just not going to do that. Not going to do that. So he's prepping for it. He's prepping for this trip, and that's hard for me to understand, because I'm a little older than David. Well, maybe a lot older than David, but it's hard for me to understand that. You're writing about all this stuff, but that's what a writer does. What do they write about? If they're not writing about a story or writing about, a documentary or something like that, they're writing about themselves. So this is really him really trying to push writing about yourself, which is great. It's a day one journal. That's the point of it. It takes guts to really do that. But he's hoping, doesn't want the fear of the bad trip was what really made me say, nope, not doing it, because I've had bad trips on other things. Nope, not doing shrooms. I have no intention of trying shrooms. And they always say that. Safe and natural. Yeah, right, whatever. Safe and natural. Just drink some wine, you'll be fine. So he's prepping for it and everything. So I was like, oh man, this is the next thing that, it's going to be really bad. But it's really not. He really, later on says, it wasn't a big deal. Not too much happened. He basically compares it to smoking weed, which is kind of weird. Because I don't know, I've never done it myself, but the stories that I've heard of people doing it is nothing like what happened when you smoke weed. But again, every person's different. So that's July 13th, talking about shrooms. And also on July 19th, 2014, at 6:46 p.m. Oh yeah, and Kay's mom is propped up in a hospital in Temple, Texas. Cervical cancer, probably. Alright, so here's another one from July 19, talking about tourists and family. A little cryptic, so bear with me here. Kamel and I in some weird drifting insanity barge. Our friends and families along the higher line. Watching us go like bewildered tourists. Connections to those tourists may be spotty, and we churn merrily into the glowering storm, sun rays set to dumb fuck happy. God Ronnie makes for a fiendish cyst of a fellow traveler sometimes, kids acting out, right? I don't know where he came from, the cyst, or what she wants, but 14 out of the last 19 days, man, it's enough to contact with the macabre to drive anybody batshit insane. So, pretty interesting stuff there. It just seems like just typical parenting issues that you deal with. But he's very, he's a really good writer. He's a really good way of articulating a lot of these things, especially when it comes to some of these personal issues here. So, all right, July 20th, talking about family disinterest. Let's read a little bit of this one. This is from Sunday, July 20th, 2014 at 10:11 p.m. Something Kay and I talked about. We share a sharp disinterest in our families. Maybe a dull apathy is more accurate, but whatever it is, we both have it. I have thoughts on this, but maybe for another time. Some of the posts are very dramatic, I would say, and taken out of context. I could see how you could use some of this stuff to try to make David Crowley look crazy, but that's just not the way that I see it here. Reading everything in the full context, in the proper context, I believe. So let's look at this one from July 21st. This is what he writes. Something inside of us, we Crowleys, is dead, but I can bring it back to life. I am a small man in a wooden house in Minnesota with all of the gifts I was expecting to receive in a lifetime. And I can be happy. I can break the sinking curse of my family and be free and happy. That is what it will take. I have to leave. I can bring myself back to life, I alone in my family. So a lot of powerful stuff here, talking about this family curse, and we hear that it's a continual thing in this Day One journal, where he's talking about this kind of curse. The family, I don't know if it's literal, figurative, whatever it is, but there's something that he feels he has to kind of break out of, and only he can do it. But when he says, I have to leave, a lot of this stuff really, to me, there's a lot of evidence that David Crowley is leaving Minnesota for Los Angeles, and I think this may be another small part. If you were to add up a lot of different things that we already had before the Day One journal, I think there was a lot there, and it's crazy how much of the Day One journal just really solidifies everything that we've been talking about, and a lot of the different things that have been discussed in the group. So, but it's the way that he writes. Something inside of us is dead, but I can bring it back. There's hope. He's not giving up in any of the stuff that we see here. He makes it clear and he sounds very appreciative of everything that he's gotten in this life. All of these gifts, everything that he's received. He thought it would take a whole lifetime to receive these, and he's happy. He can break this sinking curse and be free and be happy. And that is what it will take. I have to leave. So he's got to go. He's got to go and mark his own territory, mark his own thing, make his own mark here. And moving to LA would have been a good opportunity. It would have been a good thing that he could have done. And of course, we always look for reasons why David would want to kill his daughter, and reasons why he would not kill his daughter here. So I think this post right here, July 22nd, gives us a little insight on why David would not do it, how he is invested in his daughter. He says this: I had a thought last night that Ronnie and her progression through youth are one day meant to twist our energies, Kay and I, to a more fostering, caring, and philanthropic orientation, to watch her grow and invest in her. So Ronnie is gonna help them grow and help them be better fostering, better caring parents. And then they can watch her grow and invest in her. So to me, that's a big issue, big strong issue there. And I'm glad he put things like that down here. Again, that's July 22nd. It's just more evidence that he's not going to kill anybody, including himself, I would say. Everything here we see is all planning for the future, and then all of a sudden, there's no more future. It just doesn't add up. All right, well, now we're going to look at July 23rd and some of the issues with Kamel and her family, according to what David has written in his journal. Who knows what Kamel wrote in her journal? But here's what he writes. A little piece of this. So he walks into the house. I take one step inside my house and hear her on the phone shouting in Urdu, and I just know it's all over. I know she's on the phone with her sister, getting emotionally involved like we talked about. I even take her off the phone like I never do and try to warn her. We talked about this yesterday. It's over. You're not involved. Stop calling them. You have nothing to say. I get the stone face. She's not listening for a second. Fine. Just do your conference call downstairs. I have to work. Peace and quiet and perfect morning shot. He was hoping to come home and start working on the script and everything, and apparently all that is just completely shot now. She comes up after a few hours just steaming with things to tell me, and I try to be supportive, but she won't even accept a hug yet until she's ready. I go back to work and she's ready 1 minute later. So I stop work again and ask if she needs to talk. She says no or something, but hovers anyway. I sigh and quit my work for good because I know it's coming. And sure enough, the next hour is me resolving the fucking problem and reiterating what we decided yesterday. She got her family on the phone and fucked it all up. Made some wounds, made everybody cry, showcase all her insecurities and weakness, and accomplished nothing. Jesus Christ, I told you and I told you. I told you and told you. So, pretty deep stuff there with whatever is going on. Not really clear what exactly is going on. And there it is. David Crowley speaks Urdu as well. He's a translator. He was a translator. So that's pretty interesting. And, I mean, when he says it's all over, you know, it's like they were trying to keep good waters with the family, with Kamel's family, and whatever happened here, there's this big argument, and you could tell it's, you know, all that is pretty much gone now. So, at least from what he's saying, it's all over. But obviously, it's not all over yet. Now, I think something that every person who smokes weed has struggled with or will struggle with is your usage. And when you get to that point where you no longer want to use it, it is an addictive substance. Whatever you want to say about weed. Oh, it's not harmless. You know, no one's ever killed anybody on weed, etc., which is all true. I mean, it does have good... there are a lot of good things to it as well, but you have to recognize that it is an addictive substance. Maybe no more than coffee, maybe no more than wine, no more than anything else, but, you know, let's not close our eyes to the fact that there are some negative aspects to weed. There are, on a personal level, you know, depending on who you are and everything, it can be different, but there are some negative aspects to it, and to act like there aren't is just not accurate. It's not true. Okay, so here's what he says. We're still on July 26th, Saturday, July 26th, 2014 at 4:05 p.m. I can't continue the use of weed because it limits the sphere of presence to the level of a child's enjoyment. That is where good parenting skills live. Patience and understanding and intent. I have to abandon this level of presence where my child lives. She is lost to me until she matures to my intelligence, every bit the imp and constant impediment to our goals. A kind of psychological backwash of bad karma. Our steady path has left combined consequences for which we will pay through the form of this imp, who will one day destroy us. I suddenly feel as if now that I have achieved this fame and fortune, if I would leave it all for the fortune of my child. Lots of powerful stuff, some cryptic stuff, but just the way that he writes, there's an elegance to it. You know, it's a little cryptic because sometimes it's kind of hard to understand, but you know, there is an art form to what he's saying, to how he's saying these things too. So, just a few things on that, I guess. So, you know, thinking about quitting weed, he doesn't want to smoke around his daughter. So when he's high, he's not going to be around her as much, maybe. And so the presence, you know, there's a limit to the sphere of the presence to a level of a child's enjoyment. So, you know, obviously being intoxicated can be different than if you're just sober. So, and he feels like that's taken away some of the good parenting skills that he knows that he has. He says, she is lost to me until she matures to my intelligence, every bit the imp and constant impediment of our goals, a kind of psychological backwash of bad karma. Pretty interesting stuff. Very deep thoughts. The dude is very deep. Very deep with his thoughts. And that's cool. And it's hard to be like that, but it's also hard to put that down on paper or even to type that out, whether you plan on sharing this with the world in the future or not. And the way that I read some of the Day One journal, I do believe he planned on kind of using this for like a documentary later on. Who knows? Maybe that'll happen one day. He also says, our steady path has left combined consequences for which we will pay through the form of this imp who will one day destroy us. Very creepy. And he wonders about the fame and fortune. Would he leave all that for the fortune of his child? I guess we'll never know. Alright, now we're going to look at July 30th. Wednesday, July 30th, 2014 at 9:23 p.m. David writes, in case you don't forget before you have a moment, research, dramatize, and compose a complete history of both my and Kamel's lineage. A total collection of stories and descriptions to help Ronnie understand herself. Deliverable 18th birthday graduation. So he wants, a full family history. Again, more planning for the future. This is a reminder to himself to do this, so that they can pass it on to Rania, a complete history and a lineage, a total collection of stories and descriptors. Had she have lived, she would probably be looking at this Day One journal now, or at least when she gets older, or on her 18th birthday at some point, but her 18th graduation, 18th birthday and graduation. Planning for the future, talking about that stuff, and then a few months later, you're accused of killing this person? Nope. And that's what you see a lot in this Day One journal. It's just more and more evidence of just things that make you think, well, okay, if we were to stack up, and we've been doing this now for almost 7 years, to stack up the evidence that he would kill his daughter, and then compare it to the evidence that he wouldn't kill his daughter, there's definitely a lot more evidence that he wouldn't kill his daughter. I can't really find any evidence that he would. I mean, I'm sure there's some stretches that you could make in certain things, but then you have comments like this. You have comments where he's talking about investing in Rania, and then talking about making sure that she knows her lineage by her 18th birthday. It just doesn't line up with somebody who's planning on killing that same person before her 18th birthday. So take that for what it's worth, people. On March 14, 2015, Detectives Brian Bone, Jim Gummert, and Sean McKnight met with Dan Crowley Sr., Kate Crowley, Dan Crowley Jr., Allison Crowley, and Sidra Alam at the Apple Valley Police Station. We presented the facts of the case to the family as of that date, Detective Bone reported. No details or information were withheld. All information was discussed, and all questions were answered to the best of our abilities. The biggest problem is all of the information that the police didn't have at that time. Did they meet with the family after they had everything on October 7, 2015, when the case was ruled exceptionally cleared? Where was the resistance to the exceptionally cleared conclusion? All that stands between the baseless accusations and the people looking for answers is us. We're the only hope at getting to the truth now. Everyone else has failed to bring us the truth. Where is the truth movement here? Where are the Oath Keepers? Where are the 3%ers? We Are Change? The Ron Paul Revolution? The next revolution will not be televised, probably because it has already been infiltrated by informants and spies and gatekeepers and traitors. For years we have been told that we are the resistance. But what exactly are we resisting? Do we recognize tyranny when we see it? Do we still believe a man is innocent until proven guilty, whether he is dead or not? Our silence is compliance, and our vigilance is irrelevant if we avoid the simple truths. Case closed? I don't think so. Unless you can prove David Crowley guilty, this case will never be closed. It's time to choose a side. A long time ago, the Gray State trailer told you need to stand now or kneel forever. Today I am reminding you to stand now for David Crowley and his family, and keep standing or kneel forever and drown in a pool of shame. Those who panic and those who lie fade away first. Those who support getting justice for David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley will stand forever. Do not resist, in truth persist. Do not stray into the night, stand in the light. You have nothing to fear when you keep Jesus Christ near. Why would anybody rule this case exceptionally cleared? And yet on October 7, 2015, that's exactly what the Apple Valley Police Department did. With everything that they had, knowing all that they knew, and they still closed the case and tried to lead everyone to think that David Crowley was a murderer, a child killer, a domestic abuser, someone who snapped and went crazy. One of the biggest questions that I get all the time, well, if David didn't do it, then who did? It's a fair question. I would also answer that with a question, I guess. If David did it, where's the evidence? Is one question more valid than the other? I believe so. I don't believe we have to prove somebody else did this to prove David Crowley didn't do this. I think they're two separate questions, both very important, both questions that need to be answered. But if we cannot answer the first question, which is what proves David Crowley guilty, then we have to understand that that means he's not guilty. And yes, that means someone else is. But are we to believe that if we can't find who the real killer or killers are here, then we just accept the accusations against David Crowley? That doesn't seem right to me. That doesn't seem fair. That doesn't seem logical, in the words of Spock. It doesn't seem rational. It's definitely not the way that this country is supposed to work. If we're innocent until proven guilty, then we need to respect that. Law enforcement needs to respect that and to enforce that. It's a big responsibility to accuse somebody and not be able to back it up. What is it based on? What are the accusations against David Crowley based on? In the beginning, just like with David and Kamel's family, they probably were told everything that the police knew up until that point, up until March 14th, 2015. But let's take a look at what they knew. What did police know on March 14th, 2015? What could they have told David and Kamel's family at that point, knowing that they were still waiting for the autopsy reports? They were still waiting for the BCA lab results. They were still waiting for David's Dropbox information. It wasn't even until March 24th, 2015, that Detective Brian Bone received a copy of those autopsy reports. As of April 17, 2015, Detective Bone also reported, I have still not received results from the BCA regarding fingerprints, and I have not heard from Dropbox. On April 24th, Detective Bone received and began to review the contents of David's Dropbox accounts. You want to take a guess what he found? I'll let you figure that one out. It wasn't until May 5th, 2015, that all of the Dropbox files had been gone through. Guess what evidence they found to prove David Crowley guilty? This is closing the case? They didn't receive the firearms report until June 2nd, 2015. The bloody latent print tests on the alleged murder weapon were inconclusive when they got the results back on August 5th, 2015. They went through all of the electronics. The Dakota County Electronic Crime Scene Task Force reviewed all electronic items. Guess what they found? Yet, with that conclusion of not finding anything, they just say David is guilty. Here's what Detective Bone says. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. Listen to that statement. Reread that statement. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. So you would expect to find maybe a list of things that the Apple Valley Police can say prove David Crowley is guilty. You would expect to see that when Tom Lydon talks to them. You would expect to see a final summary saying this is based on this ABCDEFG. This is why David Crowley is guilty. What they're really saying is because we couldn't find ABCDEFG and because we couldn't find ABCDEFG for anybody else, David Crowley is guilty. You see how twisted that sounds? See how dumb they think we are? You see how easily some people can be tricked, can be fooled, can be led blindly to believe something that is not true. It's very easy when you look at this case. It can happen to all of us. But if it happened to you, it's time to rethink your view on David Crowley, to rethink your view on this case. Choose a side and choose wisely. There will come a day when people who don't understand now will understand that David Crowley has not been proven guilty and cannot be proven guilty. If the only rebuttal is that we've been unable to prove anybody else guilty, that's an argument made by a very weak person. A strong-minded person, a wise person, would not make such an argument. A strong-minded person and a wise person would recognize if there's nothing to prove David Crowley guilty, then he's innocent. And yes, that's why many people have been looking for who did this and why. And why all of the other weird stuff surrounding it afterwards. But it all boils down to the same thing. Innocent until proven guilty. Then you start looking at how quickly people were accusing David. even after looking at all of this information, by the time 2016 comes, everybody has chosen sides. Everyone who was able to look at the evidence, everyone who was able to look at the autopsies, to look at the DNA proof, to look at the fingerprints, the firearms. What side did you choose and why? I hope there's still many people that are on the sidelines that have not chosen a side yet, but it's time. It is really time to choose a side. Stand with us or cower forever. And we'll wait. All right, wrapping this up here, let's talk a little bit about the term exceptionally cleared. It does not mean guilty. It really doesn't. If it did, we would have a lot more. Exceptionally cleared. Now, I contacted the Apple Valley Police Department to find out what exceptionally cleared meant and got the following response. Exceptionally cleared indicates the case is satisfactorily concluded and prosecution of the suspect or suspects is not being sought. These cases may have been referred to another agency for follow-up. Victim may have withdrawn complaint, parents to handle discipline, or a verbal warning issued in minor offenses. I also asked, would this include if a suspect is deceased? Likely, yes. Are you confused yet? Are things becoming a little more clear in the midst of that confusion? Think about that. Think about where we are, why we're here, and how it really doesn't take much effort to keep understanding, to keep on this case, and to keep reminding people and letting new people know there's nothing to prove David guilty. He is innocent. Who can declare that he's not? Who can prove that he's not? The burden of proof is there. I mean, that's where it needs to be. If you're going to accuse David Crowley, you have to be able to back it up, or you just look foolish, and you have shown your hand. You've shown your true colors. Unless you're scared. Unless you're scared of something or somebody or some power. It doesn't make sense to me why you would assume David Crowley is guilty and stick to it. Enjoy the silence, I suppose. I don't know how you could enjoy it. Sometimes to look outward, we have to look inward. We have to look within ourselves. With a case like this, you do have to look within yourself. What type of a person do you want to be? What type of a human do you want to be? If you want to be a good person, if you want to be a decent person, an honest person, a truthful person, here's a litmus test. Here is something that is really simple to digest, to dig into. We've made it very simple. It's one question, two questions. One, is David Crowley guilty? Two, who did this? The two would go hand in hand, definitely. But, you don't have to answer one to answer the other. But being wise, thinking logically, thinking rationally, you do want to start with the accusations against David Crowley. So the police are concluding by saying that because we couldn't find any evidence that anybody else did this, David must be guilty. The question is, did they look? And how deep did they look? How much could they have possibly looked? If within a day, within 24 hours, if not less, they are accusing David Crowley of being guilty and saying the public is not in any danger. That should raise some red flags right there. And it definitely does. So closing the case? I don't think it's closed. What do you think?
Say hi, Mommy.
Hi, Mommy.
Okay, now we're gonna do the spin, okay? Okay, let's spin. Ready? Set.
Go!
Ah, so spinny. Oh. You don't like it as much as last time, huh?
It's fun, Daddy.
You like it? Is it fun? Yeah?
Ah!
Oh.
Ah!
It's too spinny.
Alright, so I just quickly ran a search, opened up the Day One Journal, ran a search for Joe, and this is what popped up here. This one is from May 16th, 2014, and David writes, Joe Seaton is in town. It's been fun connecting again. This week I met with Danny too. So this is kind of the first time where Joseph Seaton is popped up into David's life. And so obviously nothing wrong with that. A little coincidental, I think, with this, knowing what we know about Joseph Seaton and his Hollywood aspirations and things like that too. But and the timing, because this is right around the time when David is pitching the Gray State script to Hollywood, right around that time. So all of a sudden Joe Seaton shows up. You can see the image that we have of David and Joe Seaton together, and didn't really think too much of it at the time. Even when I saw Joseph Seaton in the Sloppymentary, I didn't really think too much of it. Like, okay, you know, a soldier. It's good to have a soldier kind of give their view, but we have this soldier, at least this one soldier. You know, think of all the soldiers that served with David, and how many of you out there really believe David Crowley is guilty, and based on what too? Just because you were told it, or based on evidence that you've seen? What evidence could that possibly be when the documents clearly show that there is no evidence to prove David Crowley guilty? It's one thing to think it, right? You're free to think whatever you want, but let's be responsible adults here, and let's not just go by our feelings, right? If we go by our feelings, that's going to tell us. If I were to go by my feelings, I would think David Crowley is guilty. I started this whole thing with the assumption, looking for the conclusions that would show me why David Crowley is guilty. It just does not exist, people. It's in the documents. You can clearly see that they found no motive, no reason in this Day One Journal that would lead them to understand why they believe David did what he did. So you gotta go with that too. You look at the DNA results and you can see how little they connect him to the crime scene. Right? No blood on any of the bullets. David's blood is not on any of the bullets found. How the heck can that be if he committed suicide in that living room or in the house or anywhere? There should be some bullet, at least one bullet should have his blood on it, if not more, and it doesn't. So the gun doesn't. They weren't able to tie him to the handwriting in the office bedroom, right? They were able to tie it to the pin, I believe. Just David's left middle finger again. Left hand, I believe David's right-handed here. The gun was by his left hand. We know David shoots with his right hand, on and on and on. You look at where the gun landed, and it's kind of weird if it's on the right side. You follow the trajectory of where the exit wound from what's left of his head is, and you know, you start building all these things, and you can clearly see, and these are all things that the Sloppymentary doesn't cover. These are all things that the people who believe David Crowley is guilty, they don't cover this stuff. They don't want you looking at the real evidence, the real documents. They want to just play on your feelings. So looking at this, I just wanted to see, okay, what is the relationship with Joseph Seaton and David Crowley. And then some of the quotes that David leaves also have to do with other people too, not just Joseph Seaton. So we'll continue to cover that as well. But this is just the one from May 16th, 2014. And here's one from June 22nd, 2014. David writes, earlier, he's writing to himself, right? Earlier you were hanging out with Danny and Joe at Joe's place. So hanging out with Joe at Joe's apartment, that's what he was doing on June 22nd. He says, lots going on and it's all chaos. Hard to keep track of. God, I hope this deal pans out. So he's really hoping that this deal pans out. And it's really interesting that all of a sudden now, you know, he and Danny and Joseph Seaton are all in the same place after we know that David has secured this actual option. So the option is done, right? We can see that David posts about that on Facebook. That is in my book, one of the last chapters, the gray shame chapter, which does pretty much, that chapter at the end of my book does pretty much cover all of David's social media posts, etc., etc. I wish I would have had this journal stuff in there back then. I would have added a lot of this probably to it, and who knows, I may go back and revise my book and add some of this stuff that I believe is really relevant, especially the stuff where, you know, I mean, I had always kind of assumed different things about his relationship with Sean Wright, with Joseph Seaton. We knew about the thing with Danny Mason, but you get a lot of the hard evidence here to really back that up, that the relationship with David and these guys was not really good. So here's what he says: hard to keep track of. God, I hope this deal pans out. Seems to be all that's on my mind. How can this not be stressful? I mean, that's a very good question. How could it not be stressful to be going through all this, and you have these guys, you know, all of a sudden Joseph Seaton is back here. The issue with Danny Mason, how is he going to secure this rights deal and all this stuff? Even though Michael Boggio had made it clear, he's like, he didn't know anything about, you know, David trying to get Danny Mason to sign away anything or to sign any paperwork. Didn't seem like it was relevant to Mike Boggio. So David may have been doing all that for nothing, you know. Maybe he should have not even said anything and just kind of let things roll out. But he got with his lawyer. They were trying to cover all bases, etc., and we see, you know, the whole fallout of everything that happens. It strains the relationship between David and Danny, and between a lot of David and a lot of other people, as we're going to see as we read on here. So continuing on June 25th, Wednesday, June 25th, 2014 at 12:55 a.m., he writes, sometimes it's hard to understand the things I know. I know what I said. Danny and Joe are sucking me dry. There ain't never enough I can throw at these people that they won't demand more. Like everyone in the whole state is a fat charity case I have to sustain forever, because they all see my promise, energy, direction, and drive. Leeches. He doesn't say leeches, I said leeches. I'm sure you're seeing that. And they need it. This is the essence of objectivism. Ayn Rand. I have economy of supply. They of demand. Analyze relationships. Most stay away. The few who make contact hover. So that's just one of the things that he wrote there on June 25th. But he feels that Danny and Joe are sucking him dry, you know, and there's never enough that he can do for them. And like everyone in the state, Minnesota, there's a lot of other people in Minnesota, is a fat charity case I have to sustain forever, because they all see my promise, energy, direction, and drive. They need it. So they need it. So when he's distancing himself from these people, and they need it from his words, so he sees, you know, that they're pretty much, they need him, he doesn't really need them. So when he's moving away from them and pushing away from them, you can clearly see what the result of that is. They need it, you know. So he says, analyze relationships. Most stay away. The few who make contact hover. So they're hovering. It's like, you know, they should be doing their own thing. They should be working on their own thing. And he feels like they're just kind of riding his coattails. That's the way that I read this too. But let me know what you think. Okay, and then here is another part from the same day, June 25th. And he says, then I keep her up all night talking about Kamel, chatting about new revelations. Here are a few. Danny and Joe are not meant to be your lifelong bosom buddies. I don't need their desperate, clingy energies on me. I'm supposed to be going there this morning, but it took a wrench of will to realize I don't want to, and probably shouldn't be wasting my time with them. For so many reasons. All they do is wonder what I'm up to and pitch to me their rehashed version of a gray state-oriented workout boot camp that I had in mind all along. Fine. Let's talk a little bit about that before we move on here. I mean, he's getting these feelings, these instincts. And you always trust your instincts with this stuff that, you know, they're desperate, clingy energies. They're not meant to be your lifelong buddies. He's clearly distancing himself from these guys. And Joe just came back. Joe is just back in town. All of a sudden, it didn't take long for David, maybe a month, to really realize, man, this is not someone that I really want in my life. And obviously he's feeling the same with Danny Mason, which is kind of strange because he's known Danny Mason for years. But obviously, watch any interview with David and Danny Mason, and you can clearly see there is tension, there's rift, there's something. It's subtle. It's there, though. It's there. So there is a lot of information that I believe is there. I mean, you may not agree with that. You may think differently, but that's the way that I look at some of this stuff here. So the interviews, all that stuff is very important. And you can clearly see this is just more stuff where David is pushing away. June 25th, you know, he's realizing this. And he's still going to be dealing with these guys, too. This is not over. This is not the end of dealing with these guys. But said it took a wrench of will to realize I don't want to. You know, he's supposed to be going there, probably supposed to meet with Danny and Joe. And he said, you know, they're pitching him ideas. He feels like he's wasting his time for so many reasons, not just one or two reasons, but all they do is wonder what I'm up to. So they're picking his brain. They're hovering, right? They want to be there. They want to be a part of this thing. They're leeching off of it and not really doing their own thing, but they want to ride what he's doing. And it's like, you know, a while ago, Catherine, Sophia, and I, we were discussing on one of our live shows, and I was like, man, if these guys would have just let David do his thing, they all would have kind of profited from it. And I think Catherine and Sophia disagreed with that. And reading some of the stuff in the Day One Journal, I think they were absolutely right that, you know, I had always thought, man, if they just keep their mouth shut and they can ride David's coattails, you can clearly see David is already trying, by June 25th, he's already trying to get these guys off of his coattails, to wipe them off of his shoulder, wipe the dust from your feet before you leave, you know. There's a bad taste that these guys are putting in his mouth, and he's wasted on them. His time, he feels like, is wasted, and he should not be connecting with these guys. So he still does, and you can see it's almost reluctant, pity, whatever you want to call it. But then he says, all they do is wonder what I'm up to and pitch me their rehashed version of a gray state-oriented workout boot camp. So, you know, it's like we hear all this time, oh, David was, you know, all about the money, in it for the money. There's a lot of things that David could have done if he wanted to just be about the money when it came to Gray State, and he didn't do it. There was a vision. He had a clear vision for what he wanted here. And that's what I see here. All this is just more proof of that. So let's go on where he says, fine, I'll hire you. But they're not talking about hiring. No, it's some kind of implied inclusion into my energy they want. So there, I mean, that is a big, big thing. Big, big thing. They want to be a part of this. They feel like they're entitled to be a part of this. If you read this the way that David is right, the way that I read what David is saying here, it's some kind of implied inclusion into my energy they want. Adam jumping up and down, waving his big monkey arms, willing you're my meal ticket, selling you my meal ticket. Sean says, for $50K a year, I can have him to work and build sets. For $50K a year, for what? Why would you hire that guy for anything? I wouldn't hire it. I wouldn't hire that guy to clean my shoes, man. But I think David kind of realized that too. And David was much more closer with Sean Wright than I ever was. But my dealings with Sean Wright, and I've talked with other people in their dealings, you know, very, very shady stuff. And it seemed like David knew that a long time before a lot of us did. So that is another little tidbit. This is still from June 25th. There's a few things here from June 25th. And so he says, that's just funny though. I mean, so again, the Adam, I don't know if he's talking about Adam, his lawyer, or if he's talking about Adam Schambauer. It's not really clear. But if he's talking about Adam Schambauer, man, that's 4 guys there that are in the sloppumentary that all believe David Crowley is guilty, that he is distancing himself from. And is already knows that they are trying to feed off of his energy. Adam even says, you're my meal ticket to David. Who does that? You know? Whichever Adam it is. But Sean's saying for $50K a year, I can have him to work and build sets. $50K a year? Man, get a real job. And here's what David says. Why is it my responsibility to carry all these people? Jesus, I'm sick of the burden. Being responsible for so many people's future. Yeah, everybody needs to be responsible for their own future, right? Get your own thing. I mean, have something that you can bring to the table, not just something where you can, you're making a deal or making some type of offer where you're still leeching off of David, you know? Like a guy like Zach Carter was able to bring something to the table. A lot of other people, I'm sure, were able to bring something to the table, or else there is no table. There is nothing there for you. So it's just, that is, so here's another one. So another thing that he writes, still on June 25th. So he's writing to himself, go to the West Coast, make new friends. So go to the West Coast, man. He's headed to California. He is headed to he is LA bound. He is not planning on staying in Minnesota. And heading to another state, by the way, is also more evidence of not planning to kill yourself and kill your family. Just want to throw that out there. It seems pretty clear to me, at least. I mean, that's more evidence why I would think, wait a minute. He's heading out to LA, and then all of a sudden he decides not to go and, you know, does what everybody else pretty much wants him to, stay in Minnesota and kill his family. He decides to kill his family and kill himself. It doesn't make any sense. He's headed to California. You can see the resistance from a lot of these goons. He's dancing with goons here. And that's never a good thing. Never a good thing. He still has pity for them, though. You know, he doesn't see them as, like, you know, evil people or bad people. He really has more pity for them than anything. He says, go to the West Coast, make new friends, clear all these yucky marriages to everyone who ever gave you a hand on the film. Boom. Cutting them all out. Done. You know, yucky marriages. Get rid of the yucky ones. Not the good ones, but just the bad ones. They need to find their own lives. And that is really true. You need to clear out and make room for new relationships. So out with the old, in with the new. You know, get the yucky stuff off, put on a new pair of clothes, and walk down to the West Coast, to LA. He's Hollywood bound. But he does say they're nice people, really good people, but they aren't helping you. Right? They're not contributing. They're leeching, you know, offering offering their cost if David wants to hire them or, be associated with them or whatever. But, they're not really bringing their own thing. They're pitching to him the way that David would be pitching to a Hollywood producer. So why would David need that? Why would he need them for that? He's already in that spot, So he's going to do all of the work, make all of the deals, and they're just going to come along for the ride, like his entourage or something. No, you could clearly see he sees exactly where this is going. He's 10 steps ahead of these guys when it comes to that stuff, and clearly sees what they're doing, and they need to get their own lives. They need to do their own thing. He needs to clear them out, and make room for new relationships. Pretty powerful stuff. And another good one is from August 9th, right before Ranya's birthday party, and he says about the birthday party, Danny is coming. I have to convince him to sign away an empire. Sean is coming with his kid, and he gets to ask me why he's not allowed to live here. Sean's still trying to, leeching. It's like, God, man, get your own job, get your own place, and take care of yourself. Don't rely on other people to take care of you. And he says, what a week. He also says Joe is coming. And that mother effer is so frat boy stupid, so monstrously lost and transparent and happily oblivious to his own spectacle that last week I wept for him. So this guy's just so clueless, no self-awareness, nothing like that. And, to the point where, David is just like, he wept for him. He cried. So he's here, oh, David was crying about that. He cries for these guys too. Some of his words, he's talking about Joseph Seaton here, some of his words were so far from understanding that I folded my hands and wept tears for him in a moment of total clarity and consideration for his tiny mind. Again, that is on August 9th, he's writing that. So it's just like the more he's dealing with Joseph Seaton, the more he realizes, man, this guy is just completely lost, frat boy stupid, oblivious to his own spectacle, doesn't even realize, what he's doing, and just, it's hard to be around people like that, especially when it's the guy David served with and everything, and then this guy is going to turn around and accuse David of this monstrous crime and not be able to back it up, not be able to provide any evidence, and probably throw Kamel in there too. So it's just crazy the way some people try to not only, talk about David, but talk about David's wife and everything. I'm surprised they didn't blame Rania for the whole thing at this point, right? But the whole thing is, man, believe whatever you want, but just have some facts to back it up, not just your feelings, your oblivious, stupid feelings. Anyways, so that's what he writes there. David writes on August 9th. All right, and then we have August 11th, 2014, and he says, this is the morning after Ranya's party. It was good. She was good. Everything was kind of as we called it, but a few happy and a few nasty surprises. Joe is a douchebag, as I put it, an asshole that doesn't know it's an asshole. So he doesn't really elaborate too much on that, but it's just, I thought I would throw that in there. I was trying to find anything about Joe Seaton, and you can see this is just bad stuff, very bad stuff. Nothing good is happening here. And we're going to talk a little bit about the way that it ends later from Joe's side, which he does not mention in the Sloppymentary. I don't know. Who knows how long they interviewed him. But it's just weird that they would even interview this guy. All the people they interviewed, the people that David had issues with, except for me and Dan, probably, who else was talking positive about David Crowley? We didn't know the guy, right? And then you can clearly see, like, where is this side? Where is the side from the Day One Journal? Who's talking about that? Who was on David's side saying, man, these guys were assholes. These guys had no idea what they were doing. They were clueless. They were leeching off of David. Where was that point of view? They had the document. They had it all there. So it was just like they wanted to do a counter to that, knowing that one day we would probably get this. So But he calls him a douchebag, an asshole who doesn't know it's an asshole. I mean, it doesn't get any more weird than that. But you know, overall, it sounded like it was a big pleasant thing with he and his family. So that's good. But so you can see Joseph Seaton did something again that frustrated David or irritated David at the very least. All right, again, that is August 11th, the day after the party. So we have the day before, the day after, and then next we'll look at the end of David and Joseph Seaton's relationship via a text from Joseph Seaton to David Crowley. And another name that seems to come up a lot now is Joseph Seaton, ever since he was seen in Eric Nelson's film, A Gray State. Been some questions about Eric Seaton. Was he David's commander? Did he serve? Obviously he served with them. What was his rank? All that good stuff. So the way that Joseph Seaton, you know, talks about David is not really in a very good light. And he is another one that just assumes that David Crowley is guilty, and so doesn't really offer, you know, any evidence or anything like that. It's just more of this weird innuendo, or whatever you want to call it, speculation. So let's read here. This is on page 155 of David Crowley's journal. This is from Friday, October 17th, 2014. He says, beyond that, I got a text from Joe. Quote, "We made beautiful music together. Goodbye, Dave. This pigeonhead is butthurt, but I haven't responded to his texts." Oh, this pigeonhead is butthurt. I haven't responded to his texts. He's a single asshole living alone with no job, family, or possessions. What does he imagine we have in common? So here you have another guy that David is critical of that ends up in Eric Nelson's sloppumentary film for whatever reason. Where's all the good people, you know, that knew David, that don't believe that he's guilty? Why don't we see those people in Eric Nelson's film? Well, I'm sure you can imagine why they only put certain people in there. You know, my guess is if David Crowley's family and Kamel's family thought that David was not guilty, they probably wouldn't be in the sloppumentary. And we know that Kamel's family isn't. But that whole thing was laid out weird. It's a very one-sided film, so it's good to see stuff like this in here because you're getting it directly from David Crowley, right? And it's possible Joseph Seaton saw this. This could have influenced some of the things that Joseph Seaton said after reading this, after seeing this, but it sounds like Joseph Seaton doesn't make it very clear to the public that he ended the relationship with David here on Friday, October 17, 2014, in the early morning. So it was kind of weird the way Joseph Seaton just kind of showed up into David's life, and then lots of things happen, and then he's gone, just like that. So he calls him a pigeonhead. He says that he's not responding to his text. It's not really clear why he's not. I think whatever happened earlier at Ranya's party and all that stuff, where when David called him a douchebag, I think a lot of that obviously had to do with it. But he says, what does he imagine we have in common? You know, he's talking about Joseph Seaton. He's single, living by himself, no job, no family, or possessions. What does he imagine we have in common? Not much.
Just got home from Illinois, locked the front door, oh boy.
Why are you not snoring? There we go. Going.
There we go.
Let's see. I believe we are live.
It says waiting for.
Yeah, I see you.
Okay. Why do I hear myself?
It says waiting for. Okay, there we go. Autoplay. Wait.
I see you.
Why do I hear myself? How's it sound on YouTube?
Okay, there we go. Sounds like Charlie Brown.
Does it? Yeah, why do I hear myself? Damn it. Okay. Let's see what to do this here.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear you before on YouTube, of course, with the delay, you know.
Okay. It was just weird I could hear myself.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear you before.
See, now I can hear you. For some reason.
We should have started this earlier.
Just wondering if it's because.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear you before.
Testing now, I can hear you. Testing 1 2 1 2.
Yep, you're there.
Okay. I hear me. Everybody hears me. I can hear all of you. Welcome.
Hear.
How do we sound?
I hear you fine.
How do we sound? See, I hear myself.
Okay, now you're muffled.
I hear everything
Yeah,
just fine. Yeah, I mean, it sounds just clear on my end.
It's just weird. I can hear myself in a delay or something. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 and 3. We will begin here shortly. Just verifying.
Mary says that she can hear all of us just fine.
Just fine. Okay.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay. Alright, as long as it's coming through YouTube, fine. See, now I hear myself. I'm on YouTube.
Well, you're going to have, don't you have to mute your YouTube to turn your sound off because you're going to hear the delay?
I thought I did, though. It looks like it's off.
Oh, okay.
See, I'm looking at it here. What happens if
Yeah, because I don't hear an echo or anything. I hear just you talking. Well, I've muted YouTube as well, but yeah, I only hear you.
Okay, so just testing to see my audio.
Did we lose you, Greg?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna run with it. As long as everything is okay in YouTube, as long as anyone in YouTube is not hearing a delay or anything like that, I think we're good to go. So please, if you are, please let me know. Or else, here we are. How's everybody doing?
Tired.
Cool. Glad to hear it. Stay tired. It's gonna be, yeah, pretty interesting. Interesting thing here. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start. Thanks to everybody who has joined us, everybody in our chat, and everyone that is watching this on the replay. Everybody around the whole world. I know this is a different time zone, so there's no way we're ever going to match it up where everybody's time zones kind of match, but we're going to do the best that we possibly can. So this is late for the USA and very, very early for our UK listeners, and I know we have a lot of UK listeners. UK is number 2, Australia is number 3, and then there's just a ton of other places that kind of, Canada too. So, Canada. I know we have a lot of great people there. So tonight we are going to be talking about the Ballad of Tony Floyd. Now, if you don't know who Tony Floyd is, that's exactly what we're going to talk about. And how does Tony Floyd relate to the David Crowley case and the accusations against David Crowley? And if you want to go directly to the website that we're going to reference, just go to crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. Lots of documents, lots of things that we found there. A couple days ago, Tony posted into the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. Obviously, one of the first things at the very top, he wants to make sure to stop playing detective, which is a very good quote, so I wanted to add that in here as well. And this is what he posted. I believe it was Monday, if I remember correctly. This past Monday, he posted the link and he said, "File dump of public records as people like to play games and get territorial. I don't support your cause." So at first I was a little confused about what this was, what I was looking at here, so I was very confused about this whole thing. Now, Tony Floyd had joined the group maybe couple,
a day before. It was a day before.
Was it? Yeah, and he had created. This is a fake account, obviously. This was created like about maybe 8 minutes before he tried to join the group. So usually I don't do that. Usually I'll kind of, I'm a little skeptical, but I figured, no, let's see where this goes, and I'm glad I did. Because this is what we got here. So, this is also... Go ahead.
I'd like to say something for the record. I'd like to thank Tony for this website. It's eye-opening, to say the least. I also want to say that we, admins and myself, received everything except for the ME photograph. We received it all a couple weeks ago, and we were releasing it a little bit at a time. And I know that we were redacting some things from the journal that Apple Valley had overlooked. And that's the only reason why we hadn't released it yet to the group. But we already had most of this stuff, and we're still waiting for even more records, like over 7,000 pages worth.
Wow.
So, and when that comes in, that will be available to the group once we go through it and make sure sensitive material like addresses and certain phone numbers are redacted, and sensitive in the nature of personal. Is that the right word to use for this? Intimate.
Intimate
stuff is redacted. There we go, intimate.
And I know you and Catherine have a different view on that than I do. Catherine, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I am probably the farthest thing you will find from a prude, but what was in there, because it was so personal, and I mean, what goes on between a husband and wife is nobody's damn business, and not even my own. And so that stuff, it added nothing to the real context of what David was saying and the parts that mattered. So what they did, how they did it, all that's, it's none of our business, and that really, it should remain private. And again, because how many of us want prying eyes, in your bedrooms? And that's pretty much what's going on. You might as well just open up, your entire house and do whatever it is you do with windows wide open and everybody can stare in. And I don't think anybody wants that. So yeah, I would never be okay with releasing those intimate details. I just never will.
And I know that we had debated within ourselves about releasing the journal itself because it is so highly personable. But we knew that real researchers who care about this case would want to know certain information in regards to what David wrote. I can tell you right now, it doesn't show him spiraling into darkness like the documentary says or all the news articles says. He's writing about deeply personal things. And if I ever kept a diary, I wouldn't want it plastered everywhere. So I feel very conflicted about having this put out. It does help, but I feel very conflicted about it. Yes,
Yeah.
Jared, we received these by FOIA request.
Who do you think did a better job at redacting? Tony or the AVPD?
Tony. Without a doubt, it was Tony.
And that's why we didn't post the one that we received to the group, because we weren't done redacting, and Tony's is redacted. So we were like, okay, well, we'll just let the one that's on his website be available to everybody. So
Yep, and that website.
we had wanted to redact the addresses, like the GPS stuff, and like I said, a few things, intimate details that Apple Valley had overlooked by accident. And so those were the things that we were still trying to get taken care of. But we had released the internet searches, and that was really helpful because that also showed that David was not Googling the things that Jason Hendricks said that he was Googling.
Oh, yeah. And that's why I think, when we get to that point where the journal actually is going to set a lot of things straight, and it shows, just the amount of lies that were told by the Gray State guys. And David explains in his own words what he did, why he did it. And like you said, it wasn't a spiral into depression and all that garbage that you hear from everybody else. But, again, I can't stress this enough. I think anybody who puts the personal stuff online needs to have their personal issues and their intimate details and everything photographed, videotaped, recorded, and then stuck online. Because then how would, that, yeah, I feel strongly about it. I guess that's enough to be said.
That's great.
I mean, he was conflicted in a lot of ways, and he struggled. But what person doesn't?
Exactly.
And what person isn't conflicted about certain things?
Yeah.
But this is being used against him
Mm-hmm.
in the worst way. I mean, they have totally flipped this around and said, okay, this is what proves his guilt. No, it doesn't. It just proves he's human.
Yep.
So, okay.
And that website.
Shall we get on with the website?
Yeah, that website. Anybody can go there. Go to crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. So I got the link up here, and that's what we're going to go over here. But everybody can go there and check it out for themselves. I don't think there's any malware or anything like that on this website. So we were able to download all of this stuff. So if you're not comfortable downloading it there, we will have it to where you can download it in other places. But because Tony put this out, please think about downloading it there. Hey, Defro, I want to say hey to Derek, and I want to say hey to Mary as well, and everybody else in the chat. Defro says, Tony Floyd, my hero. Shout out Tony Floyd. Yeah, yep, I was thinking that too. Defro, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, okay, first it was Red Ron. He was my hero. Then it was a soldier who served with David named Mac. He was my second hero. And then we have Tony Floyd here. So all different, talking about different things, different data and stuff. But it really shows how deep that this goes, regardless of your view on David Crowley. And we're going to see how different Tony's view is from the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. This guy is a class act. Whoever this person is a class act. And I don't know. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to echo what Sophia was saying and what you just said. Even though Tony is on the opposite end of the spectrum of this from us, it takes someone of class and someone with some ethics to be able to say, you know what, I don't agree with your stance, and in fact, I will vehemently disagree. However, everyone should have the same information. So that truly is a rarity these days. So thank you so much, Tony.
Yeah, and I mean, why hide information?
Right.
If these people actually believe that this information proved David guilty, why not put it out there to shut us up? But instead, they greedily held on to it.
Yep.
Like even to the point where they watermarked information and said that they owned the rights to these.
Yeah, which you can't even legally do. That is against the law, what they did.
Wow.
And that they're they are treading a fine line. You can't take a photograph from someone else's work, especially the BCA, right? This is their work, and then put your watermark on it. That is actually illegal.
So, I mean, anyway, if they had really wanted to prove David's guilt, and they thought for 100% that this proved his guilt, they would have shown it to everybody to shut us up. But instead, no, they wanted the drama.
It's the secret knowledge, huh?
The information's here now, and we're going to go over it with you guys.
Yep.
So, Greg?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the secret knowledge, or we have the data, but you can't have it. I've never really been a fan of that. Those carrots have been dangled before us since the case really first started, and it's sad that some people actually fell for it and took it, and then just kind of sat on it. I don't know how long this information has been sat on. It sounds like a very long time, and that is not good. That's not cool, and that is probably the most frustrating thing with me. That's my real big beef, is how long this information was sat on, and why we're going to talk about this too. Why only certain, Derek brought it up too, why only certain people are getting certain data. That is not cool either, right? Because the Apple Valley police, and they know this, that's why they're being pretty quiet right now. They know that they cannot pick and choose what type of data that they get. So, I don't know I don't know if you two have reached out to the Apple Valley. You're definitely free to talk about whatever you want to talk about there. But when I reached out to them, and I'm still expecting some more data, I wanted to make sure that what they're seeing here, what I'm seeing here, what we're going to talk about, should be included in the data that we're still waiting for. So let's hope it is. It should be, or else there's some legal problems there. There's some, not only fairness, whatever you want to say, but again, it's like, You either give it, it's either public or it's not, but you don't get to say who gets it and who doesn't get it. That's just not how those statutes work, and I think even Tony covers that. So then a few days later, this was yesterday, Tony Floyd wanted to correct, so he posted in the group for a second. I think he's only posted twice here in the group so far that I've seen. And so what he posted yesterday, to clear some things up, I don't agree with this group's theorization of what happened. I originally sided with facts versus fiction because of aligned beliefs, even regarding the disclosure of materials and lack thereof. After dealing with their lies, he's talking about the facts versus fiction. After dealing with their lies, exclusion, and patronizing tones, I eventually got sick of them and have published these materials as I disagree with their hypocritical attempt at a virtue signaling, especially, I lost my train of thought.
Virtue signaling monopoly, especially after receiving threats and attempts at slander.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Attempts at slander. Okay, here we go. This is a gross oversimplification, but I doubt anyone cares much. If the blame is to fall on anyone, it was their responsibility to not start a game of chicken with the release of materials under quote-unquote my name. Lots of stuff to cover here. What do you guys think about all of this?
He's very frustrated, and I see it as a man. I'm assuming it's a man who, you know what, they pushed him too far, and he's like, you know what, you don't own me, and I'm not going to hide this because this is what I feel everybody should see. And so he just said, up yours, I'm doing it. And then, he did it.
I have to admire him because he's actually calling them out for who they really are. I mean, these people, they will slander you. They will threaten you. They will threaten your family.
Yep.
And they feel that they have the right to do that because we are looking into this case.
Do you think the family has told them to do that, to do those things?
They claim that they are protecting the family.
By
I don't
slandering
know
us,
if the family has asked them to do it or not. And honestly, they're liars. And even Tony will say that they are liars. And the fact that they claim that you and Dan hide evidence of David's guilt, but in reality, they're the ones who are hiding evidence from other people. I mean, how hypocritical is that? That is their one reason for why they don't like you or Dan, and why they turn other people against you guys, is because they're saying that you and Dan have evidence. And I know for a fact that this is not true, because I have been submitting FOIAs to Apple Valley, to the BCA, to the Sheriff's Department there in Dakota County. And everything that I have received back does not show guilt for David. And there is nothing that we have hidden from the group. We have posted everything once we've gone through and removed sensitive information. So it's complete and utter BS, and it's a tactic that they're using to turn people against the justice group. It's a very shady tactic.
And it's not working. Let's be honest. It's not working. It's only helping us. just like Eric Nelson.
Can I also? I wanted to say that yes, we did receive a lot of this information about a week or so ago, maybe a little bit longer. But again, we weren't holding on to it because we don't want to share it. We are holding on to it to make sure that nothing inappropriate gets out. Anything and everything that is absolutely pertinent to the case needs to stay in, but we're not trying to hide information. We're just trying to redact the stuff that didn't quite get redacted very well from the police department. Now, if they're redacting it, that means they don't want anybody to see it. Unfortunately, we could still see some of it. So, and there's the difference. We don't, as far as I know, our group is not about hiding information. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. This data, I just received the documents here personally. I just received them a couple days ago. Yeah, maybe yesterday, Wednesday, whenever Wednesday. I don't know what day it is. But I'll be honest with you. If I would have received it first, I probably would have just put it out the way it is. With everything the way it is. And maybe I would have regretted that 2 days later, 4 days later. I mean, who knows? I don't know. But it's not, I don't want to withhold any information. There's no need to withhold anything. If people don't have it, if I haven't put it out there, it's because I don't have it yet. What I get, I usually just want to just put it out there.
And I guess that's where you and I kind of split hairs, because if it's not, for me, it's not withholding information. It was redacted, but it was poorly redacted. And just because it was poorly redacted doesn't mean I should go and let out another person's mistakes. So we're not asking, and I've never, we've gone back and forth over this. I'm never advocating redacting what was not originally redacted by the police department. Again, they just failed to do a good job at it. So, we're taking out what they should have taken out and covered up better anyway. That's not the same thing as withholding.
True.
Yeah, and this is just intimate details that we were trying to redact to. It was and the addresses or GPS locations.
Yeah.
Only to protect certain people and to, I guess, not put embarrassing stuff out there for the internet to read. I mean, it's really not the internet's business.
I mean, it gets.
I don't want anybody ever reading about that.
I know it's a really tough one, because obviously, I was on a different side about the whole the one photo that we had of those bodies, and that was a big issue then, because I was not for releasing that. But at the same time, if I knew somebody else had it and they're just holding it, I can see the other side of it, and I can see how that would bother people to hold things. So I have no interest in withholding anything. I've never withheld anything except for that one photo there. But we've never, we don't, I'll say this again, and I want people to know, it's a fair question to ask me, and I know many people have, and there's nothing wrong with asking those questions. If you ask me anything, I'm going to tell you my view. I'm going to give you my thoughts. There's no games. You're not going to get any games here. I'm going to give you my direct thoughts. As long as you're honest, as long as you do it, just in a regular human way, hey, Greg, do you really think that David is guilty? And I will keep saying this. I do not believe that he's guilty. 100%. I believe there is no evidence to back up the theory that David Crowley is guilty. I know Dan Hennon feels the exact same way. We do not have any evidence. We have not seen anything to lead us to believe that David Crowley is guilty. We're looking for it. We've been looking for it. It is not there. It is simply not there. The Apple Valley Police, the BCA, they've told us we've given you everything. Obviously, here we have another case where that is not true. Okay, so unless they're withholding something from us, the smoking gun that will show us David Crowley is guilty, it does not exist. I just want to say that one more time. 100%, I believe David Crowley is not guilty, based on the evidence, based on the facts, not based on the fiction. The stuff that has been told about us is fiction. If someone was using David's Day One journal to say that this proves he's guilty, that is 100% fiction. Anyone that believes David Crowley is guilty and says that they have the evidence, that is 100% fiction. The police are very clear that everything that they have, everything shows that they could not find any motive and no reason why David Crowley is guilty. That's why the million dollar question has always been the same. Well, what does prove him guilty? Fiction. So
yeah, they came up with their answer because they couldn't come up with a different answer. I mean, with what we've been presented, there's not even circumstantial evidence that he did it. They have nothing. Right. So it would never stand up in a court of law. They couldn't even, get him arrested. So, but because he wasn't here and there wasn't a person to charge with this crime, then they were forced by law to close it. What was that term you used, Greg? Exceptionally clear. That's it. Clear. So to exceptionally clear something is when you have nobody that around that you think they did it, but they're not here. So in order to close it, it's quote unquote exceptionally cleared. Well, that's not okay with me. That's not good enough. They always said that if you see the document, you'll understand. Well, the more I see, the more I'm like going, nope, not getting it.
I know that each of us read the journal individually, and each of us all commented that it did not prove guilt.
No.
No, I
and
think
the same thing with the searches. Before we even had posted them that night, we all had gone through it, and each one of us said, nope, this doesn't prove guilt either. So, I don't know why why they hold on to it, Apple Valley, for as long as they did, because...
Well, we don't know when Tony got this information, right? But we know that he's been sitting on it. We know that this fiction group has it, but yet they're saying that Dan and I are withholding stuff. But here we have the real facts that show that they're actually the ones who have been withholding stuff from the people. You don't withhold stuff if it, like you said, you don't withhold stuff if it will help your case. Because all that we want to do, is either say, look, if there's something that proves David Crowley guilty, show us so that we can, like Dan said, close down the whole group, move on to other things. That's not it. That is not what's happening. What is happening, like you said, are the same thing that's happened to Tony. It's probably happened to many people here. And it's just pointless because it didn't stop Tony. It's not going to stop us. It is only going to make them look foolish, and it's going to come back and bite all of them. Anyone who is playing games, anyone who is doing the things that you're doing to Tony, you will pay. God sees everything. You are not going to get any further away from that. Justice will come to you too. There's no reason to play games. There's no reason to slander. There's no reason to do all of these things that you're going to see that happen to Tony here. And it's just dumb. So it's whatever. The thing. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if you had wanted to move on to the next
slide,
because I think that explains a little bit more about what Tony is trying to prove.
Okay, so this was added to Tony's website. So if you go to the website, he has added some things there, and he makes it clear that he does not support our group. He does not support a gray stage, which is me, apparently. He does, or any other representatives who claim David Crowley was not the perpetrator of this crime. He has viewed many of their videos, read the Gray State, read my book, looked at all of the documents, and has viewed everything, and he still believes David Crowley is guilty. Okay? Through this, I have come to the same unbiased conclusion as the AVPD MNBCA, and other agencies involved in the investigation that David Crowley murdered his family before killing himself. Context. I see the name coward. Now, I'm not sure exactly if he's talking about us. I don't think we've called him cowards, attention seekers. I don't know who he's talking about.
No, that was the other group. I believe it was either Louise or Joe that called him a coward. I think it was Louise.
He's a coward for releasing the data to the public, data that the public should have had 6 years ago. He's like what Defro says. He is a hero. He's not a coward. Definitely not a coward. No. And attention seeker. If he wanted to seek attention, he could have done this at any time. And he could also say whoever he was to get the attention to him. And evil for being thrown around. Okay, so that's not directed towards us or anything. It's just. I mean, I was just baffled by that, by some of the allegations that were tossed to him.
Yeah. These 3 points, he is discussing the other group. He is calling them out for what they have been posting about him since you posted the website and the group.
Okay.
That's when they found out about it, is when you posted it in the group. And they got livid, threw a temper tantrum, and this is his comeback to them. Or, excuse me, his clap back to them.
Who's clap back?
Hey, William.
Hey, William.
Tony.
Hello. Oh, okay. Hello.
We're just talking about what's happening between Tony Floyd and the fiction group.
Those jokes. Yeah, my fans.
Your fan club. Your fan club.
All of us.
Oh man, yeah,
I'm
those kids are hilarious.
Fan,
I mean, it's so ridiculous. They're just.
What do you think about all this?
Frustrating.
What are your thoughts on this?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the fact that they're claiming they own the image, that right there is a huge red flag. I don't like that. I mean, I don't think they can claim ownership for one, but
no.
But for two, the fact that like they want to go and prove us wrong, right? Well, then why would they withhold anything? You know, I mean, the thing is, I think they withheld this because, from what I can see, this proves our point even further. So, I mean, from the clothes, then you've also got the photo of the gun. I mean, all this has already proven our point a little bit further. So, I mean, the fact, like I said, they withheld I think that's just mainly because they knew they're wrong. And they're trying to go and keep everybody basically in the dark and just let everybody think that we're wrong. But when they come over and they see what we have to go and offer, you know, what we explain, and then on top of that, then they get to see this now. It's just, everybody can see it for what it is. And AVPD obviously they made a terrible, terrible call here. And the fact that also that photo, as you guys probably already seen, well, I of course you guys already seen it. You know, obviously somebody took it with a cell phone. That was not done with a camera, like one that you would see crime scene investigation use. They would be using a DSLR, hands down, just because that's going to give you the clearest possible photo. You know, but you can definitely see there's graininess there, which, I mean, I like I said, I can't blame anybody for thinking it's Photoshopped to some degree, but once again, you know, I enhanced it to show it's not. It's absolutely not Photoshopped. Because if it was Photoshopped, you'd see that the grain would be way off. So I don't care how good somebody's at Photoshopping. There's no way they're getting that level of grain like that to replicate that perfectly. So.
Well, you can if you fix it, you Photoshop it, and then you take a photo of the Photoshopped photo. There are ways to go about that. I've done it, but you know, however,
I would like I said, I would love to see somebody do it. I am 110% they cannot perfectly replicate it.
But the whole thing is,
mm-hmm.
though, is that like how I guess I want to know, how do you know, did you look at the metadata? Is there any metadata to see on how that photo was taken and with what it was taken?
Oh, like I said, I only looked at it from the Photoshop aspect, and I didn't get a chance to look at the metadata. I've been kind of like running around with like a chicken with his head cut off all day.
Yeah.
Join the club,
but,
William.
But I did, like I said, I looked at it through Photoshop, but I'm assuming it is, like I said, it does appear that it was done with a flip phone.
Wow. So maybe
So,
somebody
because
took
once again, it like I said, it had to have been a flip phone, because if you look at smartphones, their cameras they're way better than that. That was not done with a smartphone.
Well, did they have smartphones back in 2014? I know it sounds like a stupid question, but I don't know. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, they totally did.
I think there is a photo in either the Apple Valley PD or the BCA that shows one of the detectives with a flip phone.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And I mean, the thing is, this is the other thing. I'm not sure if you guys have talked about this yet, but really, this had to have been done. I mean, I think I already posted it. Maybe it was on the infographic, but this had to have been done by one of the officers who entered and cleared the house, because they would have picked the gun up and everything. That would have been done in clearing the house.
Well, could it have also been someone who legally or illegally had access to a crime scene photo, was able to see the photo and snap the real crime scene photo image with their phone?
You mean like somebody got into the crime scene and used their phone to take a picture?
No, like somebody was shown crime scene photos, a friend, an alleged friend, and they were able to just pull out their camera, pull out their phone, and snap a photo of it.
I don't believe so. There would be, like I said, I'm going to be doing some tests this weekend, just to go and double check, able to actually get a hold of a flip phone. So I'm going to go and see if I can actually go and run some tests with that. So I don't believe so, because once again, there would be things like gloss. If they're taking a picture, let's say on another phone, on a computer, something like this, there would be some glare to it. You definitely see some, like, for instance, if you guys have seen the pictures, I take a picture when I'm working on my tablet. I'll just take a picture of what's on my tablet, right? Or monitor, graphics monitor, whatever you want to call it. And you'll definitely see there's like some lines coming down. That's all just, I mean, that's standard when you got like electronics and stuff you're taking pictures of. You're going to see that kind of stuff. And there was nothing like that. This is just pure grain, which, like I said, that tells me, A, there was bad lighting, which, once again, we know there wasn't great lighting in there. You know, they didn't do anything, to lighting so that way they could see everything clearly. On top of that, this had to have been done with a really cheap camera, which, once again, we know flip phones have. They're really, really crappy. And then, of course, if you go with a smartphone, you're going to have a higher quality.
Well,
and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we do know that they were using professional cameras. That it's evident by that. However, you have to also consider that it's possible that someone had a printout of this photo and then took a picture of the printout of the photo with their flip phone as well. I mean, there are so many ways to make a really bad photo. However, I think it still comes back to the point of that is the gun on the floor. And I had to eat crow and admit I made a mistake. That is the gun on the floor. But even though that may be the gun on the floor, it doesn't change the end result of the case.
True.
That being there, it's like, so what? Now we know that, a gun was on the floor. Big deal. What does that matter?
Well, I think what matters to me the most looking at that photo is, was that photo given to the public or was it not? If it was, then we all should have access to it. If it wasn't, then the two people who are claiming property ownership of it have a big problem, a legal problem.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
Well, they wouldn't necessarily have. They wouldn't necessarily have the legal problem. It's whoever gave them the photo. If it wasn't meant to be public, and I don't think it was. Right.
Well, they would still be. They would know who that is, and they would be part of that legal problem. Definitely.
They could be. Yeah, they definitely could be. But I would definitely say it'd be whoever the clearing officer was.
Their best bet.
And like I said,
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, go for it.
I was gonna say their best bet, if this photo was not obtained in a legal manner and they were given it, they need to go to the Apple Valley and they need to tell them where they got that photo from. And that person
Absolutely.
something needs to happen to whoever did that. If it was not legally obtained. If it was
I don't
legally
think it
obtained,
was. And
then, you know, if
I mean,
here's the other scenario, because there is a scenario C. That it was released, but it was not supposed to be. And that's on the Apple Valley then.
Yeah.
That's on them, and
Yeah.
that makes it public. If they released it through a public data dump or a public file request or something like that, that's on them. It's public.
I mean, last I checked, I mean, they're not supposed to be taking photos with their phone, the crime scene, something like this. You know, so any photo is supposed to be taken. I believe it's through the crime scene investigation, or they're supposed to have a camera on hand. Which, like I said, this is where I think it's kind of problematic for whichever cop took this. This had to have been done by, like I said, it had to have been one of the clearing police officers. So.
Yeah, I don't.
But
I
last
don't
thing
know.
before I gotta go is I
Go
do
ahead.
gotta go in like
Go
a
ahead.
second. But
no.
the other thing I really wanted to go and mention that's actually really relevant about this is we also get to see the positioning of the gun, which
Yes.
once again, I mean, I feel like that's really, really relevant when it comes to, you know, trying to say David's guilty or not, you know, and I think the way where it's at and everything, I do think that it does show a little more innocence here than it does guilt. I see no guilt here.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
so I got to bounce. So thanks for having me, guys, and I will talk to you guys later.
Well,
Thank you,
thanks for
brother.
dropping in.
We'll talk to you soon.
Of course.
Have a good night.
You guys too.
You too, man. That is Mr. William Rail. He is. You can catch him on Twitch. He does a lot of Twitch videos covering this case. Whether you agree with him or whether you disagree with him, he and I disagree on a lot of things. Where you can see we're still able to have a cordial chat here and just talk about this stuff. And that's what this really is. You know, a lot of the stuff that happens in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group is a think tank. We're trying to figure out what is happening. We're not acting like we know what really happened or we have it all figured out, but we're just going to play games with other people, ha ha ha, all this stuff. Like, that's not the way that you get to the truth, and that's not how you help people, including helping this family. If you're playing games, you are not helping this family at all.
Right.
If you're withholding things, if you're making threatening comments to other people, if you're attacking other people, that is not helping David's family or Kamel's family at all. And you should be
It's counterproductive.
ashamed. It's very counterproductive. And it also, you know, does not help them. It doesn't help their cause. Unfortunately, it does help us because it helps us show why these people are liars and frauds and just fiction writers. That's it. So, and that's time that obviously we don't want to be spending on this, on talking about them. And maybe that's what they really want. And that also is not helping the family. You know, so nothing that they do is helping the family. If you want to help the family, let's find out what the truth is. Let's get some solid facts of what will prove David innocent or guilty. We have thousands of solid facts of why he is not guilty. We have not seen one fact to show that he is guilty.
Okay.
Go for
Next
it.
slide or
Next slide. Let's see. Did we miss anything? So he had 3 points here, right? He says, yes, I am. And I think he's being facetious a little bit here.
yeah,
Possibly.
sarcastic. It
Yeah.
does, you know, smartass kind of way, which is okay, you know, because it's the only way to deal with these people.
Yeah.
So
You're right. He does seem frustrated, and he does seem like he's just, you know, fed up. I mean, he does not support our cause. He does not support what we're doing, but at the same time, he also makes it clear that, I mean, he posts in the group and gives us all of this data. So there must be something there. There must be some common ground that we've been able to find, and we found that with. I mean, I've spoken with many people who believe that David Crowley is guilty, and we've gone back and forth on private chats and things like that, and that's fine, you know. So.
He just believes that everybody should have access to information in regards to the state.
Yeah.
And a decent human being would believe that. So.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I didn't like about what he posted yesterday was he said, I don't agree with this group's theorization of what happened. And I think that's a very general and broad statement because obviously, you know, we all, and I think, Catherine, I think you commented on that too. You know, we all have kind of our own views, our own things. I've made it very clear that I do not have a theory. So when I hear people, you know, telling me that, you know, about a theory, it's like, wait a minute, I don't have a theory. I've made it very, very clear. I've made 2,000 videos, you know, making sure that, you know, people understand that I do not have a theory. I do not have one working theory. I will entertain many, many theories, and I will keep going back to several theories. Maybe there's I think somebody even asked me one time, you know, if you had to like rate different theories. I've been able to really do that, but they're just theories. But I don't think that the group itself, the Justice for David Crowley Family Facebook group, has a theory. We have not come up with just one theory and then just kind of ran with it. Whereas this fiction group has a theory that David Crowley is guilty, and they just kind of run with it and just, you know, have the blinders on to anything else, to thousands of pages of documents, photos.
And that's the frustrating thing is they spend their time slandering anybody who says David is innocent, and they go through all this effort to rip and tear them apart on social media in their videos and all this other stuff, but present not one thing to back their position. But we're trying to back our position with evidence, stuff that is given to us by the police themselves. Right. And like you were saying, there isn't one theory. I think I've read, it's like everyone who looks at the case and then comments on the group page, everybody has a different idea of what they think happened. You know, so it's people, they're, you know, you're throwing out ideas and talking things over. Well, what if this could happen? And what if that happened? And I mean, that's a good thing. I think, you know, to throw and toss ideas out is how you can get and whittle things down.
Right. What else? Okay, so we're going to look at some of the files that are included in this quote-unquote data dump. The image of the gun found at the crime scene, which this for me, like I said, this is the big one because I've been asking for this. I know I'm not the only one, but we've been asking for this for six years. And I believe in the 21 questions for Detective Gummer, this is one of the questions that I asked. I said, hey, give me a censored photo. A censored photo. I don't want to see the bodies. All I want to see is where the gun is. I want to see where the butt of the gun. I want to see where that gun is facing. That's all that I wanted for 6 years. And it took our hero, Tony Floyd, and his data dump to get that. And again, people have been withholding this photo, have been withholding this thing, and I do hope that this was legally obtained. And if it was, then Detective Gummert and I are going to have hopefully we're going to have a chat here in the very near future to figure out why I was not given this photo when I specifically asked for this. Now, Detective Gummert has been nothing but professional. The Apple Valley Police, same thing. The BCA has been more than that as far as my personal dealings with them. But it's kind of weird. The BCA has given us so much stuff, and the Apple Valley Police, you know, I did 2 or 3 requests, and I got 464 photos and 94 pages of police reports. That's it. That's all I've ever gotten from them until a couple days ago, until Wednesday. All of a sudden, there's all of this other data. Whatever, that's fine. Whatever. Just as long as you give it, you know, Just give us the public data. This is stuff we could have had 6 years ago, and we could have gone through all of this and a lot of the speculation, a lot of the things, well, maybe he did it because of this. Well, the David's journal, his day one journal shows this. None of that turns out to be true. I mean,
Greg, can I interrupt
please,
for a second,
please
please?
do.
Okay, because some in the chat are asking. When I sent my FOIA request this last time, I was extremely specific about the things that I wanted. I gave item numbers. I gave the name of the files that I wanted. So when you send your FOIA request, you have to be extremely specific. Otherwise, they'll just say that they don't have the information, or you'll just get the regular 93 pages, I believe, or is it 94 pages of the police report that's redacted, and just the photos, just like 400 and something photos. You'll
we
get that
did
every
that.
single time.
Well, we did that. Dan Hinnon specifically asked for certain things, and they didn't give him. It looks like the video that is on this list is one of those things that we should have been given.
Yeah.
The gun photo, I mean, I asked Detective Gummer specifically for that. So now what you're saying is, okay, and I'm going to do this probably Monday, hopefully. Or maybe we'll see when. I'm going to do this very soon. But just like you're saying, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to request a photo of the gun as it's found. I'm going to give them the actual freaking photo and say, I want this photo because it's out there. You guys have given it to somebody. And if you have not given it to somebody, please let me know that. Because then maybe I won't put it up there if it wasn't legally obtained. Or maybe we should look into how somebody was able to get this. Maybe there should be an internal investigation or something. But I think the very first step, like you said, I have to be very specific. I'll give you the model number. I'll give you everything that I know about this gun. But it's just very frustrating.
Also
Go ahead.
Yeah, and you have to say that as it was found in situ, not when it was being taken as evidence.
Right.
Because I guarantee if you're not specific, they will send you the evidence photo.
Yeah,
So-
on the living room floor. How about that? I have the coordinates. It's because it's in Joe Cooksley's notes of how the gun is found. These coordinates, this day, this time. What do you guys need? You know what I'm asking for. They know what I'm asking for. But okay, fine, whatever. But that's all that I want. I want that photo, and that does tell me a lot, and it does. Well, we're not there yet. We'll get to that photo, and then we'll kind of go over that a little bit. But so that's the image. David's Day One Journal, which is a redacted version. This is not the same version that we have. Tony did the redactions. A very classy person, because he redacted more than I would have. It sounds like he redacted what you and Catherine were kind of having to do, and that was going to take a while. And then it's like, well, he's already got it, and it looks like his version is actually a clearer quality version, which does make me think that this was an older version. On his website, he also talks about things that he took out that was given to him. So there are things that he has that he is not even sharing on his website. That is technically public data, whatever they have given him. But then there's some electronic reports. I believe that's the 360 or 317 pages of David's searches and what is in the Day One Journal. The medical examiner photos, which again, we do not have. We only have 464 photos. Thanks to the BCA, we have over 700 photos that at least give us some, it gives us a lot more than what the Apple Valley did. Where did these photos come from? If these were requested, if these were given, through a FOIA from the Apple Valley, then why it doesn't make sense why some of the photos are given to some people and some aren't. Are they given photos to if I were to say that I believe David Crowley is guilty, would I have received thousands of more photos if I would have lied? So and then we have this crime scene photo here too. That, like I said, Dan Hinnon requested. I know he requested audio. He requested other things too. We wanted photos. I mean, and so like you said, maybe we didn't fill it out right. Maybe we weren't specific, and this person was. Whatever the case, the main thing is that the public has this data. That's what matters. Not my feelings about this. Not because, oh, I didn't get this or that or whatever, which does frustrate me, but it's not about me. As long as this stuff is out there, we're going to make sure that the public will have access to it. This is public data. This is not my public data. This is not public data that some people get and other people don't. That's what Sean Wright, that's what people like that were telling us. They had things that proved David Crowley guilty, but they couldn't share it with us right now, back in 2015. But if we just kept our mouths shut, if we didn't act like David Crowley was guilty, then at some point they were going to share it with us. That's total BS, man. I mean, that is just total BS. That is not something... And those were red flags, huge red flags. And when I posted the text messages between me and Sean, people could clearly see that. I didn't have to leave any comments on it. A person like that, you just let them talk. And this is a known felon. This is someone who has a criminal record. And this person, who David in his day one journal talks about, and not in a good light, this person is acting like he's David's savior and David's friend, and then you have this fiction group that has this criminal in their group, and people are supposed to take them seriously, and you really think the family really is going to side with them? With known criminals?
Oh, yeah, he's not the only one in there that's got a record.
That's crazy.
Anyway.
It's crazy. Any thoughts on that before I move on? I know there's probably some great comments that I'm totally missing in the chat room. I do apologize for that.
They're just talking back and forth about the case and how Tony, I guess, released it and read it too, all this information.
Oh, great.
So
That's
he's
great.
making sure it gets out everywhere.
Get it out there,
they
Tony.
must have really pissed him off.
They woken the beast. Go get him, Tony.
And I'll upload the electronics crimes report and Detective Vaughn's report. Basically, it's just saying what types of tests that they ran, forensic tests, and on all the electronics.
Mm-hmm.
And Greg has already released the blacklight report to, I think it was item 5.
Mm-hmm. Item
which was
5
the
and then
searches.
item 8. Okay.
The other one really didn't show anything, so it's not of use at all. And I think that's the only reason why we never posted it.
Okay.
But that would be the laptop that was on the island.
Okay.
And so we'll make sure that everything is in the group for people. And do you have it all on your website too?
Currently I just have the journal and the 317-page electronic report that we covered. But if you could get any of the stuff that you have, if you could add that to the group files, that would be very, very helpful.
I'll add everything except the journal, only because we have not redacted those sensitive.
Can you...
But they could get it off of Tony's website. So.
Yeah, that's the one that I have on my website too. Maybe you can download it from my website and add it to the group files. Is that possible?
Yeah. Okay. I can do that.
Okay.
And Shall we move on to the next slide? Or
I think so. I think so. If I have another slide, is that it? Oh, I was like, wait a minute. I thought I had more. Okay. Oh, maybe that is. Is that all I have? I thought I had one more. Maybe not. Okay. I guess that's all of the slides that I have. But we do have the actual website here. And I'm not sure what this video is here. I don't want to get a copyright strike or anything. I have no copyright strikes on this channel, which is really weird.
Could
but
we
great. Go ahead.
move past the photo? Because I don't want you to get any strikes on your YouTube channel.
I'm not worried about that. Actually, I actually do want to talk about that. Well, I guess I did already talk about it. So I don't know. I mean, this is all I wanted right here. I just wanted to see which way the gun was facing. Okay, a guy shoots himself with his right hand, and the gun ends up here, where his left hand is, and you look at where his... No. This is exactly the whole thing. Now, that is just really weird, because we were kind of told the gun was kind of down here where this lemur was. And then...
Are you going to show the photo? I'm not seeing it.
Are you not seeing it?
It's there. I see it.
Oh, okay. There it goes. I'm sorry. Yeah, for some reason my laptop was slowed down. Okay, now I see it. Thank you.
Okay.
Greg, you can actually enlarge that part so everybody could see the gun.
Okay.
I know that I can do it on my phone.
Yeah, it is kind of blurry right there. So I don't know if that... But, yeah, it's just such a bad image right there.
There you go.
Unfortunately. So that's it right there. That's where that gun was found, as far as I know. I mean, this is where the gun is found. You shoot yourself with your right hand. The gun is found here, and the police are not disturbed by that at all. At all. I mean, it speaks for itself. If I wanted to hide something, and if I was a part of some fictional group, I'd probably hide this too. Because words, the images speak for themselves. That's why we weren't, we just wanted the photos. We wanted, all of this stuff that would show whatever that they're saying. What did you guys see when you walk into this house? Because we asked Detective Gummer, I asked him, when did you realize David Crowley was guilty? He said, as soon as he assessed this scene. So based on what he's saying, he walks into this house, and this looks like a double murder-suicide to him. No. Sorry, just not buying it. He's a police officer. It's not his job to do that. First of all, to just walk in. Oh yeah, double murder suicide. Cool. Okay, done. It's a big problem there. Anything on that photo, or else I'll just keep moving on here. I'm a little frustrated.
They were asking if the gun could have been moved by the dog.
I don't think so. I mean, anything's possible, sure. I mean, it's possible. It's possible.
I mean, anything's possible.
Yeah.
He did things at the crime scene. We know that he did chew on bone.
I think
We're not denying it. We can see the proof of it in the photos.
No,
he destroyed things.
I do think that's a question. I don't want to act like I'm belittling that question, because it is a very valid question. It's a question that we all ask. We all will ask at some point. But then you have to just kind of, okay, that's a great question. Let's look at the pros. Let's look at the cons, and you kind of just go from there. Have you ever seen a dog move a gun with this much weight? If the dog did move the gun, would there be, other blood, or would there be other dog saliva or something like that? How would that affect that whole thing too? So I guess you would have to look at so many different things. I would kind of assume that if he shot himself with his right hand, which David was right-handed, the gun should be closer to his right hand. So for the dog to have moved it from where his right hand was over to where his left hand was is also another. It's like you said, it's possible.
Joe,
But
sorry. Joe Howard would like you to zoom in on the gun again, please.
I'll zoom in
And
on the gun. I know
Derek-
it's not very good here, so let me know if you want me to zoom in a little more, and I can do that. I know there's a lag on the YouTube site.
And Derek says, even not fully loaded, it's not impossible, but the dog has been blamed for everything. Come on.
Yeah.
And he's so right. The dog has been blamed for everything. I mean, not like it's not impossible. I mean, but he does have a point.
Yeah. And even when you look at the gun, when they put it on the table next to the Christmas tree, next to that front window, it has hair on it. It has blood on it. We know that there's blood on the magazine too. If I remember correctly, it's David's blood on the magazine, Kamel's blood on the actual gun. I mean, and then hair. Hair. Why would there be hair there? It's very odd stuff about this gun. So this, to me, for the gun, is pretty much the final piece of the puzzle. This is just more proof to me. So I don't know if that image is clear. On my screen, it looks very, very fuzzy. So I see what William is talking about now. When I zoom in, yeah, it's like, whoa, that's grainy. Because when you're not zoomed in and you're just looking at it from the website, I was like, well, that looks like a pretty decent photo, actually. But the more I zoom in, yeah, the more it does not. So I hope that helps.
Greg, please go to the red on David's leg.
Okay. Let's
I guess it's right across from where the gun was.
Okay.
On his leg.
Yeah, so there's
Right there.
There's a big red spot, flesh.
Yeah, and this is interesting because there is no wound on David's leg, as the ME states.
They don't mention any wound, anything. I mean, they do mention, quote unquote, evidence of animal or possible evidence of animal scavenging.
And that's in relation to his neck, face, and his hand.
Oh, interesting. So they're actually specific about the animal scavenging and where they think the animal scavenging is.
Well, because the rest of his body was intact, so they don't mention any other injuries to his body. So I'm saying, I mean, people are more than welcome to read the autopsies that are either on your website or in the group, and they'll see for themselves.
Yeah, this makes me want to go back through David's autopsy to see if when they mention animal scavenging in relation to David, are they specific about where the animals... I don't think they are. I think they're very, very vague. And that's just the final report, right? There's obviously notes and there's recordings that they're doing as they're looking at the actual body, which is the real stuff that we really wanted. Again, I'd rather just have what the medical examiner is seeing. I'd rather have a recording of that than really see the actual bodies, but whatever. This is what happens when you have to go digging for things. You end up having to exhaust all different scenarios, possibilities, and that's exactly what is happening here. What we're looking at here, if it's not specifically mentioned in the autopsy, why not? Why not? If they thought this was animal scavenging, then they should say possible animal scavenging on David's left leg. Or I don't know.
It does say with defects on left front and left lower pant leg. Pants are covered in dark green to red stains are present with numerous short white hairs. And
Can you read that first part again about the left leg?
And where is that located, please?
it is David's autopsy report, page 3.
David's
Okay.
autopsy report.
Thank
page-
you.
Clothing and personal effects. And I believe it's bullet point 4. One pair of Nautica jeans, company brand, black and white and blue striped sweatpants, size medium, with defects on the left front and left lower pant leg. The pants are covered with dark green to red stains are present and numerous short white hairs. The
But it's
staining is
not talking
also
about-
on.
Yeah.
The staining is also on his boxer shorts, and
Yeah.
the staining is also on his black sleeve. No, on his shirt, on the left, on the collar in the left side of his shirt. The black shirt, they said, and then I'm looking over his body.
Yeah, there's no mention of the wound on the leg. I can't find it.
Mm-mm.
Interesting.
No.
Very disturbing right there. No head. No head. Gone.
They said they also found red-brown blood-like material on the dorsal left hand between the thumb and the first finger.
Anything else on that image? I really want to move on from that image.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's move on. We
Okay.
can move on.
Okay, the photograph was obtained through Luis Gibson and Joe Tomaso, at the Crowley Case Fact versus Fiction. So that's the group, right? That's what that is? That's a
Yeah,
Facebook group.
it's the group.
So they obtained
The
this.
We Are David Guilty group.
Is this the image they try to copyright? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
that's the image that they try to copyright.
They wouldn't copyright it if it was legally obtained. I don't know. I mean, that would be weird. Well, here's what he says.
A
Let me
little
keep reading
insulting.
on. They initially claimed that they obtained this photo through a source at the AVPD who was assigned the case in 2015. But after building a relationship with them, that's not... I mean, Luis was in our group at that time, and she was one of the big, one of the people speaking up that David Crowley was not guilty.
Who?
Miss
Louise?
Gibson, yeah, for years,
Really?
for years, yeah, for many years, up until she got booted out. Oh yeah, she was anti-Judy, totally thought David didn't do this, etc., etc.
Anti-Sean, too.
Anti-Sean, they were all crazy, talking smack about all of them, and she, something wrong there. So it sounds like Tony doesn't believe what they're saying either. I mean, geez, look at these. This is crazy. The lies.
Well, Louise used to tell me stories about how she owned Judy. Judy would say that the couch was in one position or something like that, and she had this huge argument with her. I don't know. It was just announcing her all buddy with her. It's like, okay, whatever.
Oh yeah,
But she's very proud of that,
Yeah, she's told me that for years, for many years. We have a lot of data backing that up. What she really thought about Judy back then. So that's kind of weird.
Or Rob or Sean. There's lots of proof.
Yeah, Rob
just,
got caught. He got caught in some lies because he was he definitely got caught. So he was probably not being truthful for a very long time, and maybe other people were too. But it just shows that they're not interested in truth. Because if you don't act like that.
Into the group at the tail end of that when Rob finally got booted or left.
He got called out and could not answer a couple questions, simple questions, and then backtracked, and then
yeah, and that was interesting. And he was the first one. He and Mark Anthony were the first ones who were claiming that you and Dan were withholding evidence, and that is still the mantra to this day with the other group. And we know for a fact
what type of evidence? What evidence do they think we're withholding? Evidence that the police doesn't have?
That David's guilty and that you guys are milking this for all it's worth.
But here's the thing, though. The cops don't even have that evidence.
I know,
how
right?
how would we have it? I don't get it.
I mean, the cops even say it throughout the report, even at the very end. Even the ECU paperwork. We have no proof. We have no motive. But because they don't have, I guess, quote unquote, proof of somebody else, David must be the guilty party. Even though the backslider was unlocked and slightly opened. And,
no signs of somebody forcing their way in, though. That is a fact.
Yeah, no proof of forced entry.
No forced
They don't
entry.
need forced entry with an open door.
I know, right? or no proof of missing items from the household.
Right.
Well, you don't need to steal anything to kill a family.
No signs of a struggle, even though there is a knife. There is a knife on the living room. But no signs of a struggle, people.
And an open knife.
An open knife.
And
right there.
Bullet holes in the floor, and casings on the floor or like an unfired bullet that had jammed. More shots to Kamel than needed to be.
No struggle, though. No struggle.
And the crime scene is chaotic, but there's no sign of a struggle.
He says, although when I later confronted them about the legality of obtaining this photo after being lied to on numerous occasions, I want to hear more about that from you, Tony. They changed their story, because he probably has all these screenshots too. He probably has all this stuff. They changed their story and claimed that they obtained it through a legal records request, meaning that apparently anyone could obtain it. This is a lie. He's got them right here. He's got them right where he wants them. This guy's really, really smart here. He's got all of this there, and the fact that they changed their story. There's no need to change your story if you're telling the truth. So
the truth doesn't change.
No, the truth doesn't change. But he's really got them in a legal bind here, because either they legally obtained them or they didn't. So when they first say that they didn't legally obtain them, which is what it sounds like in the first sentence here, and then the second sentence, it sounds like now they're backtracking and saying that they legally obtained them. That's something that we can definitely figure out, that you can definitely prove. And it sounds like that's pretty much what Tony said is, hey, this statue, the Minnesota statute 13.82, subsection 7, boom, right there. And it's a simple question for the Apple Valley. Was this image legally obtained or not? That's all I've asked them. I have not heard back from them. I'm sure they're getting their lawyers and, have to pass it up the chain, blah, 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 whatever. I know that they may even be listening. They may even be watching. They may be watching the group, whatever. We're only looking for the legal stuff here, the stuff that the public has. Based on what the public has, there's no way you can say that David is guilty. Even this image here, but now you have something here where you're talking about things that are being given to people illegally, possibly. Why? It's really odd. This is, I mean, when I'm reading this, it really just opens up a can of worms here. He really does. So it says, I believe that is a lie, as I have been denied access to much less graphic photos pertaining to the case. We've all gone through the same thing, I'm sure. Images, so here's the statute. Images and recordings, including photographs, video, audio recordings, which are part of inactive investigative files and which are clearly offensive to common sensibilities, are classified as private or non-public data. And that's, again, that's backed up by, what we asked Gummert, is we just wanted an image of the gun. Blur out everything else. And all of a sudden other people have it. I mean, that's too coincidental and just too shady. It's just, I mean, it just adds to the shadiness of all of this case. And it doesn't need to be like that. It never did. Just give the public the data, and you guys, obviously the Apple Valley, the police think that they have it solved. Well, fine, think whatever you guys want, but give us the public data. Don't withhold the stuff. So I hope that they haven't been. But if they haven't been, then that means that photo, and maybe other stuff too, was not obtained in a legal way.
I'm going to put this out there.
Yes.
I'm not saying this happened. I'm just saying Sean, Wright, and Judy are in that group. And they both have had access to the files and to things that we didn't have for the longest time in regards to this case. Well, it's very possible that, and I'm assuming here, that things were shared with the other group that weren't shared with us. And that's why the lies were happening. But,
Well, they should not have.
Now it's out there.
They should not have access to anything that we don't have access to. They're public. We're public. There's no difference.
But the thing is that Sean and Judy were both involved with the documentary. And we all know that Eric Nelson and Sean had the files. Even Mason had the files. Mason Hendricks, I'm fairly certain of that, because he was asking long ago if you had seen the data searches, and you told him flat out that you hadn't. But obviously he had that information at that time.
And that would have been
and then when you said that
2017.
Yeah, and then when you said that you hadn't seen it, that's when he lied to you. And he told you that there were certain things on there near the end that David was searching for. But he didn't. So, I mean, this is just, I'm doing deductive reasoning here.
Yeah, I think he also said one of the last things that David posted or commented on was one of Hendrix's posts. So I don't even know if that's true or not, whether it is or whether it's not.
He didn't go to Hendrix's page on Facebook. We would know because it would be in the data searches.
Well, that's similar. Go ahead.
No, but he did go to Danny August Mason's Facebook page several times. So.
Yeah, and there's no reason to withhold any of that stuff. If anything, they would black it out, similar to this blackout thing here. If they didn't want Hendrix to be mentioned or anything like that, it would be blacked out or something. But that could have been a Facebook. I think it was a Facebook post too. So I don't know. But you're right, because there are Facebook posts and things like that in there. So again, unless the police are picking and choosing, which it doesn't look like they're really doing. It looks like it's, I mean, with the 317-page thing, maybe because it looks like it's on a spreadsheet. But with the phone calls, with the phone records, it would be really hard for them to kind of censor that and kind of make it look like they didn't censor it. So we're talking about some of the phone records, calls that people say they made the call, and then the records say something completely different. I mean, what other conclusion could you come to? So, I mean,
Well, I'm waiting for the Celebrate files, and once I receive those, I'll compare them to another spreadsheet that I made in regard to people saying that they either text or contacted David, and it doesn't show up in the AT&T report. But if they show up in the Celebrate report, then obviously it happened, because those are legit. So I'm going to hold off on that.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been one thing where, you know, and here's where the Day One Journal kind of ties there is that, you know, we have the police are saying that the Day One Journal ends in September. Obviously, now that we have the Day One Journal, you can clearly see that it doesn't end until November 5th, right? November 5th.
Mm-hmm.
So there's obviously something going on there. Maybe the file that they had was the stuff that was not deleted, and somehow doing the whole, you know, pulling everything out using special software, they were able to find other posts past September. And so maybe they'll do something, maybe with these records that you're talking about, maybe we'll see something with those phone records too, whatever it is. But
because these are text messages, and I'm not sure exactly whether they're emails, but definitely text messages from David's cell phone.
Right.
So we'll definitely be seeing if he was actually contacting. But they should have shown up on the AT&T record. So I'm a little confused about that.
Yeah, only if they were taken off. Only if what we're seeing on the AT&T records for the text messages is. I don't know how that works. You know, I'm just trying to think of scenarios, I guess. If it was a deleted message, would it still show up there?
I have AT&T. I will look at we just had our phone bill come in, so I'll take a look at it and see.
Yeah, try to have somebody send a text, try to delete it and see if that still comes up there.
It should still come up because it got pinged. So it should come up. You sent it through the Stardust, it would come up. Even if it was deleted off of your phone.
Yeah.
It still went through AT&T Stardust, that satellite, and got pinged. So yes, it would show up. I'm not a techie, but common sense would say that it would.
Sure. Well, and he has the Day One Journal, 162 pages there. He says, I obtained this via records request a while ago. And we just got this a couple days ago.
I received it on August 4th.
Okay, I just received mine on Wednesday. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
Well, I gave it to you to read. But
yeah.
You just received your copy.
Yeah, I received my copy. I've been asking for this for years, but whatever.
For 6 years?
For 6 years. But all of a sudden, it's. I guess I just got to keep asking for it and keep asking, which I don't want to do. I know they have other things that they have going on. We wouldn't even be in this spot now, going back and forth. The Apple Valley Police probably feel like we're just wasting their time. And it's like, no, man, if you guys would have just given us all of this stuff way back when, there would be no need for us to contact you. Yeah, we wouldn't be contacting you about any of this stuff here. Why are we just receiving this all of a sudden? Yeah.
My contact with Apple Valley, who's been fulfilling these my FOIA requests, has been very patient, and she has answered my questions, and I am incredibly thankful. for her time and her patience. So,
Yep, I am too. I am too.
and maybe we're just not asking in the right way. Or maybe they finally decided, okay, you can have this. We've given it to other people. So, I mean, it doesn't matter now. We have it.
Yeah. I'm not trying to go back and, woulda, shoulda, coulda, whatever. I think you're right. It's on me to just take that responsibility. Maybe I just wasn't filling it out right. Okay, whatever. We have it. So there's going to be a lot more requests that I'm going to try then. And I'm going to try to fill it out right. Okay? Maybe I'll wait another 5 years before we get more. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So he says I obtained this via a records request a while ago and gave a redacted and compressed copy. So he redacted this, a redacted and compressed copy to the clowns at the Crowley case, fact versus fiction. So yeah, he's not really too happy with them. He's never called us clowns, and he doesn't agree with us. So like you were saying, there's definitely some other issue going on there. Their claims of obtaining it months prior are yet more lies, visible by how compressed their photographs from it are. So he's saying something similar to what William is talking about, how the photo is very compressed. And I think that's why William thinks it's coming from a...
What does that mean, compressed?
You save it.
Mine weren't.
It just looks to me like they're saving it at a much lower resolution.
Which is...
You can compress it too, which will shrink it down as well, but it's not a very good resolution file.
Yeah.
Okay, because when they sent it to me, it wasn't compressed. That's why I was asking.
Yeah,
as far as I know, it wasn't.
I mean, I think the one that you got looks... the quality is a lot reduced than the one that Tony has. So yours could be a compressed. I don't know. I can't prove that.
Okay. But. Once again, I'm not a techie.
well, here's what he says. He says theirs is 100. His is 107, and theirs is 4. So all you have to do, and we can do this later. We can look at it and see how big is that file that you have. If it's 107, it's not compressed. If it's 4, it probably is. I won't do it here because we're live. But if you want to go, if you want to look at that, go to the file, do a right click, and go to the properties, and you can see that.
Oh, I don't have it on the computer.
That's okay.
I have it on my cell phone.
Okay. Yeah, but, we can definitely do that.
I mean, could they have removed information from their journal?
Yes.
That they're showing people?
Yes, but if they're showing it to him, and they're saying, obviously he's seen theirs, so they've compared files at some point. He would also know if they've removed anything from it. If it's the exact same file, there's many reasons why they could have reduced it to 4. One could be because if you're going to share it with people, most like Gmail and things like that, there's a maximum thing. It's like 25 or something like that. So obviously they would have to lower it in order to share it to many people. So there could be many reasons why.
Yeah, I just automatically save it to Dropbox and then share the files that way.
Right, and that's the best way to keep the highest.
Email is a pain.
I know. But if you did try to share, like if he tried to share this one at 107, he wouldn't be able to unless he went through like a Google Drive or something like that. So, but it's possible. Back then it was still possible too. He says the reason why they're taking so long to publish is because they need to get their own copy and want to because of the following information. So that's pretty interesting too. So
They want their own copy.
Yeah, so it's like,
Well,
I
what
thought
copy were they using? His?
they may have taken his and lowered the quality, compressed it, shared it with a bunch of people, and then
Removed stuff.
showed him, hey, we have the same copy too, or something, and probably took out things where he had redacted. They probably just said, oh, we're just going to redact that whole thing, and that's all speculation. I really don't know. Really does not matter. What matters is what he's saying here. This is a very articulate person who is making a very strong case to let anybody know why this group is completely fiction, no facts. They are challenging facts because they're fiction.
I don't understand why he wrote the original file is 107 MB. I mean, I don't understand the point of that, but obviously he's making a point.
Yes, that is a big point, because that shows how big that file is, and that will also help us too. And now I can go look at my file and make sure mine is 107, because it should be. So that is a big point.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe the email will tell me.
It may, I don't know. You'd have to download it somewhere, but you still have to look at the properties to see. He says the reason why they're okay. We already covered that, because they want their own. Because of the following information, are redacted very small portions of the journal, as it sometimes detailed the couple's intimate life, and on 2 occasions with photographs that should not have been provided to me. So these are the ones, obviously, that I'm interested in here. 2 photographs that should not have been provided to me. I'm curious about that in the journal. So it sounds like it's just stuff that's in the journal. So it's not like any crime scene or anything like that. But it's like, okay, what was in the journal that would need to be taken out? And maybe it's
Mine
not relevant.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead. That's okay.
My day 1 spreadsheet, redacted copy.pdf, is 7.35 MB.
And that's small. It's very small.
So, I guess it was compressed. I apologize, Derek. My mistake.
Yeah.
So,
And later I'll go look at mine. I doubt mine was 117. Mine is probably the same as yours, probably about 7.
okay.
Now we can always go back and ask them why. Why did we get a spot? Is it because you had to compress it? I don't believe that that's the case, because the way that it was sent to me, at least, was through a secure server, where I know that they could have uploaded it at a much bigger rate. So we'll see. It seems like he says, as such, I notified the AVPD of this and will not be sharing these files, although you can find the aforementioned copy of the journal and original uncompressed copies and images contained within it at the links below. So the only reason I'm curious about what those photographs were are just because what is the proper context of those photographs? Was it more of the intimate stuff? Was it something else? So that would kind of be the only thing. And obviously that's kind of a little everybody's going to reading this, we're all going to kind of wonder, oh, what is he talking about here? The mind wanders and wonders, etc. But hopefully maybe Tony can kind of clear that up to just, I know you can't say exactly what it is or whatever, but maybe you can at least give us some proper context on that, to just let us know kind of what it had to do with, is it personal stuff? It's just stuff between them. I don't know. I don't need to know too much. I don't need TMI or whatever, but it would be nice to have just a little more information about some of the proper context of that. So anyways, if not, that's cool. None of my business. Not really obviously not relevant to this case, like you and Catherine have both talked about. The stuff that was redacted is not really relevant. So there's the two documents if you want to see them, if you want to read them. I do have the day one journal on my website, so you can go to thegraystage.wordpress.com and you can check that out. And you can probably figure out what size it is too. I can guarantee it's under 25 megabits. So the original metadata from the spreadsheet suggests it was exported from day one into a PDF by David on his iPhone and had been completely unchanged. The photos embedded had no discernible file names or metadata. I don't know if you two have had a chance to compare those either, but if you compare them, some of everything on Tony's PDF has all the dates in blue. The one that we have does not match that. It looks like it's like photocopied or something, like it's added back in. So it does make me, based on that, maybe you can kind of see what stuff, where, you won't see what stuff, but you'll see where some of the redactions were done by the Apple Valley after Tony let them know that, hey, you gave me this stuff, this stuff should not be here. Maybe. Let's see, okay, there's that. The electronics report. So that's the big one. I believe that's the big, or no, this is just like one page here, maybe 1 or 2 pages. But we'll make sure that everybody has access to that as well. She says this page was obtained through Joe Tomato at the Crowley case, Fact versus Fiction. As you can see, it clearly reads not for public release and was redacted from the copy of the full report I have provided below. So even Joe Tomato had something here that Tony did not have, is what it sounds like. How would he get that? Better have been legally.
Well, no, go ahead. I'm not going to.
If it's not legal, and this is that pretty much says it right there. He says this is more evidence of a shady, less than legal methods to obtain these materials. Right there. And of course,
he often brags about having a special relationship with the Apple Valley detectives. And so, I don't know, maybe they told Tony that that's how they got this information. But they also said that I would never get this information, that I was, I guess, barred from getting anything else from Apple Valley. Obviously, they're wrong because I have it, and I have the email to prove it.
I mean, a quick search on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Would the police could have done a very quick search on this guy and found out a lot of information on him, and it would not have been, I don't know what cop would want any relationship with him, knowing some of the stuff that he's done.
Joe P is the one you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about this guy, Tomato Head. I'm talking about this guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to elaborate?
No.
Okay.
But I will, since you asked.
I mean, people who are listening need to know what these people
you're right.
are like
You're right.
and who they are.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, this guy has been known of filing lawsuits, fake lawsuits that get thrown out of court. Frivolous lawsuits, I think, is the proper term. The police can figure that out. They can see this guy has no money, cannot even pay his own bills, and has many times filed frivolous lawsuits. So why would they want to deal with a guy like that? So Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't care. But I kind of find it hard to think that the police would really want anything to do with a guy like that. But you never know.
Yeah.
So there's the reports. There are the photos, the medical examiner photos. And so you can download all of those directly from here. We will make sure that if for whatever reason you're not comfortable downloading them from here, we'll also make sure that you can download them other places. And there's also a video that we have here. So he says, so this is right here.
Yeah.
These were obtained through the AVPD through several records requests. Photographs such as bone frags near ME 0367 were denied and were not withheld. So I was a little confused about what do you mean? They were denied but not withheld. I was a little confused by that phrasing there of what that meant. So, because obviously there is no 0367. So what is in 03?
No. That's
Is that wrong?
Kamel's number, her case number. It ends in 0367. I believe David is 66.
Ah, okay. Photographs such as bone
And
frags
I
and-
believe that Kamel's family has said do not release maybe anything of hers, because almost anything that we do of her is redacted, I guess. I mean, I know that we have some bank account activity, but a lot of that's redacted. The only thing that isn't is her credit report, because we have both hers and David.
Well, I mean, we see her tattoos here, and this is what bothers me about this part of it, is I specifically asked for photographs like this from not only the AVPD, but from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office, and I was turned down both times. They wouldn't give me anything, because I specifically was asking too for where you see on the bottom one where it says skull frags near ME15- that's David. Those are the ones that were collected near David, sent with David, because I wanted that photo of that skull cap, and they said no, we're not releasing these to you. And then look, they give it to him.
They were obtained.
Yep.
Through a records.
I was denied, and they were granted to him, and that, I'm not happy about that.
No, I mean, that doesn't make sense, because again, they don't get to pick and choose. Now, they have said that there's still data that they're waiting on. When I spoke with them, or when I when I conversed with them, they were not specific as to what data. So I let them know what data, at least what data needs to be included in that. And when they fulfill that request, I am expecting all of this data that we're looking at here. Nothing less. I'll take more, but nothing less. Or else there's some legal issues there. And they know that. I don't have to tell them that. They already know that. So they know that they have a problem here. Unless they're going to say, no, this was not legally obtained. Which, if they say that, okay, then, I understand why you're not giving it to me. But it has to be one or the other. And then the photo here, then the video, which is about, 9 minutes long? No, it's about 13 minutes long, I believe. So that was the other thing. I was like, we've been asking for a video, and you guys gave it to this person.
Yeah,
Why?
I got flat out denied twice for that one. And I was very specific in both times. So, okay.
Yeah,
I'm glad to have it now.
Yeah, I did create a video that has this video and these photos, so if you do want to just go and watch that, obviously you can download everything directly from here too. But again, if you're not comfortable with it, we'll make sure that there's other places that you can download it. But if you just want to view it as a video and a slideshow, you can go to my website or to my YouTube channel, and you can look at that now. And it's public data, so anyone can take it and also, do whatever they want with it too. I'm not copywriting it. It's nothing for me to copyright. Okay, so all I did was.
That's a full freak issue for me, and
I know I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh at it, but it's just so ridiculous.
Like, how anal can you get over that crap? You either trust your people or you don't. But
Well, and I want.
there was full evidence.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What?
Go ahead.
Those who are listening right now, I wanted you guys to know that on my YouTube channel tomorrow night, I will be premiering a video I just did covering the bloody clothes from the new data dump right there. So I'll be going over that in detail. Only for David and Kamel, I will not be covering Rania.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to ask you more about that. I'm glad you're using that function, but I was going to ask you more about that. What can we expect to see from that video? So I'm glad you covered that. And I hope everybody here is subscribed to Catherine's channel, because she has a lot of great data there, a great reach, and make sure that you are subscribed to that channel. She posts all of her videos in our group too, but if you want to see it first, if you want to see it quick, if you want to make sure that you don't miss anything, that is the best way to make sure. So if you just go to YouTube, search for Catherine, Michele, 1L, and you'll definitely find it. I will be watching that too. I may have to sneak away for a few minutes. Can you tell us about how long it is, Catherine?
It's about half an hour, almost about 30 minutes, I think. So it's not too long.
Okay, and if people go to your YouTube channel right now, will they be able to set their reminder?
Yes,
on
yeah.
It? Okay, great. Is it in the Let's Get Ready to Rumble? Derek, it is not that one. It's the one right underneath it. I think it's just called David Crowley Crime Scene Video and Photos, if I remember correctly. That's the name of the video that has pretty much the 13-minute, 14-minute video, which we could always play here too, and then it has those photos. But I know it's late for both of you, so I do appreciate you both being on here. It's late for me, so I know it's late for both of you here. But we're coming to a conclusion, to the end here, as far as all of
this is the interesting part.
Lies, confidentiality, and
everything.
shady dealings. Yeah, at the Crowley case, and that's the other thing. Why don't they just say, "We believe David Crowley is guilty"? That's the name of their group. That's what it should be. David Crowley is guilty. David Crowley murdered everybody and killed himself. The name just gives it away that they're just tricking people.
Would people seeking the truth join a group saying David Crowley's guilty? Join us.
Nope.
We can hate on everybody who thinks he's innocent.
Nope. But if these people really thought that David Crowley was guilty, they would use a name that backed that up, and they don't.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is they lure these people in, and then they bait them.
Mm-hmm.
Share your opinions on the case. We welcome all views. And the minute that they start talking about the case, they get attacked. And then boot it. And then they sit there and they talk shit about them when they can't even respond. So,
right.
Yep, that's the people that you deal with in that group. Okay. And, of course, we'll see it right here. And Tony backs it up, too.
Yep, says they like to claim that they're good people who would never disclose things told to them by the family and trust hurt them, or play games with such a case. That's pretty much what they're all doing. Their entire stick is dragging out drama to virtual signal about how respectful and smart they are, saying that they are on the side of the families who likely only tolerate them, and while they, behind the scenes, share graphic photos and confidential information the family entrusted them with complete strangers. So they're still saying they're acting like they're getting all this stuff from the family. It's hard for me to believe, but maybe they are. Whatever. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Tony would definitely know more than me. I have no interest in this group. No interest in paying attention to anything that these people are doing, because it is complete fiction. You know, if you really want to figure out what's happening here, I wouldn't spend too much time. I wouldn't spend too much time there. Just read what Tony says here. You'll get the kind of the whole bullet points of what it is. So save yourself a lot of time. All they're trying to really do is play games, and so that's really, really sad. But then we get to, so this is from April 25th, 2001, and Louise Gibson, I don't know who she is, but she said David was resentful of Rania, that he never wanted children. I've heard that many times. I've heard Sidra say that.
I have a feeling that she's speaking of Sidra.
Yeah.
Because there's even more intimate details. And I want everybody to understand that this group, they are all middle-aged adults and older. So for them to be acting this way is just beyond shameful.
But Emmy said no signs of pregnancy or recent pregnancy or anything. So, yeah, and this is backwards, by the way. So, this is, you can see that 1959, so it's kind of backwards. So it would be kind of better if we read it the other way, but just for time's sake here, no signs of pregnancy or anything. I mean, what does that have to do with anything?
Keep reading down and it'll go over that.
Okay, maybe I should start from the bottom then here? Is that what I should do here?
Well, it's where Sidra's telling her that Kamel wore the corset, and that's what I'm saying. Keep reading. It's down there in the corset when she was pregnant. Right there. You see it.
Okay, so this is April. I'm going to start right here then.
Sidra's friend said that David was being on mushrooms and got mad at
But that's in June.
Kamel and
yeah.
And that's never mentioned. Yeah, he did take mushrooms later. Oh no,
Does their basement
he did take
lock?
mushrooms like in June or something like that.
I don't think the basement locks from that side, but I mean we have the photo of the door, but I don't think it locks that way. I don't know.
Ooh, that gave me an idea. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so starting here, I'm going to start at April 25th, 1956, and I'm just going to read up. So she said she was staying at their old apartment, and they had another dog, and that something happened, and David threw the dog against the wall. Okay, I mean, it's all just reaching, right? Everything we're seeing here is just games. This is all just games.
Word of mouth.
Yeah, just try to get people, oh, this is why David did it. None of this shows why David did it. This is just attacking his character. This has nothing to do with the actual case of, all of this is just reaching. It is completely reaching, which is completely different than what she was doing. Maybe, I don't know what happened to this person. This is just like a completely different person. So I don't know who the real Gibson is. Was it the one that joined the group way back when? Or is this the real one? It can't be both. It can't be both. Also, that in his journal, there was something like 20 ways to kill a fetus. She said she contacted the inmate to make sure that Kamel wasn't or hadn't been pregnant. Is there anything in his journal about 20 ways to kill a fetus?
No.
That is a flat-out lie.
So is Louise lying or is Sidra lying? Here we don't know.
Correct.
Well, if Louise had the journal back when she's talking about this, then she flat out lied.
If she
They said that they
read
had the
it,
journal for months. This is April.
Mm-hmm.
and that's it.
So
if
either
actually
she had
read
it,
Yeah.
and she never read it, or she did read it and she's just continuing to lie.
Or she knows that it's not true and still telling lies.
And she's trying to pass the buck onto Sidra, which is what Louise has always done. She always passes the buck onto somebody else. And so here she's saying basically the implication, which we are now inferring, is that Sidra told her in David's journal there was something like 20 ways to kill a fetus. And we all know that's a load of crap.
There's not even searches like that on the computer. So where the hell did that come from?
Oh, God, with her, who knows?
See,
Go
never
ahead.
mind.
She also says here a minute later. I mean, she's quick. Like every minute, she's like, boom, boom, boom. And these are all like just talking points, like a CNN talking point thing here. Had all sorts of things through her head that David had forced Kamel to get termination. And she also said because Kamel had the corset where she used to wear it after she had Rania, as she had a weak back, she thought if she was wearing it, she might have been pregnant. And these are probably all stuff that Sidra told Luis in confidence, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is all stuff that obviously, if there was any validity to it or anything like that, all of this would have come up. You know, this would be something to that you could definitely prove. Was she pregnant? Was she not pregnant? I mean, really, David killed everybody and himself because she was pregnant. That is a big reach, but Luis could be fed information here. So could Sidra, too. You don't know. You know, we don't know at that point, because we don't know when Luis and Sidra talked. There were different times when I talked with Sidra, and she had a lot of questions, and she found the answers and then realized that that stuff was not, maybe accurate, but I don't know. Just from my dealings with Sidra, she had a lot of questions, not any answers.
Yeah, and, I'm pretty sure that she had first contacted me when I first started this case because someone with a fake name, and if it was Sidra, this person, she was very, it was like an honest digging, so to speak. I know digging might be the wrong word, but here, and I think this is the perfect example of what Tony's saying, that throwing people under the bus. Louise is throwing Sidra under the bus. Now, whether or not Sidra said this stuff, that's, to me, neither here nor there, although it's a lie. We know it's not true, that these things did not happen. But the fact is that if Sidra had said this, why is Louise putting this out to everybody? She should be keeping her mouth shut. That has nothing to do with the case.
Yeah, only if she's
but
trying
this is
to get...
how she is proving David's guilt to all the unsuspecting people. And see, now that we have the journal, we know for a fact that David did not talk to Kamel about quitting her job. She just up and quit it one day, and David was shocked.
Yeah.
He writes about it. He's like, oh my gosh, she quit her job. It wasn't, oh my gosh, she quit her job. I can't believe she did it. It worked. No, it was just out of the blue.
It took him by surprise.
And see, everybody in the documentary was saying that he coerced her to do it. And then he was happy about it because he won. And that's an absolute lie.
Yeah,
he had no idea.
Yeah, he in fact, he talks about supporting her and not, making sure that there will be enough money for the family and that he wanted to support whatever it was his wife wanted to do. But that doesn't bode well for the narrative.
Yeah. And then she started doing, I believe, online counseling and I guess personal sessions. But I'm not exactly sure because I had assumed that she quit like early fall. But this was back in like May, late May, when she quit the practice. And then so I know that she kept leaving for appointments and stuff like that, but I'm not exactly sure if she was just on her own at that time. I don't have very much information. So, just going off what was a journal, I'd say. And the corset thing, I've always thought that was weird. So, anyway. Greg?
I know. Did we lose him? His microphone is muted. No,
He might.
No, the other thing is, maybe he's there now.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I just had to step out. I
We're
was
like
listening.
starting to get dead air.
No, I was listening there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The corset thing, like you said, yeah, I think that is kind of strange too. Have you guys ever heard of something called Spanx?
Yeah.
So maybe it's like an early version of that. You know, women just kind of use it to kind of keep their body in shape or something, or you know what I mean? I don't know. So.
Well, she might have been having back pain, and if she had used it before while she was pregnant with Rania, and maybe she tweaked her back or something with all the exercises that they were always doing because they loved to exercise together, you know, maybe it helped her. I mean, we're just kind of, you know, grabbing at things here, but, you know, it makes sense.
Sure. I mean, that's, and I think that's what this group is really trying to do, is they're trying to plant those seeds. And Tony has proof of that later here too. They're trying to plant those seeds to get you to go down false trails.
Yeah.
And I don't, you know, anyone that has happened to, I don't want you to feel, you know, don't feel bad, man. People fall for that stuff. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's about what you do with it once you realize that it's not true, that it's all fake, that people have been lying to you. You know, I said this years ago, you know, people don't like to be lied to. If you lie to them, these are the consequences. You get a guy like Tony and, you know, he doesn't agree with us, probably doesn't like us, I don't know. But these are the type of things that happen. This is why you just need to be honest, be truthful. You know, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey man, I think David Crowley is guilty. You know, I can't prove it, but I think it. You know, we get that stuff, you know, I totally get that. I understand that point. You know, I was there. You know, I wanted to believe it, but when I looked, I was like, wait a minute, why? Why do I believe it? Oh, because of the, you know, the FEMA thing, the police, here we go again, you know, the conspiracies, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, take all that stuff out of it. Take all of this stuff out of it and just kind of just like look at the facts, not the fiction. Look at the documents. Look at what all of these documents say, and I know that it takes time. You know, even have a guy here like Tony, you know, he's read my book. The purpose of my book was so that people would understand why David is not guilty. With Tony, I totally failed. He still read my book. He took the time to read the book, and he still believes David Crowley is guilty. I can't do anything. I can't help him anymore. There's no need for me to bash him or for me to talk smack about him or to go after him or call him a clown or do anything that these people did that Tony obviously trusted with certain documents and certain stuff that he didn't trust us with, you know. So it's just, these are the type of things that can happen. Just be a good person. Just tell people what you believe, stand by those beliefs, and don't play any games. Yeah. There's really no need to it. So, this old thing where she said David was resentful of Rania, that he never wanted children. Now, those are the type of things that I believe Sidra was fed a lot of false stuff. I don't believe Sidra looked at a lot of things, because when I conversed with her, it didn't sound like she really knew a lot, and she didn't really want to know about certain things. But on other things, she was very curious about. So she was fishing for certain stuff. But I always felt like some of the Gray State goons were kind of feeding her a lot of false stuff, and they were sheltering her and kind of like a gatekeeper, right? Pretty much doing what this group does to these people. Hey, man, we're here to help. We're with the family. This is Sean Wright, Mason, Hendricks. These guys, they told us it's the same script. It's the exact same script. Hey, we're just trying to help this family, blah, blah, blah. Look at their public posts. If you go back and look at I know this is going to be in a long podcast, way, way in the future. One of my last chapters of my book, covers a lot of that. Hopefully it covers a lot of that stuff. But it's like, they were pretty much trying to tell us, look, the family is grieving. You guys, if you want to be respectful towards this family, don't bring up any of this stuff. Don't talk about this stuff. And I think Sidra kind of fell into that line too. I think a lot of people did. And I think at some point, just like with Tony here, man, everybody is going to realize these people are full of crap. They are not your friends. They do not care about you. They do not care about this family. They are there to play games. They are there to make sure that you don't look at the facts. They are the fiction. And that's it.
I would like to add something about the journal.
Yes.
That I found extremely interesting. Even though David did discuss working on the script, he didn't really discuss any conspiracy theories or the collapse of society. Nothing like that, really. He focused on researching and writing and setting goals for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of self-help. Lots of talking about he and Camille and his struggles as a parent. A soldier who had left, was stop-lost, which when he refers to himself being kidnapped and having PTSD, it's in reference to the stop-loss. He says he wasn't injured on duty and he didn't see things that made him have PTSD on duty. It was the fact that they held him over there against his will. And that's what he's referring to, because I think it's April or early May that he starts to talk about it. But then later in June, he explains it in detail. And once you read it, you're like, oh, that makes complete sense.
Right.
So, I mean, the guy had things he was working on.
Yeah.
And he wasn't perfect. But they said earlier, neither of us are. None of us are.
That's right. That's right. And we're not trying to be. I think that's the whole difference. There's no, we're just going to, our whole group is going to just be calling people out on, things that they get wrong or things that we don't like or blah, blah, blah. It's like, wait a minute, the purpose here is to either prove David Crowley did it or he didn't. That's what it really should be. Any group or any people that take the focus off of that, it's like, well, you're kind of distracting from what the real goal is here. Why would you do that? If you really care about this family, if you really care about this case, that doesn't make sense. And it's going to raise red flags. There are people out there that are watching this, that are listening to this. Maybe they don't, maybe not live, but they will hear this, that know David, that know Kamel. And the other thing that we keep hearing is that there's some type of pact that not only did David do this, but Kamel did this too.
Yeah, and there's no proof of that. But Greg, let's just finish what
Okay.
he has on the website because we're all getting excited.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so Louise Gibson, yeah, so he said Cidra's friend said something about David being on mushrooms once and being mad. We already talked about that. So Louise Gibson thinks Jason Allen leaked the scripts to Dan Hennon. She says Jason Allen is a douchebag. Does she know Jason Allen? Does she know something we don't know? Danny Mason rides off others' talents. David didn't like wing
I can't
distract.
hear you.
You can't hear me?
All I hear is Catherine typing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, talk a little louder, please, Greg. Or move your mic closer.
I would, but there are people here sleeping too, so
Oh,
it's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I will move the mic. Is this any better? I'm going to move the mic right up to here. Okay. David didn't like wing distracting from his plans. I don't know what that... Shimi Rania? I don't know what that means. Who's wing? I would assume that means Rania. It seems like all this is like... she's basically trying to show Tony why David didn't like Rania. She's pretty much trying to say David did not like his own daughter and killed her. When we have... If you look at the sloppy-mentary, if you watch only one part of that piece of crap documentary, watch where David and his daughter are on a tire swing and watch their interaction right there, okay? That is a father who loves his daughter. That's
and a little girl who loves her dad.
That's
She's like,
right.
"Look,
Amen.
Daddy."
Amen.
You know, it's like,
Yep. That should have been
There-
at the end of the film. That's how I would have closed the film out, right there.
yep.
And there's a part in the journal that really melted my heart. Basically, David says he wants to track down his lineage and Kamel's lineage. And I guess do like a tree. Yeah, he is being extremely thoughtful, trying to do something for her for the future.
Right.
I know that this was either June or July, but
Yep.
it doesn't matter.
No,
You know,
that's a
he doesn't
big...
resent.
No, that's a big thing where you can see he's not only planning for his future, he's planning for her future too.
Hmm.
For her 18th birthday. And then you're going to tell us a couple months later he decides to kill her? No. I mean, all of the evidence that you see in this Day One journal proves that David didn't do this. I mean, if there's nothing in here, if you read the Day One journal and you think that David did it, you obviously already have some preconceived stuff that you already want to believe that David Crowley is guilty there. There's nothing in there. The cops also say that too. So anyone who reads the Day One journal and thinks that, that proves David did it, I don't personally understand that. I just don't understand. Everyone is free to believe whatever they want. This is the greatest country ever. We have freedom. Believe whatever you want. But don't try to tell me that, because that's not going to work on me. Definitely.
It's like they're going to warp David's worst days ever into the actual reason why he snapped in December. Some of these worst days that he had were in July and June.
Right.
And yes, he's down sometimes. Who doesn't get down? And he does admit that he deals with mood swings. But, I don't know him personally. So it just seemed like he had a lot of stress. And he and Kamal were trying to work through things. And obviously through the journal, they were definitely working through things. And they seem to be in sync. He writes that numerous times. So
Yeah, I mean, I've never come across any soldier that served for this country that has not had stress, and things that they will carry for the rest of their life. But what I read in the Day One Journal is David trying to, first of all, to recognize those problems and then to get over them. And that's what I see when I read the full journal.
And that was the old David. He was trying to shed
Right.
those feelings, those emotions, so he could be a better person. And you see that with all his searches and the different things that he was doing with yoga and meditation. He's trying to help himself become a better father, husband, in person.
Right. And that's the first step is admitting your faults. Most people don't do that on paper. They don't do that, you know, they don't type that stuff out, you know. So it takes a really strong person, first of all, to really do that. And you can tell reading the journal, David planned on doing something with this journal too. You know, I think he was, you know, once he made it big and made it famous and got rich and all that stuff, I think he was going to go back and use this journal as a documentary, or maybe have Rania use it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think there was a lot of reason why he was doing this Day One Journal, to document everything. It's more planning for his future. You're not going to do all this stuff and then kill yourself all of a sudden. And if you do, you're going to delete I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. That's all guessing. But she also, or Tony also says about Louise Gibson that Louise said that David didn't want any more kids. Rania was a little slow. I don't know where that came from either. I mean,
I did not get that from any of the journal stuff.
Yeah, I didn't really get that either. Kamel was David's #1 fan. Kamel was more upset with her parents for not listening to her views, getting chemo, the dietary things. Yeah, I think that's definitely evident in the Day One journals. Felt offended that they wouldn't listen to her views. So, I mean, it's like she can speculate on all of this different stuff here, but nobody else can. You know, oh, there's something wrong. We're disrespecting the families and everything if we even talk about all this stuff. Like, screw you. You know, whatever. You know, everybody, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You know, believe whatever you want to. But, man, I mean, when it really comes down to, if you're going to try to act like you have facts, you better have them. And if you don't have them, don't be shocked when people call you out, which is exactly what's happening here. She says, he says, this is Tony now, getting back to it. They told Sean at the time, but he didn't think it was odd. If someone isn't prepared to hear you out, why bother with them? Well, consider the source with that. I mean, the fact that they have Sean in the group at all is like the biggest thing that discredits anything that they have, anything that they do. If they don't know who this guy is, they're just not looking. They're not researchers. Research this guy. Run a background check on this guy. Find what you'll find what you need to know about Sean Wright. David and Kamel nearly split in early 2014. Again, you know, speculation. We don't have anything like that. We know that there's been things said in news articles. So this is all just repeating what all of those hit pieces said. Whether it's true or not, we know that they stayed together and they were working it out. And David talks about that in his Day One journal. So it's just really odd, the things that they want to make sure that you understand. It's all a mind fuck. It's just subconsciously just, you know, get you to just, you know, oh, this, that, oh, okay, well, maybe he's guilty. You know, I mean, these are just zombies, and they just want to turn you into a zombie too. Don't fall for it, people. Please don't fall for this crap. Do your own research. Come to your own conclusion. If you come to the same conclusion like Tony did, Tony came to the exact same conclusion that these fiction groups did, you know, but at least he did his own research. You know, he's our articulate. He hasn't really expressed why he thinks David Crowley is guilty or anything. He just says that he agrees with him. But at least he's done all of that, and it doesn't sound like he's playing any of the games that this fiction group is playing. So that's something. There's something to be said about that. David makes an effort to be more empathetic and understand. They pull closer. All stuff from the whole journal, everything. I mean, this is all stuff people read it for yourself. Read the journal. Just David's dark places was in June-ish. He thought he was a god. I didn't see anything like that. But here's the main thing. When you're going to tell... Go ahead.
There was one part, I think, in July, and I believe that he was euphoric over the whole getting to speak with the producers and everything. And so he kind of mentions at that point that he could do anything, that he's a god.
He's a god, okay.
And I think, if you just got called out to LA to speak with producers about something you worked extremely hard about, and you had all types of other spin-offs for this idea, and you literally could see it all in front of you, everything laid out of how your future is going to be, you would feel a little invincible too.
Mm-hmm. Tom, I mean, anyone who thinks Tom Lydon is a decent person, I definitely gotta question that one, because if you look at just the way Tom Lydon reported on this case, man, I don't know. I'm just not seeing it. Like, we're living in two parallel worlds, if that's the case.
I have to do the mommy voice, Greg.
Okay.
Now we have to ask Tom Lydon's kitty cat how he feels. I think a kitty cat would think he's decent.
Somebody better call PETA or somebody. That guy should not have any cats at all. He should not be allowed to be anywhere near any cats.
Anybody look at his Twitter page, you'll see he's a slime.
Oh, he's so gross.
Well, let's just talk about that. Let's talk about what tweet are you guys specifically talking about here? Tom Lydon said he wanted to F a cat. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Is that what we're going for? Okay. So I know we have people listening, watching this that have cats. So imagine if Tom Lydon said he wanted to do that to your cat. Okay.
And this is a real tweet, people, and it's still on his Twitter account, so you can still find it.
And he's still with Fox 9 News for some reason. He's still there, and he's still reporting. And of course, he just happens to be the guy who was able to lob a bunch of softball questions to the Apple Valley police. Sean wanted him to report real news. I mean, to me, that tells me that Sean was trying to tell him, hey, you're not reporting real news. Can you report real news? I mean, I don't understand this. What does this mean? Like, what does that mean to report real news? I think what Sean really wanted was for Tom Lydon to agree with them that David was guilty and make sure that you don't stray from that, which is very similar to what Sean Wright had told me, too. Report real news. Sean Wright's version of real news is that David Crowley is guilty. He killed everybody and himself. He went into a dark place, and Kamel did this too. In Sean Wright's view, that is the real news, that there was a pact. Well, to everybody else, maybe not so much. Eric Nelson is a good man. Again, here we have another thing. If you watch Eric Nelson's documentary, you can decide for yourself what you believe about Eric Nelson. And this is the whole thing. It's all about character, right? It's not about, well, what do they do that proves? It's all about the character. Tom Lydon is a decent person. Eric Nelson is a good man. I don't give a shit about any of that. What did they say about this case?
I need to interject.
Okay.
Eric Nelson took recordings and edited them. He cut and pasted to make these two feel like they were insane. He picked and chose which journal entries would be taken out of context throughout the whole journey of the documentary and manipulate the viewers. This is not a decent person. A decent person would have done everything. They would have revealed everything about this family instead of making them the villains. I mean, when the dad is sitting there reading some of those journal entries, they are highly out of context.
Right. And now we have that proof.
And yeah, and it's very sickening. And then, like I said about the so-called rapture video or whatever, if you put headphones on or you listen it with earbuds, you will hear every time they stop the tape and sliced. It's there. You can hear the clicking. But, you know, he's a decent person.
He's a decent person. Well, we know that he didn't do right by the family because if he did, then Kamel's family would not have had all of their footage taken out. So he did not do right by the family. So I don't know what that means exactly. But I don't see anywhere where he did right by this family. He accused the family's son. If you're talking about David's side, he accused their son of being this crazy person who killed everybody and himself, and then he also tried to throw Kamel under the bus too. So he didn't do right by their side of the family. So to say that he did right by the family, I don't know what that means. I really don't. He did not make anybody look good. Nobody looks good in that film, except me, maybe. I'd say me, maybe Dan too. Maybe Dan. But, we're the only ones who really look good in that film because we're the only ones who are telling the truth in that film. I would say David did too, but they've taken a lot of his stuff out of context. They had, we gave, Dan and I we gave them as much data as we had at that time. We didn't have much, but we had enough for them to put in there. If they really wanted to give the other side, they would have put everything we told them about the bullet hole, item 57, which I believe is this one of the smoking guns. They would have put a lot of things that we were talking about, the facts. There's a reason why there's only 2 or 3 minutes of our footage in there when they recorded over 1 hour, not including our live broadcast that Dan and I did that same day, live, no edits, while they recorded that too. And they put like 2 or 3 minutes in there. But yet they put Joseph Seaton, Sean Wright, all these losers, all these guys who David was trying to distance himself from. They put all of them in there. And these are all these people that thought David was guilty. There was no balance in there. He didn't do right by anybody. Not even himself. I'm glad he lost $40,000. He should have lost more.
And what he did to you and Dan was he took you, highly edited your interviews, and then twisted what you guys were saying, taking it out of context.
Right.
It was like almost gotcha moments to make you guys sound insane.
Yes. So they had looked at what Sean Wright, they had looked at what I had said about Sean Wright. Obviously, they had the text message is between Sean and I because they were very focused on that. They wanted me to talk more about him. They wanted the quote that I gave to Sean, which was the credibility quote where I told him point blank, I don't care, because he was telling me, don't do this, don't keep going forward because of your credibility. And I told him, I do not care about my credibility. That's the quote that they wanted. That's the quote that they got. That's the quote that they used. And that's fine because, I know that real people are going to not take that out of context. They're going to realize that what that really means. That if you're really serious about this case, and if you are a real journalist, if you really want to find the truth, if you're a researcher, you don't care about your credibility. You don't withhold stuff. You don't hold back because of your credibility, because somebody threatens you, that they will sabotage your credibility. You go forward because that's what the truth tells you to do. You go where the truth is. The credibility means nothing to me, and it still doesn't. What matters to me is getting to the truth. And that's where we are. That's why we've gotten this far, and that's why we will continue to keep going on. 3 hours later, even though I really only wanted to go 1 hour here, but we've gone very, very long here. So I really appreciate everybody who has hung in there. I know both of you, it's 12 a.m. here.
Fairly late.
Yeah, it's one here, two
The
for
sun is
her,
coming
three
up.
for everybody on the East Coast.
Well, at least all of our British people are, they're just waking up, and, it's like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., so it's a morning show for them.
Well, there's not much to go, right? You can just read through the rest of this real quick.
I believe so.
Please.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just not, relevant. Unless you
David
guys...
could be a twat. Is that it? Did you want me to do that?
Which part?
That David could be a twat.
David could be a twat. Tension with David and Kamel.
The garage sale.
Oh, the garage sale, yeah.
He could be fine.
Yeah, they focused a lot on the garage sale. The early news reports focused a lot on that, and I didn't really think there was too much to that garage sale, but apparently that was a big deal. I don't really know what that was about. David would go to the garage and smoke weed, MD smoke, and tell her to fuck herself, go look after the kid. I don't know where that's coming from, so... I mean, unless it's coming from Kamel or from David, who knows?
This is just hearsay.
It's all hearsay, and it could be things that people are fed. That's it, So I don't know. I don't know what relevance any of that would really have, but you can see what she's trying to do. She's just trying to get people to think that there is some distance, that there is something here when there really isn't. There's nothing there,
She's trying to show emotional abuse.
Right. And then ignoring all of the facts, ignoring all of the documents. There's nothing in here about the documents. There's nothing in here about the BCA reports, about the DNA evidence. I haven't seen anything so far here.
It's all hearsay.
Yeah, I
mean,
I was hoping to see, well, hey, they've, David did it, blah, 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 but it's nothing like that. It's all just rumors, speculation, all things to just cast doubt, and it sounds like Tony realized, man, you guys are full of crap.
mm-hmm.
Now, here's an interesting one where she says Sean, Hendricks, Peck, and Adam Schaubauer all got taken under David's dad's wing, had TV series planned, and documentary took Sean 2 years to convince David to do a supporting documentary, The Rise. This is why Sean Wright did not want The Rise put out there. They rough cut because they wanted to make money off of it. And eventually they realized you can't do that because we have it in David's own words not to do that. This was damage control. And what this Gibson person is doing, what some of these other people are doing, is trying to ride the coattails of damage control. So while they may say that Danny August Mason is riding the coattails of David Crowley, they're doing something even worse. They're riding the coattails of people that are riding the coattails of David Crowley. And they don't even realize that. They're right there with them. Except Danny August Mason was actually there. These people are just riding coattails, adding things that they cannot prove. But here's where she says, this is a big one here. So you tell me which Joe she's talking about here, because it's Joe was tampering with, and this is a direct quote from Gibson too. Joe was tampering with stuff and found something about the Gun Plus store. Okay, first of all, tampering with stuff. I mean, why would you need to be tampering with anything? There's no need to be tampering with anything. Sounds like a crime to me.
I believe it was Joe T.
And found something about the Gun Plus store. I mean, what, is that the Gun Plus store? Is that the one document that the police gave us that shows that she purchased the gun? We don't really know what it means. She doesn't even know what it means, if anything. We haven't got anything with the Celebrate. We're just sending the group. We're just sending the justice group into a spin. So it's there's their goal. So everybody that is in our group, in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, if you've joined that group for whatever reason, that is their goal. It's not to find the truth. It is to send you into a spin. Why would you want to join a group like that?
I honestly don't care what they have. I'm working on my own to get my own stuff. So they can sit there and pretend to have whatever.
I mean, she pretty much, she's admitting they don't have anything, but they're trying to send the group into a spin, and it's not working, though. That's the other thing. It's not working. But they get off on trying to send people into a spin. It's just like, well, why don't you try to get people to understand why you believe David Crowley is guilty? Focus your efforts there. That's why you're frauds. That's why you're phonies. That's why nobody takes you seriously. That's why you fail. Because you're not focused on that. You're focused on a spin. You're focused on these lies. You're not focused on truth. That's why nobody takes you seriously. They may act like they do. They may be fishing you. So then there's something here about the disclosure. It all depends as to what you want to disclosure. Then you come up with multiple scenarios. Most involve having to tell white lies. So, I mean, they're admitting they tell lies. They call them white lies. You guys have heard that before. Santa Claus, that's a white lie.
Why are they telling lies?
I mean, yeah, why tell lies?
What's the point of that?
I don't know.
Are they telling their group members lies?
I don't know. And sending them on a wild goose. Yeah, I mean, why? They want to send their members on a wild goose chase. It's right there. Or coming up with the backstory to send them off the scent. Here's the other thing, to send them off the scent, because they know that we are on the right track. They know David Crowley is not guilty. Here it is right here. They want to send people off of the scent that, oh, okay, David Crowley is innocent. That's the scent that they're talking about here, that she's talking about. That's the purpose of their group. That's why nobody should join them. That's why nobody should entertain. I mean, I get it. You know, people join groups, you know, they want to see what's going on. That's why they can't maintain people in their group. You know, that's why this group continues to grow and theirs doesn't. Their group is toxic. I mean, if this is what they do...
Yeah, you're right. It is toxic, and Tony just proved it.
Yeah.
They have no information. They lie to their members, and anybody who's within this group, you need to confront your admins and demand the truth, because you've been lied to. They've withheld information from you. And they're lying to you about information that they say that they have. So
they have no problem sending you on a wild goose chase and coming up with the backstory to send you off of the scent. Powerful words right there. Man, it doesn't get any more clearer right there. You got burned. You got burned. Yeah. Yeah, and with your own words, and there it is. That is the truth. What you're seeing here, Tony presented you the truth. Okay, final thoughts, final words. Everybody's still with us. Wow, somehow we still have 9 people in the chat, in the live chat. I don't know how. I'm really sorry. I did not expect for us to go this long, but I mean, just this last sentence, just read this paragraph here. I mean, this pretty much this is why nobody pays attention to them.
It's all distractions.
Catherine, any final words?
No, I'm sorry. I have mentally dropped off this
That's okay.
a while ago.
You've been killing it in the chat room there too.
I know. We're all talking. It's just silly because I just I just can't keep going. It's just I guess my final thoughts is that I think Tony did an amazing job. I think he called them out. He laid it out. He showed his proof, and they can't backpedal out of this. So, I just hope everybody goes to the website and looks up or downloads these files and reads them for themselves.
Okay.
I second that. I'm tired. Can you wrap this up, please?
All right, I'm going to shut this down. Thank you all for joining us. I really appreciate that. You can always watch the replay. And until next time, and there will be a next time.
Thank you.
Until then.
Thank you, everybody in the chat. Bye.
Hey everyone, we got some more updates here about the Crowley case, and I'm just going to read some of these things here and then discuss it a little bit. We'll see where this goes. This is regarding some of the data requests that we have put in regarding the David Crowley case, and still some more questions even with this, right? There's still some questions about the public data, and obviously we feel the public, everybody in the public should all get the same data, and so that's what we kind of contacted the AVPD, and September 20th 2021, which would be yesterday, got a response from Christine J. Caselius, and she is the Apple Valley City Attorney. So this is very important here. And I'm just going to read some of this stuff, but hope everybody is doing good. And another day here on Rumble, of course, we're going to always try to put the newest, latest stuff here on Rumble first. So appreciate everybody joining me here, and then it will be uploaded to YouTube and to the Gray Stage podcast, probably as a bonus show, most likely. So, but hope everyone's doing good. It's a beautiful day here, and no complaints on my end. As I sip this nice little white wine that we have here that will accompany us here. So this was sent to me yesterday, as we said. This is in regards to the recent requests for data in the Crowley investigation. Now, the attorneys are actually at the top here too. So it's Doherty, Molina attorneys. Doherty, Molina, Solfest, Hills, and Bauer, PA. So pretty official, and once again, I found the whole thing, we are going to read this here, I found the whole thing to be very professional and respectful, as just about all of my dealings with the Apple Valley Police Department, the BCA, and anyone else, any other law enforcement that has been involved in this. I found all of them to be very respectful, truthful, and willing to admit their mistakes when they do make them. So I do appreciate that. So go ahead and read a little bit here. Dear David, Dear Crowley Data Requester, here's what she writes. In 2015, the Apple Valley Police Department, AVPD, assembled a packet of public data once the AVPD determined there was no one to charge at that time. The public data included the police reports, investigator observations, and photos of the scene, all data which had been created by the investigating team. Release of this data complied with Minnesota Statute 13.82, sub 7. The AVPD released data to a variety of requesters, including appropriate family members of the decedents. In January/February 2021, the AVPD responded to a request for a few very specific photographs. So I don't know if they're talking about some of the stuff that we have requested, or maybe it was, because they're talking to me, I'm assuming, right? So, but they're not very specific in that, and we can follow up on that. There's lots of stuff we can follow up with them on. It goes on, the AVPD received additional data requests between the dates July 26, 2021 through September 6, 2021. from a total of 4 requesters, all of whom have previously received the aforementioned data from the AVPD. These requests included the digital reports of data the AVPD extracted from the decedent's private electronic devices. Data on individuals' private electronic devices is protected by Article 1, Amendment 10 of the Minnesota State Constitution. The right of the people to be secure, quote, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. Also see State versus Barajas, 817 NW 2nd 204, 215-216, Minnesota CT APP 2012, REV denied. The AVPD was required to obtain a search warrant before examining the family's electronic devices. We will make sure that you can read this whole thing fully, and if you have any thoughts, any comments on that, please feel free to go ahead and add those too. It goes on. The Constitution protected the Crowleys' personal electronic data from collection by the AVPD while the Crowleys were alive. Thus, their personal electronic data would have been classified as private while they were alive. I mean, we're talking about dead people here, but they're very thorough. So, remember, they're lawyers. I'm not, so they know what they're talking about. I'm just trying to understand what they're saying here. The AVPD will not be releasing any data from the decedent's devices because it is private data on decedents. So even though they say it's private data while they are live, it still sounds like, based on those cases, it's still private data even though they're no longer with us. She goes on to say, we are reviewing the remainder of the recent requests to determine whether there is any additional data the AVPD can release. So that's good. So they told us that this would take time, the data that we've asked for, et cetera, would take time. So they're still looking at what they can release, if there's any additional data that they can release, which should be the stuff that Tony Floyd got, the stuff that Tony Floyd posted. That stuff should be part of the data that we should be able to get if other people have it and it's all public stuff. If it was released to the public legally, then obviously we should have access to it too. If it's not released, if it wasn't released legally, that's a whole nother legal issue that this lawyer, this attorney, and the Apple Valley City attorney may want to think about. Goes on. Also, a document entitled Examination Report, which was allegedly written by AVPD Detective Shane Klokonis, was provided to the AVPD by one of the recent requesters. Thank you for bringing this absolutely false document to our attention. I'm going to read that again. Thank you for bringing this absolutely false document to our attention. Enclosed, please find an affidavit by Detective Klokonis affirming this is a fraudulent document. Yours, very truly yours, Christine J. Caselius. So we will be following up with her. The AVPD was also CC'd on that as well. But so I was like, okay, what are they talking about? Okay, the examination report. Remember, that's the 5-page report that we have on our website, on the Gray Stage website. It's the same one that Tony Floyd also posted, and I didn't notice a difference looking at it again. It was pointed out to me to look at it a second time, and the one that is on Tony Floyd's website is different than the one that we got from the Apple Valley Police. So this is the 5-page one here now. Let me just go to my website so I can, if anyone wants to quickly find it and kind of look at it. But this is where it gets a little interesting here. So I'm on my website, take a look at that. But this is what was confusing to me. So I'm glad they're still looking into it, so that's great. Data requests, all that. Sounds like anything that is from their phone, like the actual text messages, things like that. It sounds like we won't be getting that. Anything that is from their devices, the actual stuff, even though we got the J1 journal, so that was from the device, I believe, but because David even said he's doing this all from his phone, so we were able to get that one, but apparently not any of this other stuff that's on there, which is also kind of curious, but okay, whatever. I mean, we know that there's nothing on these devices that helps prove their case. They've made that very clear, so it's not the biggest deal that we do or that we don't get it, except for some of the questions about calls that people said that were made, and then calls that cannot be verified that were made. So it's things like that that kind of that's the reason to get some of the data. So even if it's just timestamps or just some of this stuff that will help us get a better idea of, okay, well, like you have Klein, or you have Chris Peck, who said there's this call was made, and then we have what the phone records that we have show that call was never made. Things like that. David Crowley's father, same thing. And so that's the type of stuff that, it's the clarification on it to say, okay, well, yeah, if the police never followed up on it to see if that was actually true, maybe they should have, maybe that would help their investigation, or their, I guess, I don't want to call it lack of investigation, but I can't think of a better word for it. Anyways, but that's the reason why we've been trying to get a lot of these documents. The Day One Journal just happened to be kind of one of the things that they gave to us that is from his electronic device, and I don't know, but now we're told that we're not allowed to get that, so I don't understand that, because we have it. They gave it to us. Anyways, so the search history, things like that are good, and that's all that I would really want to look for at this point, when they've already proven that there's nothing that they found in this to help prove their case. So they made that very clear. So anyways, if you go to my website, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, it's the fourth one down. It's titled Examination Report, Dakota County Sheriff's Office Electronic Crime Unit. And so when you open that up, you'll see it's a 5-page document. Look at the very first page. And right under the big box where it says Examination Report to, and then report prepared by, so it's like, well, here is a document. This is a 5-page thing that, if this is fraudulent, where'd you guys get this from? So we are going to have to kind of follow up on that, because this was given to us by the AVPD. That's why I was a little confused, like, wait a minute, so who made this? Did a superior make this, or somebody else made this? If Detective Klokonos said he didn't make this, then why is it here? Why is it part of all of this? So that was very confusing in the beginning there, but and we'll kind of read through some of that here too, but that was the big question. And then it was pointed out to me that if you go to Tony Floyd's website and you look at the same 5-page document, there's an extra paragraph in there. So I'm going to open up that. So the affidavit, we do have the affidavit by Detective Shane Klokonos. I'll read a little bit from that. Shane Klokonos, being duly sworn on oath, states and deposes as following. So this is an affidavit from him. I am MN Post licensed peace officer and have been employed by the Apple Valley, Minnesota Police Department since 2004. I have been a member of the Dakota County Electronics Crime Scene Task Force since it was created in early 2015, so it's pretty new there. In 2014-2015, I participated in investigating the deaths of 3 persons whose bodies were found in a single-family residence at 1051 Ramsdale Drive in the city of Apple Valley. My investigative responsibilities consisted of forensic examinations of digital evidence. I'm going to pause for a second here. Let that go by. If it will, hopefully it will. Or else I may have to move to a quieter location, which may not be a bad idea. Okay, so then it goes on. I have reviewed the attached document entitled Examination Report, placed upon alleged letterhead dated October 5th, 2015, and states that I prepared the report. Prior to seeing this document during August 2021, I had never seen this document. I am absolutely not the creator of that document. Further, I have reviewed the applicable case file 150000303 maintained by the Apple Valley Police Department, and I did not locate this document. But again, this was one of the documents that that they gave to us. So I'll go back and verify that one too. But then it goes on, prior to seeing this document during August 2021, I had never seen this document. I am absolutely not the creator of that document. Further, I have reviewed the applicable case file. Okay, and he says, and I do not locate this document. So, further, your offendant saith not, dated the 20th of September. So that, I mean, the same day they had him sign this and include this in what they sent to us the exact same day. And he signs it right there. With the notary. And then, so this is a 2-page thing here. No, I don't know how bad that is in the background or not. If you guys, if it's pretty bad, I apologize for that. So then, what you see here is, you look at page number 2, and it looks almost exactly like what we have here. There are some differences, though, and so I see what he's saying here, because they've only given him, so he's only talking about this one page. It looks very similar to the 5-page document that we have, but it is a little bit different, and so you'll be able to compare those two documents to kind of see how different it really is. So in the fraudulent one, you know, it has the header, the letterhead, everything like that, Dakota County Sheriff's Office, Electronic Crime Unit, examination report, that all looks right, that all looks good. This is what happens when you record live, folks, out in public. I mean, yeah, it's just, apologize for that again, but kind of just got to roll with it here. And it says, to Detective Tommy Booth and Brian Bone, Apple Valley Police Department. That's the fraudulent one. You look at the real one, to Detective Tommy Booth and Brian Bone, Apple Valley Police Department. I mean, it looks very, very, very same, very much the same. I guess, you know, even the report prepared by Detective Shane Klokonis, Dakota County ECU, it's got the address of them regarding the incident. So all of that stuff in the top paragraph there looks legit. It looks the same. It all looks kind of the same there. So Hastings, Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, all of that right there. But he says he didn't do this. So when he says he didn't recreate this document, it's hard to believe he's talking about this 5-page document here. He may just be talking about the one that is in the PDF, the affidavit PDF, which is just one page. There's just one page here. And I will try to read the fake one. I'll try to read the fake one here if I can. So this is, it says, not for public release, right? That's how it starts at the top. You look at the one, the real one that they sent us, the 5-pager, and it starts on January 17th, 2015. Two completely separate things, two different things here. So I believe I am going to, I apologize for this. I'm just gonna, okay, maybe they're gonna stop now. Let's see. If they don't stop, I'm gonna take a little move around here somewhere. Okay, we'll give it one more shot. If it doesn't work, then I will move into my garage and we'll continue on. Yeah, so the fake document, not for public release, and it starts, Tommy. Attached is the full examination report regarding 1051 Ramsdale Drive, Crowley family. It's very hard to read. As you can tell from the photo and the journal entries, there was widespread, yeah, it's really hard to read, and drug use by the perpetrator, but not slept in many days. So this is all fraudulent here, and I know it's really hard to read. Maybe we can get a better copy, or whoever got this, whoever obtained this, wherever this came from. Maybe we can get some more, but he's like, I didn't write this. Somebody fraudulent. Somebody forged this document here. This is not an active document. The top head, the letterhead, the top part is all legit. But when it starts with Tommy, and then it's talking about widespread, use of drugs, illegal drugs, had not slept in many days. From the evidence we were able to obtain, we believe he was substance awake, and the journal entries show him becoming increasingly agitated. Somebody wrote this. This is not, somebody forged a police document here. Why? Why would somebody do that? So you have to ask yourself, what would motivate someone to actually do that? You know, how bad do some people really want David Crowley to be guilty that they're willing to fake documents, police documents? This is a big deal here. This is criminal stuff. Whoever did this needs to be punished for this, for sure. Why would you do this? So now it makes sense because I'm reading this for maybe the second time. I am having a hard time reading exactly what is written here. I'll try to get a better transcript for you, and maybe we can get a copy that has that is not so blurred. It's just, I'm sorry, the one in the affidavit is very blurry. So I'm glad they saw it, but it's really hard for me. It looks like they may have just scanned it and added it to this. So this is a big deal. So let me see if I can read anything else. We believe the actual incident occurred at either December 24th or December 25th, and that substances as well as sleep deprivation contributed. Shane Klokonos didn't say any of this. He's not saying that. He's not saying that. This is the same cast of characters saying this. Who faked this document and why? Why would you fake this document? This is a huge, huge deal here. Someone is desperate, very desperate. In order to go this far, forge a police document just because you have no evidence that David Crowley is guilty? Why would you do that? You know? What is the motivation for that? So I hope the police do follow up on this, and we are going to try to see if they need help following up on this, where this came from. In the coming days, we'll have more information about that, about who created this document, where did this come from. And actually, I think it's on Tony Floyd's website, so we can kind of take a look at that there. Let's see. Again, we're all live, or not live. We're live to tape is what they call it here. There will be no edits in this one, just for time's sake and everything. But I just felt this was really important to kind of get out there. Let's see, where can I go? I mean, this is really crazy. Why would somebody do this? Why would you add all this? And you can see what they're talking about here. It's all this stuff that kind of contributes to David's death. How many people have they shared this with and try to fool people? Why would you do that? You know, if you really cared about this case, if you really cared about getting to the truth, if you cared about the facts, you wouldn't do that. You would not create something like this. This is ridiculous. I mean, they basically, whoever created this in Shane Klokonos' name, why would it not be for public release? I mean, there's so many weird questions about that, but I will try to get the transcript of this paragraph and add this into the description. I just have not had the time to really do that, just with a lot of other things going on. I just have not had the time, but I felt that this was very important to kind of get out. So let me see if I can. So sleep deprivation contributed. As I discussed, our evidence coupled with BCA's co-investigation, cornered with your findings. Who used the word cornered? That the adult female was shot first from a short distance. The minor child was then shot at close range and placed near the adult female, and at some point the male perpetrator took the weapon on himself and then discharged it, causing his subsequent death. I mean, Shane Klokonos is saying, I didn't say any of this. And this is the first time I'm reading this here, folks. This is troublesome. This is very troublesome. But it shows the length that some people will try to go to in order to just trick you, to trick people. It's not about getting to the truth. You know, we are the ones getting to the truth here. This is how we do it. This is how we do it here. We just look at the documents, we post them, we crowdsource the documents from what my friend Ross is saying. It's pretty much what we're doing, just crowdsourcing all this stuff here so everybody can have it. And hey, do your own research, do your own investigation. We'd love to have you a part of what we're doing here too, but don't feel like, you know, you have to just do whatever we're doing, or even have to agree with us. You know, you can hate us, you can not like me, you can be one of the people that I've blocked. It does not matter to me. You have the documents. The documents are not blocked, so you always will have access to any of that stuff. If you go to my website, it's all there. So, but that's how you do it. Creating a fake document is not how you do it. That just exposes yourself. That really shows who you are, what your motivation is, and that you're full of garbage. You're full of crap. So, this is interesting. I did not send the lawyer this. I did not send this to them. This is the first time that I'm reading this. Now, I probably had skimmed through this on Tony's website. I need to go to Tony's website. We need to read more about where this came from. And of course, I can't remember what his website is. I think it's like Strange Investigation. No, that's William Rowe. I'm gonna have to go to my YouTube channel and try to pull that up. But that's all that is on the fake document. So we will be closing our case file to reflect the same. Please let me know if we care to be of any further assistance. And then it just ends with Shane. I mean, it's really weird, Tommy and Shane. But Shane Kokonis is saying he didn't write this. Who wrote this then? The date is October 5th, 2015. It's the same letterhead. They use the exact same letterhead to try to trick people. Is that what it's really come to? Because people are so desperate to want to believe David Crowley is guilty that they resort to these games? And we know the cast of characters that have been caught doing this, that are still doing this, right? It's nothing new, but it's just like, you just keep doing it. You just keep exposing yourself. And now you may have some legal issues. Big legal issues. But whoever did this, you know, whoever did send it in to them, thank you for that. And now let's track it. Now let's see where the source. What is the source of this information? This false information here. Okay, so let me see if I can go there. Back to my channel. I gotta find what Tony's channel is. And we'll kind of go to there. Nothing like a little white wine on a hot summer day. Alright, so the Ballad of Tony Floyd. Then I'm going to go, crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. So let's look at that. Where is that image? Because that image came from here. Okay, here it is. That's the spreadsheet. Okay, electronics report. So it's a little ways down. And they have the... Okay, this one I can read a lot better from his website. Let me see if I can reread that. Okay, from Tommy to Shane. Is this one going to... Oh, even better. Okay, here we go. So here's the falsified document. This is not a legit document. And then we're going to see what Tony says about where he got this from, where this came from. This is not for public release. Tommy, comma. Attached is the full examination report regarding 1051 Ramsdale Drive / Crowley family. As you can tell from the photos and journal entries, there was widespread drug use to include a plethora of illicit drugs, and the perpetrator, David Crowley, has not slept in many days. None of that is true. From the evidence we were able to obtain, we believe that he was using substances to remain awake, and the journal entries show him becoming increasingly agitated. Really. Although we cannot say with 100% certainty what set the wheels in motion. We believe the actual incident occurred on either December 24th, 2014 or December 25th, 2014, and that the substances as well as sleep deprivation contributed. The police have never said any of this stuff, really. They just say he snapped, right? And that's only one or two cops who said that one. So interesting. Okay, as discussed, our evidence coupled with BCA's co-investigation concur with your findings that the adult female was shot first from a short distance. The minor child was then shot at close range and placed near the adult female. And at some point later, the male perpetrator turned the weapon on himself and discharged it, causing his subsequent death. We will be closing our case file to reflect the same. This is October 5th again. Please let us know if we can be of any further assistance. I mean, all lies, all just blatant lies. None of that. Whoever created that is in some serious trouble. And whoever created that, shame on you. Shame on you for that, for making this false document, trying to use the police headline, the header for it. And thanks to the police for calling them out on it, too. Maybe we'll see what other documents the police want to call people out on too next. So look for that in the future. Let's see what Tony says about this one. Okay, this page was obtained through Joe Tommaso at the Crowley case fact versus fiction. As you can see, it clearly reads not for public release and was redacted from the copy of the full report that I have provided below, which was obtained via a records request. Okay, so that's the same one that we have too, the 5-pager. And he says, this is more evidence of shady, less than legal methods to obtain materials. And he's right. Not only is it shady and less than legal methods to obtain materials, they created a material. So if this was really obtained through Joe Tommaso, then he created this fake document. Something needs to happen to him for that, legally. I hope the police follow up on that. I hope the investigators follow up on that. And I hope whoever has a drill back here will follow up on that. Just kidding. I don't know. And there it is. There it is. I'll let the drillers drill for a second. You know, we've been drilling for information for such a long time. Everybody's drilling for something, right? And, wow. I did not expect that, you know. So thank you again to whoever sent that to the Apple Valley Police to let them know that there was a fraudulent document out there. And it does make me wonder if there are any other fraudulent documents out there that the police are not aware of. And if there are, whoever you are, please get that to them too. And, you know, it's not surprising to me that it is Joe Tomato. Not surprising at all. Not at all. So, according to what Tony says here, if he obtained it through Joe Tomato has got some rotten tomatoes that he needs to clean up. Clean up your act. You know, stop tricking people. Stop trying to fool people. Stop trying to get them. Sincere people. Sincere people. You know, why? Why would you do this? Why would you create this? Why would you put this on this fake group, on this phony group? This is why nobody takes them seriously. It's all fiction and no fact. I mean, that's pretty clear to me from the little that I've seen that people have sent to me. You know, it's pretty clear. I have all them blocked, so I don't look at this fake group or anything like that, but here it is, you know, and this is not the first time that I've been sent, or I've looked at some things that other people have sent to me, and it's like, man, do you know what these guys are doing? You know, they're slandering and this and that. And it's like, man, let them do what they want, you know. But it's a free country. Everybody has the right to say whatever they want about me or do whatever they want, you know. But when you start doing something criminal, when you start to create false documents, you are the fiction here. And again, we know that because we got the facts. So the facts are on our side. So the only real group that you really need to be concerned about is the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. That's the only real group that's out there that is focused on this case, focused on getting justice for this family, not lying to people and playing games like you see here on Tony's website, where he calls all these people out for different things, for different reasons. So it's not surprising to me that Joe Tomato would have this and would try to spread this fake document. And there's no need for it. There's no need for it. If he really believes David Crowley is guilty, there's no need to spread any of this fake documents. Just show people what proves David Crowley guilty, and that should be it. You know, we've pretty much done the same thing. We're going to show you what proves him not guilty, and we're going to talk about it. That's what real people should be doing. That's what common sense people should be doing. That's what we do. That's what we have done. That's what we have continued to do, and what we will continue to do until we can get the case reopened, at least. Just run to that. So again, it's so ridiculous. I mean, the desperation in clinging to this false stuff, all these false reports, false documents, instead of just examining what the truth is. So, I guess thanks to Tony. I don't know if Tony is the one that reached out to them and let them know about it, but whoever did, thank you for that. And if there's any other false documents that this fake group is putting out there, or anyone is putting out there, make sure that you report that to the police. They need to know that. It does not help their case. It does not help the family. This hurts the family. Creating fake documents like this hurts the family. It disrespects the family. It disrespects the real friends of David Crowley. It disrespects David Crowley. It should not be done. It does not need to be done. There's no reason for it to be done unless you know David Crowley is innocent and you just want to trick people. And that's what's going on here. That's exactly what is going on here. Here is more proof here. So that's why I don't waste my time with trolls, with anything like that. Hey, you guys have freedom of speech. You want to say whatever you want. You want to slander me. Doesn't matter. It's freedom. You have the freedom to do that. But, you know, this is what happens. This is how God works. You get caught. So just be honest. Be sincere. You know, do the right thing. And that's it. That's it. And you won't run into these problems. And this guy is not someone who is new to any problems either. So he's got tons of problems. Don't we all, right? But I mean, this is just taken it to another level. This is taken to a retarded level. This is just very, very dumb. And you have to account for that. You will have to account for that. So we'll see what the police do. You may get a knock on your door one day saying, hey, we'd like to talk to you about something here. Don't be surprised. So look out your window. You may hear that knock coming. You never know. It won't be me. It'll be the police, if anything. Okay. Okay. Let's read this quickly. Okay, I guess I can read, clear my throat a little bit, but I guess I can read the real one. It's 5 pages. So I don't know if you all want to sit here through that. I'm tired of my voice yet here. But I'll take one more sip of wine and then I'll kind of read through this. This is the real one here. This is the 5-pager. Same one that Tony has. So, but Joe Tomato apparently gave Tony that fake one. Why? I mean, why? So, thanks again, Tony. Tony's helping us more. Keeps helping us. It really, I mean, he doesn't believe David Crowley is innocent either. He thinks David Crowley is guilty. But it just shows that, you know, we can work with people. We be respectful, decent human beings. I don't have time for trolls. I don't have time for games. I don't have time for retards. I don't have time for idiots. So, you know, and that's it. We can read through some of this stuff here. It's only a few pages. As long as my battery on my phone doesn't die, we're good to go. But support your local winery too. Okay, on January 17th, and this is the real one from Shane Klokonos. This is a 5-page one. We're just gonna make sure to verify that this is really from him. I believe it is. I don't think we have to worry about anything like that. I think this is this. I mean, the fact that it's the same date, it's the exact same header, and all this at the very top. So make sure you go to my website, check that out. And, I'll try to post the link to the actual 5-page document, the real one, and then I'll post the link to Tony's website, where you can scroll down a little bit and you will see this same photo, or the same header, but it's different. That's what threw me off. I thought the same header, it must be the same thing, but it's not. Okay, here's what it says. This is to Detective Tommy Booth and Brian Bone. This is a report prepared by Detective Shane Klokonis. On January 17, 2015, this detective, along with detectives Thomas Jacobson and Ryan Olson from the Dakota County Electronic Crime Unit, ECU, assisted the Apple Valley Police Department with the search warrant at 1051 Ramsdale Drive in the city of Apple Valley. This search warrant was the result of multiple deceased bodies being found in the residence. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension was also present and processed the scene for physical evidence. Many electronic devices were taken as evidence from the residence. Those items are listed below. An iMac computer was located in an office-type room on the southeast side of the house. This computer was powered on and had several external hard drives connected to it. The power cord was removed from the rear of the computer without shutting it down. A MacBook Pro was located in the kitchen. This device was found to be powered on and active. After the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension had completed processing it for physical evidence, I turned the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth off. There was a text document on the desktop of this device titled Myth, and that had the words, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." Later examination of this device showed this text document had last been saved on December 14, 2014 at 4:10 p.m. But an autosave version of this document, the open document, had been last saved on December 25, 2014 at 1:18 p.m. Testing on a different Apple MacBook found that the text documents created, then saved, and opened at a later time and had changes made to the document will be autosaved after 60 seconds of inactivity. Photographs of the above described were taken and added to this report. This computer was kept in its awake state and transported to the ECU by Detective Olson for forensic examination. So it was created on December 14th, and then there was an autosave that happened on, the last autosave was on December 25th, 2014. So it really makes no sense. December 14th, I mean, you look at what happened. December 14th is a pretty important date, but we know that everybody's still alive. There's nothing really crazy on December 14th. David and Kamel, Ranya's still in school. David and Kamel go and meet Chris Peck, a few days later. When David and Kamel pick up Ranya for the last day of school, the police, or the school says they don't notice anything weird or anything strange. They were kind of normal, so everything here looks kind of normal there. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything odd, so there's no way, if this was created, had last been saved on December 14th, it's not a suicide note. It's more evidence that this is not a suicide note. That was the typed up note. It also kind of shows that maybe this was David that actually wrote that. I mean, that would be the best evidence that David wrote it, is because it was written on December 14th, right? That he wrote that. It doesn't make it it doesn't make it a suicide note. And because it was last saved on December 25th, 2014, it looks like somebody reopened it and purposely set it on the computer open in an open text box, staging the crime scene once again. that's something that apparently, from what I'm reading here, it looks like that stood out to the police, because it was, or to the investigators, to the people that were able to look at the electronic documentation and when it was last saved. So this is what they do here. So that makes it staged, right? And it doesn't look like it's an autosave, so it's not like there was anything changed. And it was titled Myth. That's why you can clearly see there's nothing that would show that this would be anything related to a suicide note or anything, or David going crazy, any of that stuff. I mean, I think that's very clear. But I do believe that this is the best evidence that shows David Crowley did write that on December 14th, but still. Okay. Let's see here. Where was I? Okay. MacBook photos. Okay, MacBook photos. Detective Tommy Booth with the Apple Valley Police Department submitted an examination request for digital evidence gathered at 1051 Ramsdale Drive. The examination request was pursuant to a search warrant. Detective Booth provided the Dakota County ECU with a copy of the examination request form and search warrant. Use the following links to view the search warrant and examination request, which I do believe we have. We have the search warrant, the examination request form. Not sure about that, but good to follow up on that. So we're now on page 2, by the way, if you're following along, if you're reading along with this. And again, the title of that document on my website is Electronic Crimes Examination, so make sure that you go and you can check that out. Examination report, Dakota County Electronic Crime Unit, and then it has an item number. Item 1, the description. So item 1 is a black Apple iPhone. Item 2 is a AT&T micro SIM card from the iPhone. Item 3 is a white Apple iPhone. Item 4 is the AT&T Nano SIM card. So there's a SIM card that was there, but the white one is most likely Kamel's. But when I talked with Kamel's sister, she said that when they got the iPhone back, it didn't have the SIM card in it. That's what she told me. That's what she first told me. Item 5 then is a Apple MacBook Pro, and then 6 is a 16 gig blue USB drive. Item 7 is an Apple iMac computer with a keyboard and mouse. Item 8, Western Digital 640 gig hard drive, external hard drive that was in item 7. Item 9, Western Digital MyBook Studio external hard drive. There's lots of external hard drives that they took here, and we've covered that, but this just gives us a little more detail about those external hard drives, and they're labeled differently here. You can see they're itemized here, but it has all of those. The Kindle Fire that you see on the kitchen island is there. The Camel Surface Pro, which is item 15, so that is there, 128 gig Microsoft Surface Pro. More external hard drives. Item 17 is a passwordless GS/GSTR password list with a yellow post-it note. So that's pretty interesting because, obviously, well, who could get into that? Anybody with the password list. He's got a written password list here. Anyone could get into to this stuff. 18 is another hard drive. 19 is another hard drive. These are big hard drives. 20 is another password list. So there's 2 password lists here that are mentioned. 21 is another external hard drive with the words Iron Enema on it. 22 is a SD card reader. SD card readers, 22. 23 is a 16 gig SanDisk compact flash card mounted inside item 22. So it's mounted inside of the Lexar SD card reader. 24 is miscellaneous power cords. They took the power cords for some reason. Well, I guess to keep it powered in or whatever. 25, Sima Mini, another SD card reader. 26 is a SD adapter inside of 25. 27 is a 64 gig SD card inside of item 26. So 25, 26, 27 all related. 28, a Toshiba 500 gig external hard drive with quote-unquote family pictures on the case. 29 is a USB 2 card reader. 30 is another external hard drive. 31 is a USB thumb drive. 32 is another USB thumb drive. 33, a Western Digital 3 terabyte internal hard drive. Interesting. 34 is another internal hard drive. Doesn't say where they're internal from, but okay. 35, Black Pelican case with the words Hothead Production on it and Heil written on the outside, containing 6 3 terabyte external hard drives. I mean, this is massive stuff. Backing up, lots of digital data. They went through all of that stuff. Didn't find anything, nothing that would help them understand why David Crowley would be guilty. Nothing. Okay, we're now at the bottom of page 3. Pre-examination procedures were collected, including documenting and photographing the items, the iMac photos, the scene photos, and the miscellaneous photos. Cellular phone forensic software/hardware from Cellebrite was used to extract data from item 1, the iPhone. When conducting the extraction, precautions were taken to make sure the device was not allowed to connect to the network. Specifically, a cellular disruption device was powered on prior to the phone being powered on. This prevented the phone from connecting to the cellular network. Once powered on, the phone was placed in airplane mode. The cellular disruption device was then powered off and the data was extracted. The extraction was conducted with item 01 iPhone containing item 02, the nano SIM card. Data extracted including phone book, SMS, MMS, email, IM, calendar, apps data, pictures, auto music, videos, ringtones, call logs, and browsing data. Let's go to page 4. Data from the application titled quote-unquote Day 1 was found. Some of the actual entries were still on the phone. These journal entries were exported into a readable form. This device appears to have been owned and used by Mr. Crowley. The text messages found on the device and Day 1 entries indicated illegal drug use by the Crowleys. This information was forwarded to detectives at the Apple Valley Police Department for further follow-up. When they say illegal drug use, they're talking about weed, probably shrooms. I think shrooms too. I think he mentioned shrooms. I'm not sure. But we know that he does talk about using shrooms once. I think that was it. Tried it, compared it to weed, which is weird, but and that was really it. So Mr. Crowley also indicated in his journaling he would stay up for many hours screenwriting for a movie he was working on. A review of the timeline on this device showed it was last used on 12/25/2014. Use the following links to view the Cellebrite report. So they have the Cellebrite reports in HTML, PDF, and UFDR formats. The Cellebrite Logical, Cellebrite File System, the Day 1 Spreadsheet, Day 1 PDF exports, and the Day 1 zip exports. So we'll see what we can get from that. Item 3, an Apple iPhone 5S was found to be locked with a 4-digit code that was not known, and no data was able to be extracted from this device. They couldn't get anything from item 3, which was Kamel's phone, which is what Kamel's sister said. They couldn't get anything from it. So that's consistent with what she was saying there too. Even though I think later on she said that they were able to get, her dad told her that they were able to get data from it. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong. Item 5 and item 7, which were found to be the main devices used by David Crowley. And again, item 5 is the Apple, the MacBook Pro, and 7 is the MacBook. So item 5 is the MacBook Pro that was found in the kitchen. Item 7 is the iMac computer that was found in David's office room. So looking at those, item 5 and item 7, which were found to be the main devices used by David Crowley, the hard drive contained within item 7, which is item 8, was removed from item 7 by Detective Jacobson. These items were examined by Detective Vaughn. See the following links for the reports pertaining to items 5 and 8. So item 5, the black light report. Item 8, the black light report, and the detective on narrative, which we do have on the website. So you should have access to all of those as well. Item 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 were external hard drives connected to item 7. These drives, and so that they were all connected to the to David's computer in the office bedroom. These drives were in a RAID configuration specific to item 07. Because of the RAID configuration, an individual forensic image of each device could not be achieved. It was determined the drives could be connected to item 7 as they were discovered in the Crowley home on January 17, 2015, to preview the contents. This computer and hard drives contained data relating to movie production and editing. Nothing further was done with these items. Forensic software/hardware from Cellebrite was used to extract the data contained within item 14. No information relating to the deaths of the Crowley family was found on this item. So again, item 14 is that's the Kindle Fire. Okay, so nothing in the Kindle Fire. And let's go last page here. Page 5, the contents of items 6, 15, and 18 were examined by creating a forensic image of the data contained within them using Access Data FTK Imager. Item 15 was found to be locked. This is Kamel's Surface Pro. Item 15 was found to be locked with the passcode with the device was powered on. Using a list of passwords collected at the Crowley residence on January 17, 2015, the proper password was found and used to unlock this device. Okay, so maybe I confused with what Kamel's sister was telling me. It sounds like they were never able to get into Kamel's phone, but eventually they were able to get into Kamel's laptop, so I may have confused some of that. Let's see, so they were able to get in there, unlock it. Because the internal drive cannot be removed from this device, Access Data FTK Imager Lite was used to create a forensic image of the data. So they were able to get all the data from Kamel's. Forensic software from Get Data's Forensic Explorer was used to examine the forensic images of items 6, 15, and 18. No information relating to the deaths of the Crowley was found. No information relating to the deaths of the Crowley family was found. Period. FEX report. Many other devices were previewed using physical write blockers, which protect the devices being previewed from having any data written to or deleted from them. No information relating to the deaths of the Crowley family was discovered. Again, no information related to the Crowley family deaths was discovered in all these electronics. The items that were labeled or appeared to be related to the movie production were not previewed. Conclusion. After reviewing all pertinent pieces of evidence, and that's pretty important. Let me go back to that last sentence. The items that were labeled or appeared to be related to movie production were not previewed. So they didn't even need to look at those. They just figured, so they're not looking at any, they're not making any ties between the murders and all the stuff to what David was making, what he was doing. Even though in the Tom Lydon report, that's exactly what the police chief does. He makes those ties. When you're talking about this movie and you're taking you to a dark place, and if you're just focused on that, it's going to take you to this dark place. But when we look at here, the people who are actually doing the actual work, who are looking at all of this stuff, looking for anything, motive, all that stuff, they didn't even bother with that because it had nothing to do with the case. That's not what you do. They're looking for evidence. They're looking for real stuff. They can't find it, so their police chief just makes it up. He just says it is tied to it, even though in here they don't even look at the document. They don't even look at that stuff because they know it's not going to be tied to it. A movie is not going to make you kill your family. It's ridiculous. Here's the conclusion. After reviewing all pertinent pieces of evidence, no information was found specifically related to the deaths of the Crowley family. Information was found that pointed to drug use between Mr. and Mrs. Crowley, and journal entries found on Mr. Crowley's phone indicated many sleep-deprived days for Mr. Crowley. So this conclusion here, if you look at what was written on Tony's website, that fake document, they're really twisting things here. I mean, they're really trying to twist all this, and they couldn't even get that right. They couldn't even get that right, and they had to pretty much create this fake document written from Detective Shane Klokonis to Detective Tommy Booth. big error right there. Big problem. You're in big trouble for that. Believe me, you are in trouble for that. Wait for the knock. Okay, evidence logged into the ECU was released and transported to the Apple Valley Police Department by this detective. That's the real document. That is what Detective Shane Klokonis really wrote. Not that fake thing that was given to Tony by Joe Tomato. So, there it is, folks. God bless you all. More to come, I promise. Much more to come on this. And thank you to the Apple Valley Police Department for following through, for being professional, for making this very clear, and for providing an actual affidavit. That shows how serious they are really taking this fake document. It is not cool. I'm sure they do not appreciate people creating any type of fake documents. Not cool at all. I don't think that they would care if it's someone who thought David was innocent or guilty. We know that if it was written by Joe Tomato, if he's the one who really did this, he was passing it around, definitely. But if he created this fake document, the police are not going to care just because you also believe he's guilty. They're not going to pay that any mind. So there you go. Keep knocking, but you can't come in. Until next time, thank you all for joining me here. God bless you all, and make sure you check out the group Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and check out everything else that we're doing. Trust me, more to come on this. Much more to come on this. God bless. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are, what city, what state. Just turn this radio down a little bit. I just figured I would invite everybody to once again join us. We will be live. The plan is, if everything goes according to plan, we will be live tomorrow, which will be Thursday at about 12:15 p.m. Pacific time. So make sure you set your reminder, and that will let you know exactly what time it is in your time zone, in your country too, since we have been reaching lots of different countries just with the podcast. I don't know what the YouTube numbers are or the Rumble numbers are or anything like that, but just with the podcast, we're reaching many different countries. So it's always interesting to see that. But tomorrow we are going to continue the discussion, and I want to hear some other people's views on this fake police document. So that will be the goal. I feel like I've kind of said everything that I wanted to say so far, but it will be good to get other people's views and see what they think about this fake document that is tied to the case. And there are people that don't know. Let me try to summarize it as best I can. It does, it takes a little while to kind of process it. It took me a little while to try to process exactly what the heck I'm looking at. So, on Tony Floyd's website, there is a one-page document. It's only one page, and it's meant to look like it was created by Apple Valley Police Detective Shane Klokonis. Shane Klokonis has stated in an affidavit that he did not create that document. So then the question obviously is, well, who created it then? Somebody created it, obviously. So if you look on Tony Floyd's website, I think it's crowleycasemurders.neocities.org. I could be wrong, but it's something like that. But if you look on his website, he says that it came from Joe Tomato. So that is the source as far as we know. And so again, that is where we're basically at, is trying to figure out, okay, who created this fake document, acting like they were Detective Shane Klokonis? And then, of course, the other question is why? This was brought to our attention, to my attention, and Sophia too. This was brought to our attention through a letter from the Apple Valley City Attorney. Now, prior to this letter from the Apple Valley City attorney, Christine Caselius, I really didn't pay any attention to this one-page fraudulent document because it looks so much like the real 5-page examination report. I thought we were looking at the same thing, but apparently no. Apparently, what it looks like somebody did is they took the top half of the real document and created this letter from Shane Klokonos to Tommy Booth. So that will be interesting too. It'll be, it would be good, and maybe we can, thinking of things to kind of what do we do to follow up on it. Now that Detective Shane Klokonos has stated that he didn't write it, I don't know, maybe it's not even relevant, maybe it's not worth it, or worth Apple Valley's time, but maybe get Tommy Booth to also say that I didn't receive it. So anyways, but that was pretty fascinating information that we just got yesterday. So yesterday morning, the affidavit, it's dated September 20th. And it was sent to us on that same day. At the same time, Sophia and I received it at the same time. So, pretty interesting stuff there. We'll see how all of that pans out. That's where we are with that one. But tomorrow, I'm hoping to have Sophia on, to have Catherine on, to have William Rail on. Maybe Eric Spitfire Wilkinson might join us too. But if anybody else wants to join us, send me a message to thegraystage@gmail.com. If you're part of the group, I'll be more than happy to send you the information. But we are planning to do it live. Sometimes the live thing doesn't work out, but the goal is to do it live. It will be recorded. So if something goes wrong and we're not able to do it live, then we'll just do it. Kind of what I did with the video that I made, where it's pretty much live to tape, so there won't be any edits or anything like that. But I think this show will be a little bit better because I've had time to kind of process what I'm reading here. Not only that, but we'll have some visuals up on the screen, so we'll be able to go through the actual documents and we'll talk about it. I felt like that was one of the things that was lacking in my video, is that you couldn't, I didn't do any screen shares just because of time's sake and everything. So we'll definitely do that this time, and it'll be interesting to see what people think about it. But it just goes to show, it never pays to be shady. It never pays to play games, anything like that. And so I hope Joe Tommaso has learned his lesson. Now, I don't know if he actually created it, but again, according to Tony Floyd, he is the source. Tommaso is the source. And it seems to be verified. It seems to be verified there. And I think that's all I wanted to say about that for now, obviously. But I'll be curious to get other people's views and thoughts, and we'll kind of discuss that. But the other thing is, we do have a source that has been able to kind of shed some clarifications on certain things related to the Crowley case. The source does not want to be named, does not want to be out in public. Is not worried about anything, just doesn't want, this person does not want their name out there. But this source was talking about January 19th and Chris Klein, when Chris Klein's truck was spotted at David Crowley's residence. Now, what the source says is that Chris Klein's car or truck, right, the camo truck, drove by slowly a couple times back and forth by David's house before actually stopping at David's house. I thought that was kind of curious. I thought that was very curious as to why, if you're just there to just do whatever, why kind of slowly drive by a couple times. You just would go there. It was like he was staking it out. The source was not sure if there was multiple people in the car or if it was just Klein. So, but that was one that really stuck out. The source also claimed that on Halloween, David, Kamel, and Rania were at their house. I don't know if they were trick-or-treating or passing out candy, but the source, talked to them and was able to, said nothing. There was nothing weird, nothing strange, or anything like that. And it kind of goes against. I was talking with Dan Hinnon about this, and he was like, it kind of goes against the theory that Kamel was a hostage in her own home. It doesn't. This is one more thing. It doesn't appear like there's any truth to that. That she was a hostage in her own home. They're walking around freely. They're outside, and they're just acting normal. So that was another thing that the source said. I'm trying to think if there was anything else there. There was a couple other things. I don't have my notes with me, but we'll be covering a little bit more on that. But there's just some more stuff to it, I guess. I wish I could remember off the top of my head some of the other things, but some of the things about David's behavior that is mentioned in the police reports, some of that, there's other sides to it, I guess. It's not really that big of a deal with some of these things. So, but we'll be going over that a little bit more in depth too at some point. But I thought that those were, there was a few other things that stuck out to me, but I can't remember exactly what they were right now, of course. But that was the big one, was that Chris Klein, was kind of driving by slowly, very suspiciously. Maybe that's not the correct word, but it was just kind of, the source found it strange that they would, kind of driving by a couple times before actually stopping there. So that was another thing there. But that's probably all that I can share for right now from that source. There is more. There is some more. But again, it's just all background stuff. Just kind of some clarifications on certain things of how David was. Nothing abnormal, but he kept to himself, seemingly. And I'll try to pull up those notes here, because I know I'm not really doing a good job at relaying that. But nothing strange, nothing out of the ordinary. Kamel was a very outgoing person, very outgoing, very friendly. Other than that, not too much strange stuff, but we'll go over some of that at a later point. But with this whole thing, this fraudulent document, it's just, it's very troublesome that someone would create that and pass it to anybody, whether you're passing it to just Tony Floyd or to Tony Floyd and other people too, and there's documentation that backs up what Tony is saying too, so don't forget that. So the letter from the Apple Valley City Attorney, again, thank you to whoever did send that in to them, because they didn't know about it. So it was good, whoever sent that in, so that now they do know, and we'll see if they're going to take any other steps towards that. Is this impersonating a police officer? Is one of the questions that came up. Would that qualify as impersonating a police officer? I mean, morally, yes, definitely. Legally, I would also think so, yes. I mean, that's a big deal, right? Why would you even do that, first of all? But what would be the punishment for that? So that'll be another thing that I hope that the city attorney kind of follows up on, because if they don't, then this could happen a second, third time. We don't know. This is the only one that we know about too, and it's only because Tony Floyd has put it on his website, shown the actual document there. So we don't know if, there's other documents floating that have been passed around to try to make David look guilty. And that's the thing. That's what the document is there for, right? It is worded very, very weird. First of all, it's, from to Tommy from Shane. That's kind of weird. Like that's how detectives talk. I don't know. I mean, I guess I have no idea. But and maybe because we do have some other email exchanges between the detectives and the BCA, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe that's how they talk. But for someone to put in that much effort to fake a document just shows the desperation that some people have in trying to trick people into thinking David Crowley is guilty. But we know it's a phony document. Apple Valley City Attorney has confirmed that, and they seem to leave the door open. They haven't said, we're no longer discussing this or anything. So that's all public stuff, and anybody can contact them. Contact the Apple Valley City Attorney. In the document on my website, I believe it does have Christine's name, and only do it if you're really serious about it too. But it's definitely something that I plan on following up on. Hopefully, maybe we can get them on. Maybe we can get the city attorney on to give a couple statements, a couple quotes or something like that. I think that would be good too. But I'd be willing to help. I don't know how I could help, but if I can, I definitely will. But I do hope that they follow through on that, and that they figure out, and more so to just make sure that people stop. They stop the games. They stop these, the trickery that we continually see from the same cast of characters. So, Joe Tomato needs to respond to it. He needs to say where he got this document from and why he was passing it out. But the fake document itself you could totally tell it's just meant to make, David's guilty. He had extensive drug use, he wasn't sleeping, etc., etc. So I mean, it's just crazy. But it's not like it's not like any of that proves anything to say, okay, this is what happened. David Crowley, did this. He did the actual killing. It's not there in this. The real document, the 5-page document, you can compare that to that 1-pager, and you can see the big difference. So, it's too bad. It's too bad that someone wanted to create that fake document and then kind of spread that out there. But again, we're thankful to Mr. Tony Floyd for making that available to the public on his website. That's where I first saw it, and I'm sure that's where many of you first saw it too. I glazed at it, didn't even recognize it until the Apple Valley City Attorney sent me that letter. If they wouldn't have, I probably wouldn't have even noticed that there were 2 documents with the same date, the same header, the same everything at the top. But I would have just thought, okay, maybe that was part that was taken out or something. I don't know. But so again, Tony helps expose these frauds, and we'll see where it goes from there. But I hope they learn their lesson. Don't create the fake documents. Your time is better spent on just proving David Crowley guilty. And if you can't do that, then I get it. I understand why you're doing all this trickery and all these games, because that's all you got, and it's an act of desperation. It's what desperate people do. Not people that are really searching for truth, that really want to find out what the truth is. That is just making things more corrupted. It's corrupting this investigation. It's corrupting this case, and it's needless. And it's disrespectful to David Crowley. It's disrespectful to the family. Disrespectful to his real friends. Disrespectful to everyone who really cares about this case and wants to find out what the truth is. So they got busted. It happens. You have to admit that. Admit what you did, and then suffer the legal consequences of it. So That's pretty much it. So, Joe Tomato, if you didn't create it, you know, you should go to the Apple Valley Police and let them know where you got this from. Simple as that. Simple as that. But it was created, it is out there, it is verified that it is a fraudulent document, and of course it's not surprising at all to many people. You know, it's just it's so unnecessary. Some of these things are just so unnecessary. But again, it's time that is spent in the wrong area. You know, the time with the case should be spent on the case, okay? Not on creating fake documents or playing games or distractions, which again, Tony Floyd's website shows that's exactly what these cast of characters are doing. That's their goal. That's what they do, is to create the distractions to play games, white lies, whatever you want to call it. It has nothing to do with truth. So that's why the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, you know, we are the ones who are seeking truth and getting to the truth. And each day that goes by, there's a little more truth that comes out. So, you know, it's not a big focus for me. You know, the fraudulent document, it is a big deal, but it's not my primary focus. Obviously, the primary focus is still getting the case reopened. If that helps get the case reopened, awesome. I mean, maybe it will. Maybe it'll lead us down that path too, which would be great, because that is the real goal here. But I do believe it's going to show more and more people that, man, you know, there really is a fake group out there who is just playing all of these games and is not really interested in providing, you know, a comprehensive video or an explanation, something to explain why David Crowley is guilty. I've made 3 now. One was 2 minutes, one was 3 minutes, another one was 17 minutes, and it all pretty much shows you why David Crowley is not guilty. So, and it can't be debated. It just can't. So if you're going to debate something, debate that video. That's all I got for you. You know, I don't have time for haters. I don't have time for trolls. For years I've been stating that I block people. It's not anything new. If you don't know that I block people, then you're not paying attention. I put it in my last video. I put it in many videos. I've shared screenshots of people that have created fake accounts, and I've blocked all of those too, and I will continue to, because their purpose is to distract and to get people to react, and that's, you know, okay, fine. If that's what you want to do, that's how you want to spend your life, you know, wasting your time. Nothing off my shoulder. I'll respond to whatever I want to, but, you know, I'm not really interested in feeding trolls. So let the trolls eat cake and they can figure it out for themselves. But really, it only brings more eyes to us. So I would not concern myself too much with it. It would be laughable if it wasn't so sad, you know, just sad human beings, miserable people. That's what they do, you know. People with no real moral compass, no positivity in life. So, whatever. That's what happens. God's gonna get you. And you see it. We saw it firsthand here. Busted. Right, completely busted with the fake document. And hopefully it's the last. Hopefully people have learned their lesson and they won't do it again. Or else, you know, there's always going to be legal consequences to things like that. And not just legal consequences, but it's just more, it just shows a lot of people the shadiness of people who are trying to desperately prove to you that David Crowley is guilty without any evidence or anything like that. They know they can't prove it, and so they just play all these weird games and stuff to just kind of, you know, I don't know, to cast doubt, I guess. That, I mean, I think I was like, why would somebody do this? You know, why? That's why, you know, we were discussing the document, and hopefully we'll discuss the why. We can theorize on it. I don't know why. I don't understand why. I don't understand why somebody would do that. But again, it just shows the level of stupidity in some people to do that, to take a document like that. And I don't get it. I don't get it, folks. But again, join us tomorrow, and that will be Thursday. Go to the channel. Well, if you're watching this, you're probably already on the channel. So set the reminder. I will put the notification up there soon, so make sure that you do that. And join us live. Join us live in the live chat room. And like I said, if you want to call in, if you want to be a part of the show, we'll make that a part of it too. So I think there's a few people that did want to be a part of it. So I will reach out to those people hopefully today and let them know that, hey, we are going to go live tomorrow. And if you want to join in and give your thoughts on this or thoughts on anything else related to the case, great. Happy to have you. So God bless you all, and until then, until tomorrow, around 12:15 p.m. Pacific time, I'm Greg Fernandez Jr., and God bless you all.
Something wrong?
Nope.
Oh,
Once
okay.
I hit this go live right now.
Okay, just in other words, Catherine, be patient and be quiet. Gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I think we have a winner. Hopefully everybody can hear us okay here on YouTube. If you do have any audio issues with YouTube, please make sure to let us know. Otherwise, we're going to go through this, and I want to welcome everyone who is in our chat room and everyone who has joined the call. We have Sophia is here, Catherine is here, William is here, and Crip Rick is joining us for the very first time here too. And we may have one or two other people kind of jumping in. Ross may jump on during his break, so he may come on at some point. And
Already here, my guy. Already here.
Good. Right on, Ross. Very good to see you, man. Wasn't sure.
Yes, sir.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. The gang is all here then. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start. I don't know if anyone has their YouTube stream up right now, but again, if you notice any issues on YouTube, any sound quality issues, please make sure to let us know. We are recording this. We are live, so anything can happen here, and we'll just keep rocking and rolling as far as we can go. So we are going to discuss some more about who created a fake police document and why. And so this is presented by us, by the group, the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. Many of the members here, everyone here is a member. And we're going to do a little roundtable discussion. And so we're going to be talking about the fraudulent document. And I was hoping that Sophia could kind of give us, everybody, there's probably a lot of people that have no idea what we're talking about, what this is. So maybe, Sophia, if you could give us just a little summary of why we're all here today.
This last Monday, I received an email, and you also did too. I just didn't know it at the time, from an Apple Valley city attorney. And I was confused by why I was receiving it. It had been a chaotic day already, and we were in the car, and I wasn't driving, by the way. And I'm like reading it, and I see, that she mentions, numerous FOIAs, FOIA requests, and I'm like, oh gosh, maybe they're just telling me to shut up already about this. Stop sending, harassing them. And
Thank you. Sorry about that. Oh man, I totally
good luck.
Cough button.
So,
okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Then I downloaded the affidavit and totally gave up on reading the letter and was reading the affidavit, and I was like, wait, what? What just happened? Why? What? Somebody faked a document, and I was confused by everything. But the kids were yelling in the back seat, so that was just adding to everything. And by the time I got home, I was able to look at everything all together, and it's still it's the ECU paperwork. And then I realized it was also it's supposed to be an ECU memo or report that is on a website that came to our attention back in late July.
Mm-hmm.
And Greg, I can't remember the name of the website, but that paperwork had on there attention to Tommy. And at the very end, it was signed Shane. And it was one of the detectives from the ECU in Apple Valley who had done the electronics devices and had taken the information off of there. But this document stood out to me because it had personal opinions about this case. Yes, there was illicit drug use. We know this because it's right there in the journal. We know this because there's pot in the household. But what really caught my attention was near the bottom when they're talking about who died when. Not once has anybody ever mentioned that in any of the police reports. Who died when. Except for, it's assumed that David died last because he supposedly killed himself. But, nobody has ever assumed that Kamel was first, then Ronnie, or that Ronnie was first and then Kamel. That was never even touched upon in any of the reports. And then, I lost my train of thought. So that really stood out to me. But there was nothing on the electronic devices to give this detective that information. So why was he even writing that in his report? So that really started sending off red flags to me. And I sent that to Steph in Apple Valley, who has been helping us with getting FOIA requests fulfilled. And I questioned this document, and I was like, why are they discussing the order of death when none of the other police officers had assumed this in the report? They had all been very, very professional. And I didn't hear back, but that's not unusual because usually I will not hear back from Apple Valley until they're ready to give me information. So I was waiting, and in the meantime, I sent off a couple more FOIA requests for information on like CAD reports and other things like that. And then that's when I got the email from the attorney on Monday. And they were referring to that particular document that was on the website. And it was a fraudulent document. The detective never wrote that to Tommy Booth, Detective Tommy Booth. So, and that's what we're going to cover today in this roundtable discussion. And we believe we know exactly who created that document. And we have proof of that, screenshots of that. So we'll be showing that too.
Excellent.
But that's the backstory.
All right, so let's jump right into this then. I'm going to crash right into some of this stuff here. So again, this is what Sophia was talking about here. This is the page from crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. This is where I saw it. This is where we all saw it, and you can see it was kind of troublesome because we didn't know, okay, what is the source of this? Now, I had mistakenly thought that this was the 5-page ECU report that we all got. That is not the case here. And so that's what we're going to look at. And talking about the source, it's right here on this website. Now, according to Tony Floyd, this page was obtained through Joe Tomaso at the Crowley case - fact versus fiction. As you can see, it clearly reads, "Not for public release," and was redacted from the copy of the full report I have provided below, which was obtained via a records request. This is more evidence of shady, less than legal methods to obtain these materials. So that's why I didn't really pay too much attention to this. I thought, okay, well, this is just the first page. And for whatever reason, this was, like he says, this was redacted. We now know that that is not the case at all. Fly away, little birdie. So what we're looking at right here is side by side. On the left-hand side, you see the fake police report, and on the left-hand side, you see the fake police report. On the right-hand side, you see the real police report. Now, note the similarities in that box there. Everything at the top is exactly the same. Exactly the same. So somebody would have taken just that top portion and then added everything where it says "not for public release." They added all of that in there. All of that from Shane to Tommy. Like you just said, it kind of says, yeah, these are two. I mean, you can read the real one on the right-hand side. That one is 5 pages. What we're seeing on the left-hand side is not something that was redacted. This is something that was falsified. Somebody was posing as a police officer, posing as Detective Shane Klokanos, and wrote this and then spread this. And we know that that's what we know so far here. So those are the two ones. You can see those. You can go to Tony's website and find the one on the left-hand side. You can go to thegraystage.wordpress.com and you can read the full one. You can see how different they sound. Very, very different. One is accurate. One is a bunch of BS. Okay. Now we're going to read from the bottom up, by the way, here. So there was something that Joe Tommaso was trying to share with Tony. And Tony's like, what? What's up? And then Joe Tommaso says, and this is on June 4, 2021, 1724, that they need to share something with you that was slipped to us. So Joe Tommaso here is talking to Tony Floyd, according to this this document that we have received from Tony Floyd, that Joe Tommaso, something was slipped to them. And he says, "I'm going to get it now." Tony says, "All right, sure." Luis says, "The journal stuff, what do you want to do with it?" Joe Tommaso says, "It confirms what you have." Let's read on. Joe Tommaso, reading in the upper left-hand corner of June 4, 2021 at 1727. "I got that with my ECU report." So here you have Joe Tommaso telling Tony Floyd that he got this image on the right-hand side. The image on the right-hand side is from Joe, apparently, taken from Joe and given to Tony. And it's that same falsified document. And here you have Joe Tommaso saying that he got it with my ECU report. We have the Apple Valley City attorney saying this is a falsified document. So there's no way that Joe Tommaso would have gotten this with his ECU report. So I hope that he goes and explains that to the Apple Valley City attorney where he got this from. Or if he created it, he needs to also let them know that too. Because there is this false fake document now floating out there that is confirmed to be fake. I don't know if Joe Tommaso actually created this, but if you read this right here, this is what he's saying. "I got that with my ECU." And we know that there's no way that he could have gotten that unless he got it from somebody else, that if it was given to him. But that's not what he says here on June 4th. All right, let's pull back the curtains a little bit here. And if you haven't seen this by now, like Sophia was saying, we were both sent this at the exact same day, at the exact same time. And I was really confused by it because some of the stuff that we're going to look at here, especially that document. I had no idea about that document. I did not send them that document. But the response that we get here from Christine J. Caselius, and so I'm sure we've kind of gone through that here. We'll be talking more about that. I just want to kind of briefly kind of cover this. And so they go through all of the different data, what we can get, what we can't get, which is all good. All right, everything sounds kind of normal here. Nothing too strange there. And they're very thorough in letting us know about who has requested data. People have requested data. These requests have come in. And, I was a little confused because they're talking about when people are not dead, which really has nothing to do with the case. We're really just talking about people that are dead here. So they just kind of go through that and they're very thorough about exactly what is going on. Everything sounds kind of normal, right? Nothing really stood out to me. They have this number 1. They talk about what that means when they say a person, a natural person, and the data. So they're very, very thorough. And it's just like, okay, we're expecting data, and we finally, because I was going to wait until October 1st to contact them and see, okay, we've put in these data requests. You guys said you don't know how long it's going to take. Is there any update? But they beat me to that punch. I wasn't expecting it to come from the city attorney, which was kind of weird. So I kind of thought that too. I kind of thought, well, okay, maybe they're just going to say, you guys got everything and we're not going to give you anything else, which that still may be true. That still may be true, that maybe they won't. Maybe they'll come back and say, hey, this is all that we're going to give you and that's it. Now, they're going to have some problems if they try that. So we'll see about that. But here's what they said. Let's see. Also, a document entitled, quote, examination report, which was allegedly written by AVPD Detective Shane Klakanos, was provided to the AVPD by one of the recent requesters. Thank you for bringing this absolutely false document to our attention. Enclosed, please find the affidavit by Detective Klakanos affirming this is a fraudulent document. And so it's like, okay, wait a minute. Are they talking about the whole 5-page thing? But no, they're just talking about that one page that says not for public release, that starts with Tommy, ends with Shane. That is a falsified document. That is the falsified document that we're talking about here. Moving on a little bit. Then we have Shane Klakanos, who has the actual affidavit. It's signed. This is all legal. You can clearly see this. I've seen a couple of these. So this one just looks good. And he just makes it clear, I did not do this. I have reviewed the attached document. Let's see, where is it? Prior to seeing this document during August 2021, according to Detective Shane Klakanos in the affidavit, I had never seen this document. So he didn't even know about this until August 2021, which a lot of us also didn't know about it. But we know that it was being passed around from Joe Tommaso to Tony Floyd, as far as we know, as far as the document that we've seen here. And Detective Shane Klakanos says, I am absolutely not the creator of that document. Further, I have reviewed the applicable case file maintained by the Apple Valley Police Department and did not locate this document. So that document was not even there. So who slipped it to Joe Tommaso, if that is what really happened? Or is he making it up? There is an answer. There is an answer, but he's the one who would know that. Now, the affidavit, if you don't know what this is, it's a verified statement or showing. In other words, it contains a verification, which means that it is made under oath on penalty of perjury. And this serves as evidence for its veracity and is required in court proceedings. That last part is very important. It is required in court proceedings. All right. Now, we also have some quotes here from Tony Floyd. And let's see what he says here. Fabricated documents. I will preface this by saying that I think these circumstances are ridiculous on the part of Joe Tommaso, Louise Gibson, and other vocal members of the Crowley case - fact versus fiction. I am writing this as they are continuing to lie and portray themselves as infallible after committing an extremely shady and potentially illegal offense. So here's what he says. I obtained David's Day One journal via records request on June 4th, 2021. After quickly reviewing the document, I began sending screenshots of entries primarily pertaining to drug use to Louise Gibson and Joe Tommaso. That's where this started from. Okay, according to what Tony is saying here. While discussing the journal entries, I shared with them the sensitivity of the document and the potential of respectfully sharing portions of it. They approached me with something to show me. This was the something that was slipped to him. He says, I believe that they tried to pass this document off as a legitimate document because they wished to portray themselves as having the upper hand regarding information and of already being aware of what I was sending them, dictated by pride and insecurity. I specifically mentioned pride and insecurity as Joe Tommaso has an inflated ego, which he feeds by repeatedly reminding people of his qualifications when he is not the quote-unquote top dog, as someone would put it. This is notable and not just a smear, as this same pride later led him confronting me when I offered to share the Item 05 Black Light report with them to assist them. So he's making it sound like, he shares this information with them and they act like they already have it. And then they have this extra paper that nobody has, including the police, because it's not a real document tied to this case. It's a falsified document. This confrontation consisted of him telling me that I should keep my files to myself as I previously redacted non-public / private material from the Day One journal before sending it to them, and that they would get these files themselves as I lack credibility. Wow, where have we heard that one before? And would not share the original download links for files I received. To break all of this down, Tony continues, I will state that my copy of the Day One journal was the original file without redaction. Contained within this file were many intimate portions and at least one photograph containing the nudity. I immediately informed AVPD of this in the event of future requests, as such material should not be public, nor should I have received it. For this reason, I sent Gibson and Tommaso a redacted copy of the Day One journal. And we have that, Tony, it's also on Tony's website. It's also on my website, too, if you're looking for it. I believe it's in the group files, too. Regarding lacking credibility and being in the wrong for not sharing the original download links, I can see no concrete basis for either of these, especially the former. At any point, they could have requested a screenshot of the requested emails or the files, checksum, including in many of the emails to verify the files were not tampered with, but they did not. I was handing them dozens of new photos pertaining to the bodies, the Day One journal, the backlight reports for item 0508, Vaughn report, etc. I assumed that they began falsifying documents, backpedaling, and turning me away as their only thing to bring to the table was the gun photo and very irrelevant documents such as the Crowleys, their mortgage. I do not say any of this to boast. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just another citizen, as we all are. And as is why being insecure about obtaining public records to the point of fabricating them to quote-unquote keep up or stay on top is ridiculous. Powerful stuff. So there on the on the left-hand side, kind of covered that. And looking at the stuff over on the right-hand side, you can see this is more of the conversation. Now, whereas the first one was June 4th on the left-hand side, it continues on through July 21st, 2021. And Louise Gibson, it's not that big of a deal, but we don't know what it is. We're waiting for stuff to come back. And when it does, we will go through it and release what we feel is acceptable and not disrespectful, but proves that whatever is in the report as being fact or present was indeed fact and present, and that David wasn't the David that he publicly presented. Talk about a clear bias. I mean, they're desperately running for this stuff here. Tony says,
And they reckon they manipulate their group members to believing what they wanted them to believe.
sure. Nothing new.
Wow.
Tony says, couldn't releasing things be detrimental because it could give the quote-unquote justice group things to request, not really speaking against it, just thinking out loud. And Joe Tommaso, about 24 minutes later, says, this is exactly why I refrain from commenting at Louise Gibson. Was not stating she would release stuff. She was saying she'd consider releasing. I have further requests, both officially and through the higher-ups. I like the indirect calling of hypocrite, though. Okay. Not to sound like an asshole, but keep what you get. I don't need it. Besides the fact that I can only use stuff from other sources, from official sources. But he's not using stuff from official sources. There's a falsified document that is not from an official source. And who is he talking about with these quote-unquote higher-ups? Or is he just making all of this stuff up, as Tony says, to sound like something that he isn't? When I give stuff, it's in its entirety. Also, when I ask for things under my legal name and only my legal name. When I first got involved here, I was like, okay, we have someone getting stuff, sometimes the same, sometimes different, but with the same goal of stopping the harassment of individuals or innocent people, which is what they do to us, harassing individuals and innocent people. The hypocrisy here is just laughable. But redactions and screening, etc., whatever. I'm almost 60 years old and have experienced more things than a lot of individuals. Yeah, he feels very highly of himself, doesn't he? As for members of justice requesting stuff, that's been working really well for them, hasn't it? Take a good look at any FOIA law, state, federal, and if they can show you are using that info for improper purposes, request away because they do not have to give you anything. File a complaint and it will get laughed out of the hearing. Also, we have been working on stuff with the case for over 6 years and have never screwed anyone over. Yeah, right. Feel free to ask Judy or Sean, as I even went as far as to go legal on their and their family's behalf. What is said or shared here has stayed here to the extent that if there's something that would benefit anyone, including the family, it can't even be put out there. So exactly what good does that do? And Tony kind of echoes what I was thinking. What are you even talking about, is what Tony Floyd says. About 1 minute later, she said you would release what you feel is acceptable. And I didn't call anyone a hypocrite, even indirectly. Yeah, more of, what are you talking about, dude? So then he says, this is ridiculous. I was trying to offer you, we're reading from down up. This is ridiculous. I was trying to offer you the file to make things easier for you. And now this? And 1 minute later, Joe Tommaso, as for the sexual stuff, it's not like it's getting put out there. I get you have morals, which is more than a lot that I can say for some people. Also realize that when I forwarded you what you sent me a copy of, I sent bulk. I scanned right then and there, which is why I didn't click and send. Also, there is a reason I do things the way I do. When I share things with Louise, for instance, I will usually forward her the emails and she can click the link and download from the source, not from me. This is also why when I post stuff in the group, I usually post something supporting this statement. It's not like he's really mad that he just, he's not being given everything so that he can act like he already has it. Tony at the bottom says, I didn't legally deserve the unredacted file, so nor do you. Especially when it adds virtually nothing to a broader understanding of the case. For someone who boasts about legality and credibility, you falsified a police document. Boom. Right there. And then I think we included this to just kind of show, and Tony probably included this to just kind of show what this group, what these people are really doing. And here's what she says. They admit it. Joe is tampering with stuff. They're tampering with stuff. Now, you wouldn't do that if you're just looking for the truth, right? That doesn't make any sense. We found something about the Gun Plus store. We don't really know what it means, if anything, and we haven't gotten anything with the Celebrite. We're just sending the group into a spin. How are they sending us into a spin? I don't really understand that either, but whatever. And then here's another quote that she says, "It all depends as to what you want to disclose. When you come up with multiple scenarios, most involving having to tell white lies, admitting they have no issues lying, playing games, or sending them on a wild goose chase, or coming up with the backstory to send them off of the scent." Well, I'm not sure exactly what scent they're talking about, but the scent that we're on is to find the truth. So if they're trying to send us off of that scent, that just further shows that they really don't care about this family. They really don't care about justice. They really don't care about truth. They really just care about creating fiction, telling fiction, and spreading fiction. And there it is. That is the full presentation. I want to hear everybody's thoughts here. Ross, I don't know if you're still with us. Hopefully you're still with us. I don't know if if your time is limited. Maybe we'll have you kind of go first, or else we'll go back through this, and I want to hear everybody's thoughts on this stuff. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm still here, brother.
All right. Well, this may be the first time, Ross, that you've kind of looked at some of this stuff, I'm guessing. What are your first thoughts on this? What do you think about somebody falsifying a police report?
Yeah, it's pretty insane, man. I know, you and I spoke about it a little bit about it previously, and I was trying to catch up on some of your recent posted videos on the Gray Stage channel, which I did. Quite an interesting development, I would say. It's rather confusing, but I think you guys did a good job of explaining it, even to someone who's catching up to speed on it myself. I'm driving, guys, so my bad on the little bit of wind in the background. And it's wild, man. I'd say it's kind of on par with the falsified check that we've seen earlier on in the case, or whatever you want to call it,
sure.
Deposit or the whole bank statement thing. But I'd say it's quite a bit worse, given that it's a police document. So, yeah. It's pretty odd. I mean, go ahead.
I was saying, any ideas why you think somebody would do that? Any thoughts on that?
I mean, nothing directly. I'd kind of have to deep dive it to come up with anything of substance. But certainly, my first thought would be, I think this definitely leads credence to a cover up. I mean, I can't think of any other reason. I don't know which way the rest of you guys are leaning on it.
Seems pretty desperate to me. That's
I'd agree.
Well, let's get some other thoughts on this. Anyone else have any thoughts on this? Let's go. This is a round table, so let's go around the table. And let's start with Catherine.